Previously on the European LCS.
When they start shouting also loud at the beginning, it shows how many fans have. But we won against them.
The Meteor Makers right here, right now, are going to finish off the Nexus itself and take down SK Gaming.
And I hope they will start respect us.
It was amazing to see all the Spanish fans finally. You're just walking around and they scream your name. It feels really great. It's amazing.
81% of the people think Gambit are going to win. Considering how hard they got destroyed last week, I'm a little bit surprised at that.
Yes, that was a really revenge.
It's Gambit that picked themselves up a win. It's not so good for the home crowd, but they can appreciate great skill from Gambit.
I couldn't even imagine this beautiful island in my dreams, so I'm really happy that I'm here.
Tenerife is awesome. I want to stay here longer. The weather is awesome. I can't ask for any better.
Welcome to week 7 of the European LCS Summer Split. I am your host, EU Summer, and we're back in our home studio in Cologne after a week on the road. We had a great time in Tenerife, but the teams weren't there just to soak up the sun. After 3 days of matches in Spain, 4 teams are now locked in a tie for first place. With only 3 weeks left in the regular season and the standings as close as they are, each game has the potential to change who sits at the top of the table. Before we get to the action, let's head over to our casters, Joe Miller and Lee D-Man-Smith, who are standing by to catch you up with all the latest LCS news from around Europe.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 1 of week 7 here in the LCS Summer Split. Now, last week we were, of course, in Tenerife, and we didn't just get sunburnt. We were treated to a whole host of fantastic matches that kept the amazing crowd in Tenerife on their toes the entire weekend long.
Yeah, I think you're talking about yourself maybe with a little bit of self-loving. But there were a lot of great games last week in Tenerife with the old guard. SK, EG, and Fnatic, they all went 2-1. And the real crowd pleasers, though, were the last 2 games of Friday. They had nearly 100 kills between them. Some really incredible action-packed matches that you luckily got to cast.
I did luckily get to cast them. Hopefully that continues here today as well. Let's have a look at some of the big stories, though, this week in Europe. The first bit of news is another roster change. Mimer is, of course, joining the Ninjas in Pajamas as a replacement for Extinct, who earlier this week announced that he was stepping down after playing with NIP since week 3 when he replaced Godbro.
Yeah, this is going to be Mimer's first time really in the LCS, but he's been around for a while. You may have seen him playing at Eternity Gaming at Gfinity just a couple of weeks back, where they finished 2nd place to the Copenhagen Wolves. And he obviously did something to impress the guys at Ninjas in Pajamas, but with things as close as they are, it's a little bit dangerous to make this switch. It could have a really big impact, though.
Well, speaking of switches, our second change is a temporary substitution for Gambit. Darker is unable to play this weekend, and he will be replaced by Voidal. This season, we've already seen Gambit, of course, unsuccessfully try and bring a substitute in with Spontex.
Yeah, it's a name we're going to have a lot of fun with, Joe. But of course, with Spontex, they had some real communication issues. However, despite Voidal coming from Estonia, he speaks perfect Russian. So they shouldn't have any problems this time around like they did before. If you remember back in week 1 at DreamHack as well, Darker also played his first LCS match up against Fnatic. He did okay. So let's see how Voidal does.
Well, in other news today, we will be first time playing on the 3.9 patch here in Europe, just like all of you at home and over in North America. And the first big change that 3.9 brings to the LCS is that the tier of the Goddess is going to be stacking up slower. So that's bad news for champions like Ryze, Jace, Blue Ezreal, and everyone else that depends on that tier. But on the other side, you've got the Archangel stuff, which now charges a little bit easier. So we might see more people upgrade into that earlier on.
Yeah, I wonder what Genji's going to do with Ashe now. I mean, he might have a new build, who knows? Nobody mentions the Ashe build, the blue Ashe. It's different. But another change, of course, is that Draven's passive no longer deals the bleed damage, but it does give him extra gold for every champion kill. That will weaken, of course, him in a 2v2 lane, but bolster his harass power under the towers in a 2v1. Something we haven't seen yet in the North American LCS, but the European players were all over that straight away, because he's no longer going to draw tower aggro from the bleed. And finally, of course, Oracles has changed. You guys may well have noticed it on live, but it does now persist through death and lasts for 4 minutes instead of 5. However, it also has a reduced radius.
Well, we'll see how the new patch effects play a little bit later on, but now let's take a look at our incredibly ridiculous standings as they are right now. Up top, we see those first 4 teams tied for first. Alternate and Gambit have been up there for, of course, a while, and now they're joined by Lemon Dogs and Fnatic.
Yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas, they're just 1 game behind. We'll see how that sub works out for them. They are in 5th place. And the old guard, SK and EG, they're tied for 6th place right now. We'll meet your makers. Well, they've fallen from 2nd place in week 1 to the bottom of the table.
Well, that's how things look heading into today's game, so that brings us perfectly into it to show you what we have coming up. First of all, we'll be starting off with Ninjas in Pajamas versus Evil Geniuses, with Gambit versus Fnatic right after.
Yeah, some action-packed matches to start the day, and of course the third game will be Meet Your Makers versus Alternate. It was a battle for first place back in week 1. We'll see how that works out, and of course SK versus Lemon Dogs. Lemon Dogs with a big lead over them, 2-0 up so far.
So, Demon, I think I already know your answer to this one, but which game are you most looking forward to today?
Yeah, it is, of course, going to be Fnatic versus Gambit. It's almost taking over the rivalry of Evil Geniuses these days, and it was standing room only while we're in Tenerife, and Fnatic came out victorious once again. They're 2-0 up so far this season, and Gambit are really going to be desperate for a win, and luckily for us, it is just second game of the day, we get to cast it together.
Well, before we get into the action, let's go over to Shox for your Twitter question of the day.
Thanks, Joe. Here's your chance to let us know what you think. And our Twitter question today is, who's your favorite champion for early game duels and why? Hit us up at LOL Esports with your answer. If we read your tweet on the air, you'll win a Logitech G510S gaming keyboard. To be eligible to win, all you need to do is follow at LOL Esports and use the LCS hashtag. We'll be picking our favorites later in the show. And don't forget, of course, you can vote for who you think will win today's games by going over to lolesports.com. Now, last week, Ninjas in Pajamas didn't quite make it into the tie for first place, but they have another chance to crash the party. They're going to play EG, and EG, they are fighting to put some distance between themselves and last place after the break.
I'm Mimer and I'm the new top laner for NIP. I was really shocked when they contacted me with only 2 weeks left in the LCS, but I'm really happy now that I'm officially a pro gamer. So I play champions like Rengar and Eve with stealth, so you can bypass wards and gank really easy. I think my aggressive playstyle would fit in the mid team. NIP is a strong team and I want to bring them to the playoffs.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LCS studios in Cologne, where in a minute NIP take on EG. But first, a lot of LCS players go out of their way to connect with fans, but EG's Crepo went above and beyond when he made a wish come true.
My name is Martin Berg. I'm 16 years old. I really love League of Legends and I look a lot into the esports scene. I play every day, I would say. I came here because I got a wish from a Swedish cancer fund.
Martin is sick and he has leukemia. And he has had quite a tough time. You know, he lost almost 1 year at school.
It was really hard. I lost a lot of friends and yeah.
So basically a few months ago I was just browsing Reddit and I saw a post about a Swedish kid that battled cancer.
I made a post on Reddit about me getting a wish and I wanted to do something League of Legends related.
And he had a proposition from a Swedish version of Make-A-Wish Foundation, Min Stora Dag, if I pronounce it correctly.
Min Stora Dag.
And he was looking to come to LCS, maybe meet a pro player. So I put him in touch with some people at Riot.
I mean, he had a number of things to choose from. I was really surprised that he chose this.
Yeah, it's awesome to go to the studio. It's gonna be so fun. It was really cool, actually. He was so casual and just went around and talked to everybody. I thought it was more like they were hiding backstage to not get too many fans going up to them.
So yeah, you're gonna stay here all the weekend?
No,
all of you?
No.
I did not expect that I would see him so close and talk to him. It's just unbelievable.
We got a tour around with shocks.
All right, so this is the actual studio where it all happens, where the audience sits and then where our pro players sit. And I think it would be cool if we just went up there.
Morning. Is it hard to shoutcast?
No, it's very easy. It's the easiest job I've ever done in my life.
You can sit in the chair if you want.
Yeah.
Well, this is the area where the commentators sit. So as in any other sport, we have commentators during the game who will go, look at that guy, he's gonna go in, he's gonna grab a kill. So that's what these people do here.
I didn't teach my dad to play, but I taught my dad to know more about it.
This made me very astonishing. They could connect one piece of whatever it was with a human player. When you can do that, of course, then it gets another dimension in the play.
Quickly, Evo Genius is on the last stand. The shockwave once again used. Crepo gets melted, and Ninjas in pajamas get themselves a second victory over Evo Geniuses.
Martin? Hey, man. How you doing?
Hi.
Well,
okay. Sorry we lost.
It's okay. I think he's so funny and he made it possible for me to come here.
So why did you come like last year when we were actually winning stuff? Who's the Fnatic fan here? It's bad taste, man. How long do you have to keep taking them now?
The pills for another 5 years.
Ouch.
And 1 year to the hospital.
Yeah, like checkups.
Yeah.
And then you're free.
Yeah.
Then you beat him. I have a lot of respect for any people that survive any illness, especially cancer, especially young people that have to deal with it, because it makes them mature way too much, way too fast.
I thought I was dreaming and I didn't think it was real.
Take another one? What's it called? Min Stora Dag? Yeah, exactly. I'm so good at Swedish, dude. That's first part. So we can get them signed by all the pro players and NIP as well.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final match of the day.
That's going to be the Nexus turrets going. It's Evil Geniuses that pick up the win against Meteor Makers.
After this, it has another meaning, of course. So we now understand why he cannot break up a game and come down to dinner.
Yeah, that's what we try to do. Random events that take a minute out of your time to make somebody else happy is just what makes it worth being a pro gamer.
We had a great time having Martin here, but for now, let's get into our first match of the day with Joe and D-Man.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get things started here for Week 7. So let's take a look at the lineups for our first game, starting with Ninjas in Pajamas on the blue side, Mimer, the new boy, in the top lane, replacing Extinct, Maluno in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, and then, of course, Freeze on AD carrying Deficio the support.
And for Evil Geniuses today, it is going to be Wicked in that top lane. Shaker will be taking the jungle role. Of course, Snoopy is one of the subs. They can use whoever they want. Froggen in the mid lane, Yellow Pete as the AD carry, and Crepo as support.
Well, you guys at home have been voting for who you believe is going to win this one. What's it looking like, Demon?
Well, it is Evil Geniuses. The army is still strong, and it is going to be 56% vote. Of course, you guys, there is still time to vote for the rest of the weekend's matches over at lolesports.com, where you can also find standings, results, VODs, and more from not only the Europe, North American scene as well.
Well, let's take a little bit of a close look. We talked about how Ninjas in Pajamas just got a new top laner in the form of Mimer. Now, joining an LCS team this late on in the season definitely isn't easy. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him to perform. NIP has been on that role lately, and they're counting on him to be able to jump straight into the lineup and contribute.
Yeah, just because you've got good stats in solo queue doesn't generally mean a player will do well here in the LCS. Mimer is still an unproven talent at this level, and if he's going to make an impression, he's going to need to step it up right away.
Well, EG's got something interesting going on with that roster too, let's not forget. The flexible roster plan that they decided to go with looked good for them in Tenerife. They've got two very different options in the jungle and can decide before each game on Snoopy's experience and patience, or that boy there, Shaka's aggression.
Yeah, we're still not sure on his pronunciation. We just spoke to Crepo. He's like, oh, what do you call him, Shaka, Shaker? We said, we call him what we like. But they do get the best of both worlds, of course. We've seen this kind of setup in South Korea, sorry. Get my careers the right way around. It's not a good way to go, guys. However, back on track. While the teams, I'm lost on that one. I've lost myself on that one completely. But in Korea, we have seen this setup already. Everybody face-palming everywhere. They have started to use effectively squads. So instead of just 5 guys and a few subs, it is now a squad of players that can change from game to game according to how they are playing and really who fits best. And of course, you just got to look at CJ Frost, I guess, who just played this morning. They've been using, who's that? It's awesome. Ganked by Mom in the mid lane instead of the normal mid laner.
It's got to be the worst name to go down to as well, I think, in the grand scheme of things. So let's have a look at our featured matchup of the day. We're focusing, surprisingly enough, on Mimer and Wicked in the top lane. Now, Mimer's known on the solo queue for his Rengar. We heard him talk about it earlier in the video, and for good reason. He's very comfortable with a whole host of champions. This means he can hopefully slip into just about any role that they need. You know, the tank, the split pusher, AP, AD, whatever the team needs. He's just a very, very versatile player. The one area, though, that we've seen him struggle with previously is with the farm, and that could be a concern for NIP.
Yeah, and he's got big boots to fill as well, with Extinct playing fantastically well in the LCS. But, of course, he is up against Wicked, or, well, he may be up against Wicked, of course. But Wicked, on the other hand, he is brilliant at farming. His KDA is pretty lackluster, and he isn't exactly the most dynamic player to watch. But he excels at all the non-glamorous tasks that help his team out. And, of course, that is why he is such an asset. He doesn't have the same adaptability as Mimer. He's a tank, end of story. But what he does, I mean, that's why he's called Brickett after all. What he does so very well. And if he gets to play on, say, Zac or Malphite, or possibly even Shen, I guess you could say, like he loves to do, he can be a pretty big obstacle to anybody trying to take over his lane.
Well, we're going to get into Champion Select here in just a couple of minutes, and we need to think about this carefully because with Mimer coming in, it's thrown another curveball, so to speak. We have seen him, as we said, playing at Gfinity a couple of weeks ago. He's not an unknown name when it comes to the solo queue, so these teams are able to do research on Mimer and look at what he's previously done and what he's previously played. Whether that means that you'll get any bans so early out of the gate here, I'm not quite so sure.
Well, I mean, from the research we've done, from what we know of these guys, he's actually got a bigger champion pool than Extinct, which is pretty impressive itself, because Extinct really did pull a lot of champions out of the bag. Of course, Extinct was a mid laner, so we knew kind of what he was going to bring. It was going to be those ability power champions. Now with Mimer, you've got everything available to them now. So you've kind of got the element that you had with Godbro, the strong Shen players, the Malphites, and you've also got those AP champions, the Lissandras, the Rydes. Of course, with Tyria Goddess change, we're on 3.9. Who knows what we're going to get? Of course, bans coming in already. We are seeing Jason Elise still being taken away. Elise still has an incredible win rate, so no surprise there. Shen and Evelyn also taken out. Lissandra at the moment is still available, and we talked about this last week in Tenerife. He's got an 86% win rate in Europe, and yet NA is still barely playing. It's incredible.
Yeah, Lissandra has been very, very strong over here, and wouldn't surprise me to see it featured. And there it is, final ban coming out from EG will be that Lissandra. We see Evelyn taken out. We heard Mimer say that he likes these stealthy champions, the Rengar, the Evelyn, to really have that freedom of mobility and avoiding wards. But Twisted Fate was left open, and Bjergsen says, pick that one up. I want to play me some Twisted Fate. On the other side, though, Crepo going to get Thresh, and we talked about it earlier, Malphite. Most probably for Wicked, but it wouldn't be the biggest surprise if it went on to Froggen as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that Twisted Fate does get locked, and we've talked about it a number of times with, say, Alex Ich. And actually, if you remember back to the Fnatic Gambit game in Tenerife, nobody selected Twisted Fate. It's the first time I think we've seen him slip through in the European LCS. And both Froggen and Alex have talked about, you know, they're both actually very good on the champion, but they're also saying you can bait teams into this. I wonder if Evil Geniuses have done that again, because Froggen was in that conversation. He did play a fantastic Twisted Fate the other week, 2 weeks back when we were here in the studio. We ended up getting that triple kill at the Baron. But teams tend to lock in so quickly on the champion just to make sure they can get Twisted Fate that sometimes they probably haven't had chance to practice with it. But there's an interesting one. For the first time, we are seeing a different European LCS team playing Aatrox. We saw it in the North American LCS come out this week. If you haven't watched it in there, I believe it was Kiwi Kid that played it for Dignitas, who's played it. Certainly the games I saw anyway. There's a lot of games that happen. I don't get to watch them all, I'm afraid. But again, we are seeing not Draven being selected this time. So Draven available. The European teams still say is strong, yet they haven't gone with it. So that's interesting, because it's Freeze. I did ask Freeze about this while we're having food as well. And he was like, he just stayed quiet. I was like, so you're going to play him? You're not going to play him? Obviously, Froggen was on the table with us, so he's like, sat there, not saying a word.
Not putting my mouth about that one. But yeah, Aatrox, we've obviously seen him twice so far in Europe. That was both times with Darian. On the other side, we're seeing a Twitch now. Obviously, these double AD combos have been coming out a lot more, and we know that Froggen has been playing a lot of Twitch. Like a lot, like really a lot of Twitch, and we can just say now that his win ratio is pretty good with it as well. He was he's kind of bragging about that to us.
20 games. He just got his 20th game on his new account, and 20 for 0 so far on Twitch.
Not bad stats.
Not a bad stat. So he did play it, of course, in Tenerife as well last week, and they did win that game, I believe, but he didn't play very well on it in that match. It was kind of feeding, and that surprises me that they've allowed him to play it through. So obviously he's still got a bit of sway in that team. Obviously, now that they have the analysis person in there with Enrated helping them out, they've obviously looked at it and gone, okay, it could have gone better. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we saw Xin Zhao being locked in there for Shaka. He's played Xin Zhao before. That was the game that they actually lost last week in Tenerife. Elise, of course, was the one that he won with. Already banned out here for NIP, though. So what are NIP going to finish off with right now? Deficio hanging with the Nami, a champion which he has already played 6 times. Got a 50% win rate with that one as well, so wouldn't certainly surprise me to see that one coming in, and the Rise as well by the looks of things here.
Yeah, and something we actually kind of briefly skipped over was the fact that Crepo's got Thresh.
Yep.
That's a champion that effectively he won the game for EG in Tenerife on. The fact that you saw the entire team jump up and celebrate on literally pile onto Crepo. So the house so happy with how his hooks were setting up kills. So we're going to have to see how that works out for him. It works out very well. Yellow Pete, of course, hasn't selected yet it could still be Twitch on Yellow Pete, because Yellow Pete has played Twitch a number of times before. So this is effectively gave them that open opportunity that it can either be for Yellow Pete, for Froggen in the mid lane. So kind of that Rise pick was a little bit blind in the mid, or, well, in the top lane. In fact, hold on a minute. It's going to be a Truxton jungle. I don't believe we've definitely not seen that in Europe. I'm not sure whether we've even seen that in North America yet.
Darion's played it both times that we've seen Aatrox up till now in the summer split. Oh, since his release, I think we can really say he's only been available for 2 weeks now. But yeah, Aatrox has been in the top lane before. We're going to see jungle here. And right now it looks like Froggen is actually going to be going with the Kassadin. Again, we see these Kassadin sneak through to the last pick every single time, pretty much, to go up against that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, very good counter and very clever picking from Evo Genius. He's putting that Twitch out there. The fact that they knew, we knew, everybody knows that he's been playing Twitch non-stop, absolutely loves that champion in the mid lane, and sure enough, it's going to Yellow Pete. So good bit of foul play. So whether NIP were ready for this, whether they were expecting it, whether Bjergsen's just quickly had to change his runes of masteries around, which may be the way he's looking around. I think he maybe was expecting casting anyway. He seemed quite happy and just sitting there. We are also seeing double teleport.
Yeah, double teleport. That could be very interesting. If Froggen and Wicked, obviously they still have 20 seconds to change that thing around, so they might make the decision to pull one away, but the fact is, when you've got the Twisted Fate in there, he's going to be moving around once he hits level 6 anyway. With Destiny, that having at least that one teleport on the team is going to make big sense to them. So we'll see how that all works out once we get close to the match. And you can see NIP on your screen. Again, this whole roster change that they did, they took 3 men out of the team, which is a hefty change. And now, technically, they've got their 4th change of the season coming in, with Mimer now in that top lane. EG themselves, of course, not without changes, having that fluid roster that they now have with N-rated, technically the analysis, but I suppose could play that role of jumping in as well if things need to change. And Snoopy and Shaka sharing that jungle role. So there's a lot of, in my opinion, unpredictability about some parts of this game. One thing that we should also point out is that NIP right now are 2-for-0 against EG.
They are. They have had a really good record against them, and with the new and old roster, I believe that they've been successful against Evo Geniuses. EG, though, as we mentioned, they've started to make a bit of a comeback. They went 2-1 in Tenerife, and honestly, the loss that they had was a pretty wild game. It's that match against Alternate Ekash yourself. Yeah. That was the one that there was almost, I think it was almost 100 kills just in that game on its own. It was a pretty wild game. And they've also actually been tweeting about practice scrims this week against Gambit, and they had over 100 kills in that. So maybe with Shaker in the team, the new EG lineup is a lot more aggressive. We're going to see how that works out. Of course, Mimer has gone Flash Ignite, so he's probably going to be looking to be aggressive here. Whether he's going to be in a 2v1, though, so we'll see whether that works out. Wicked on Malphite, he's happy in a 2v1. He actually hasn't died a great deal on Malphite either. He's been literally rock solid.
Oh. So, going quite deep into utility tree as well, we see the total biscuit of rejuvenation on him, so that gives some points to how defensive he's probably going to be playing in this lane. Obviously, if it's a 2v1, you'd expect nothing different from that one. Doran Shield start as well for Kassadin at the kickoff from this one. Rise starting out with the Sapphire Crystal there as well, wants to go as heavy as he can on that mana side of things. So this, as we said, we're on 3.9 now, so we may see some changes in terms of builds, especially for the likes of Rise here, who obviously previously would have been trying to get that tier stacked up as early as possible. As NIP right now on the invade, they've been spotted by a ward there. Crepo's still on the top side of his red buff, and actually didn't fully recall there. He kind of hit the button and then decided against it. They've got a deep ward in there at NIP, so they know, or they're gonna know at least, where Shaka is.
Absolutely, and a lot of pings, a lot of pings, but no one actually going anywhere. We did just see Pete and Crepo backing off, so maybe that was a case of, okay, we've seen who's at the top here, and they're going to try and rotate the lane. It does look like they're going to be standard duo lanes, though. We're already seeing Wicked. He's moving up to the top, so it seems that they want 1v1 this time around. Whether that's going to be Wicked's call, how many times we've heard him saying straight away that the fact that I want these 1v1s. You can see he's got a 80% win rate on Malphite. It's a very good stat. As we mentioned, he's so solid on it. Doesn't really die a great deal. He does just sit and farm, and that's really all he's got to do at Malphite right now, because it's all about the unstoppable force when he gets to level 6, when he can teleport into those team fights.
And now we see both junglers using that smite early on. Red buff for Shaka, blue buff over for Maluno on that Aatrox. We'll see how he really makes his presence felt in this one. As we said, third time we've seen the Aatrox so far here in this summer split, and first time though today that we're seeing him actually in that jungle there. So Freeze, of course, a man who's done amazingly well so far for NIP, was another, like me, victim of sunburn over in Tenerife, so hopefully he's feeling a little bit better from that one, and we'll see how he goes up against Yellow Pete and Crepo today.
To be fair, the entire NIP team were kind of victims. They are all very red, and Maluno just showed me how much he's piggling. It's not a pretty sight for the NIP team, but they are all happy and glad to be back here in Cologne. This Deficio freeze lane has been very successful. It's been a really good change from the test. Was a great AD carry, but since Freeze has come in, the understanding seems to be very strong between these two champions and two players. Sorry, and Deficio on Nami has played so well over the last few weeks. It's one of the champions that he seems to really feel very comfortable on, with those Aqua Prisms landing very well. Maluno, with the double buff, is hovering around the mid lane, but there is a ward you can see just on that side of the banana bush, although Maluno snuck in there. He didn't get spotted by that. He used his ability to jump across. We'll see whether Froggen falls for it, though. Froggen himself, who is only level 3 right now, obviously won't have that Rift Walk, so he's going to get maybe forced to flash.
See about that one, of course. Doesn't have an Ignite in there as well. We've had this discussion what feels like a million times by now about mid laners who really prefer this teleport, and you can definitely you know, see why against a team that's got that Twisted Fate in there, although Wicked going to be running it as well. And the funny thing is that we are getting these 1v1s in the top lane, which kind of didn't expect, to be honest.
Maluno's been in that bush for a good 30+ seconds already, and he's done this before, but there was no chance for gank now that time around. This time, finally, he's actually pushing out a little bit, Froggen. So we do sort of see Sheka doing this exact same thing in the top here. Maluno's going to come in, but I think Froggen's going to walk away from this one easy. Forces the flash. Job done.
Yeah, flashing away, which obviously not going to be available to him for a good while now, but I think he'll be happy with that rather than the chance of giving away a first blood as Shaka comes down. And we've seen that he is not afraid whatsoever to get involved when it comes to these 1v1 skirmishes. We saw him, I think, by the Wolf camp on the blue side, you know, as the red team in their game that they lost last week. And he's definitely not shy about getting involved and having a good brawl inside of the jungle. Froggen there just keeping things safe. We can see a couple of early items coming out as well. Negatron Cloak for Wicked in this top lane, so no real surprise. He's going to be getting very bulky and tanky as early as he can to really just get rid of any threat that Ryze can pose.
Yeah, there's a double Doran's Ring for Bjergsen as well, so maybe we're going to see him being a little bit more aggressive once he starts getting close to that level 6. It was interesting to see that, you say, the two junglers, they met, and Sheka actually had a level advantage over Maluno, didn't want to face each other. That Bloodwell now built up by Maluno, so of course with that passive, it was probably a case of, yeah, I don't want to really risk the double buff I've got though. And he is coming round. There is no wards anymore in this river, although the wraiths have just been taken. Has he got the timing? Not really, because Red's not going to be up for a while yet, so maybe it's going to be a gank on this bottom lane. There's no ward in the tri-bush. You can see it's in the river just off the side, so he won't get spotted here.
No, actually got no vision of Shaka's position right now, and he's got the ability to come straight through from this one as, well, Crepo went for the flay there and not quite able to really lock anyone down. Nicely done from the NIP bot lane, though, not to get caught out from that.
Interesting item build for Wicked. Look at that, building straight into this lane. Know exactly what he needs. Gets that Negatron Cloak, so can be full-on defensive against Mimer. Quite happy to sit and farm. As we've pointed out, you can see it's actually very even in farm across all lanes. The big difference really is the mid lane, where Bjergsen has that early advantage over Froggen and Cassidy. No surprise there, Twisted Fate a much stronger early farmer than Cassidy will be.
Yeah, we'll probably see Froggen catching that one back up in a little while. And you can see there, down the EG side, 4 wards picked up, almost 1 ward for everyone, and plus loads of pots, both health and mana on that side. We do see that the tier has been started here for Cassidy now, for Froggen. So obviously not feeling the changes too much of that 3.9 and the slower stack rate that you get from the tier now.
Yeah, with how many ward stacks, I was just wondering whether they're thinking of maybe an early dragon. I'm seeing where they put it. Actually, Sheka's just put his down in that top area, so he's actually covered off for Frog. And Maluno's going for the invade here. He's going to go up and put the ward down for the blue, so they're maybe looking at something to go there. As soon as Froggen goes for that blue buff, you can see he's taking a look. Good bit of a harass here from Bjergsen. Has to rift walk away, but that red card did land it, find its target. And Maluna is still lingering around there. He's worryingly warding out that blue buff, so NIP setting up for that invade in just a few moments.
Yeah, got really good vision on this bottom side here for when that blue actually does come into play. Right now, They could. I mean, there's no real vision on the Dragon either from both sides. Both supports have a pink ward. We can see that actually Freeze has just picked up a pink ward of his own there as well. And let's not forget that both Wicked and Froggen have wards, so that's where they have teleport. So that's where those wards come into play even more. Get a ward down, you can teleport in on the backside. Just a lot of options open now for EG, but NIP of course have that with Bjergsen already at level 7 as well.
Yeah, damage boost there for Freeze actually. He went back and got the BF sword, his first item, whereas Vampiric Scepter was built up by Yellow Pete a few moments away. Blue buff will be picked up by Bjergsen, so keep our eye on the blue buff of EG, because that's almost certainly going to go the way of harassment from NIP. Freeze and Deficio, they're shoving this lane. They're going to be able to get involved as well. We're up to the 8-minute mark. It will be spawning in just a couple of seconds, so EG not really near it. That's going to seemingly be the first area of attack for either team. Of course, that ultimate is available for Bjergsen, takes that null sphere, and Froggen just keeping those lanes cleared. So a slow start here, Joe, but kind of what we're expecting. This is the first game of the week, of course. There's going to be 8 matches this week, 12 matches the week after, and the final week is all about Super Week. Here we go. This is what we're expecting, Joe. They're going to go in and contest the blue.
Yeah, Bjergsen coming around, got the stun card pulled. Needs to be a little bit carefully with Shaka over the side. Of course, they have full vision coming in there as well. And in the end, that blue buff going to be secured up for Froggen. And that will be a nice sign for him as well. That's a lot of wards gone down into an unsuccessful blue steal.
Yeah, it was a big investment. Didn't quite pay off. And honestly, Maluna wasn't really close enough. Just tried to get the steal with the wild card. Wasn't quite enough. Wicked taken very, very low by Mimer in the top lane, so starting off well for him. He is actually behind in farm, as we mentioned. Wicked is a great farmer, so he's keeping that on top, although that will start balancing itself out soon as Wicked goes back to buy. We'll see whether he uses that teleport to go back to lane. No, he's keeping it safe, so they're prepared. The fact they're going to have to use it for Dragon in a few moments.
Yeah, I'm going to be making sure that that is still available to them. So the Catalyst being picked up by Mimer early on to add into that tier. Wicked with a giant spell is like, I'm getting a little bit burst down here, so, well, what better way than coming back with a giant spell to try and stop that one from happening. Right now, Shaka moving over towards this mid lane as well. Bjergsen still got Flash available, still got all his summoners, plus that Destiny available to him as well, which not being utilized up until now, almost 10 minutes in, and still no first blood. These teams not wanting to risk anything at this stage, and who would blame them when you look at the league table?
Interesting, Freeze also sitting on his ace in the hole. He's not using it to just harass on Pete or Crepo or anything like that. He's just keeping it there, so he's full stack mana. So whether NIP are ready and waiting to do something, or whether they want to try and push the pressure down, or whether he's just thinking it's simply not worth it because he's got that Vampiric Scepter, which is probably the most likely. So we are seeing a flash. The teleport comes in down the bottom, and stoppable force used as well. That barrier coming out from Freeze. Is it going to be first blood? They will finally get it down. Good Aqua Prism from Deficio, but wasn't quite enough. Got 3 members of Evil Geniuses in it, but Yellow Pete was at the back.
Sad thing is here for NIP, there's nothing you can really do about that. It's like one of those horrible scenarios where you just can't do anything against it, and it leaves them perfectly now with a five-man team now that Shaka's there to start doing the Dragon. There is a ward put down by Maluno at the backside, but Dragon at half HP. Maluno does have his smite, but decides not to get involved with it. This is going to be the first blood and the first Dragon of the game here coming over for EG.
Froggen going aggressive just at the end towards Bjergsen. We're getting the good Rift Walk and a Force Pulse onto him. But, again, it's EG that back off. They do get that Dragon. Are they going to trade turret? No. You should be seeing Wicked going back there earlier on. He teleported off earlier before the Dragon actually went down. So that's going to give the gold advantage. It's still just 100 gold, not a massive advantage, which shows that actually NIP are doing a very good lane phase. Of course, they do have that passive still available that Bjergsen has. It will be changed in 3.10, I believe. It's on the public beta environment right now. So that will be coming in soon. But as it stands, they're still getting a big passive boost off his gold across globally. Globally? That's the word I'm after.
You got it. That's not bad. As Yellow Pete just snuck into that middle lane, and we have seen a bit of a change up on that front. Looks like they want to try and get rid of this Twisted Fates. What is the advantage that he's really building up here? He's not close, not far away from having a solid 20 CS lead at this point. So we'll see how that one changes. Maluno trying to get in there onto Wicked as well, who honestly, he is pretty heavily built up now in terms of what health he's got in there. Obviously that magic resist coming off from the Negatron cloak as well, so we'll see what happens with that one. And you can see he's just pretty much stuck to the turret, as we do see that pressure down the bottom as well, but I can't see Wicked being lured out into this one.
No, he's sticking quite a far back. The fact that the jungler hasn't been spotted for a while, Maluno, he always tends to have that sixth sense, manages to keep his eyes peeled. It has actually put a ward in that tri-bush, so he's well aware of this. Now they're going to get a double stack on him. Wicked's going to have to be careful here. He's got no help for a very long distance, so he's actually going to step away from this one. Has got unstoppable force if he needs it. Meanwhile, Bjergsen, he's getting caught out. You're going to see the cast spray and pray coming out from Yellow Pete. Great stun card from Bjergsen. Will it be enough? No, the poison gets him. Yes, it will be. Pete gets his second kill.
And that's the problem with Twitch. You just think you've got away with that slither of health, but of course you don't because of the poison ticking in there. And MP, good pressure in this top lane though. They've managed to take that one down despite losing that man in the middle. Question is now whether they can actually defend this mid lane. Both Crepo and Yellow Pete putting good damage onto that one. Shaka's actually just off to the south here doing the raids on the NIP side of the jungle, so he's a possibility to come in there and help them as well. Aatrox now coming down this mid lane. They're going to spot him and back away.
Yeah, Shaka was lingering. He's, like you say, he got those wraiths. He was ready and waiting for something to happen. He's taken the major wraith away, hand backs off. So, it is actually first tower to NAP. That does give him a tiniest of gold advantages. EG currently with the kill score lead. Just 2-0, both stacked on towards Yellow Pete. It's going to get him that Bloodthirst up much quicker. We'll see how that helps out, getting a Twitch stacked in there. As we mentioned, Frog has been playing it all the time, so I wonder how it works between those two, whether how they debate about who's the better Twitch player and how they should build it. I don't know. It should be interesting between them, interesting conversations. Frogger, though, he's going to be picking up the blue buff. He needs that. He's going to get that Force Pulse out, does finally take it down, and we'll see where he goes aggressive. It's looking like the bottom lane. They've tried it once before. No, he's just going to have to clear out the lane.
The Yellow Pete is playing very aggressive here today. I mean, we should expect from this Twitch stealthing himself up in there, getting the slows off onto Bjergsen, who they've already killed before. And that's kind of not really the Yellow Pete that we're so used to seeing. He's certainly more of a passive AD carry when you compare him with the likes of other players here in the European LCS. But so far, you know, 2-0, definitely can't knock that position. He's going to be feeling very, very comfortable as things go forward. Deficio now coming into this mid lane as well. They want to make sure that doesn't go down. However, the pressure is coming in this bottom lane as both Froggen and Wicked able to put some damage down. Actually, Wicked's going to wait in the brush here, so they're going to try and set something up.
It's a worrying start, honestly, for Ninjas in Pyjamas for me here, because EG, generally, if they win the lanes and they're doing pretty, I'd say pretty much even across all lanes, they are losing the top lane maybe. Wicked actually been outfarmed by Mimer so far, so maybe that's one point of contention. But EG, if they do well in lane phase, they transition so well into great team fights. NIP have got very good team fights, but of course you've got to remember, like we were saying, they got a new sub in there. They've got a new person, which is a big damage dealer right now in terms of Rise. He's going to be huge in terms of endgame, and its question is, have they got that team synergy that EG obviously will have?
Oh, the Hawk coming through there from Crepo, but look at the damage coming out. The Ignite actually ticking away on him there. Think he's going to survive, but here comes the teleport from Froggen and Wicked in from the side of that one as well. Froggen now getting focused by Mimer. And Shaka comes back around, and EG trying to turn that one on its head, but almost backfired for them.
Yeah, they didn't quite have the members in the right place. Pete getting caught out there, has to try and stealth back towards the tower, and NIP not giving up on this one, despite the fact you can see Freeze, he's down that bottom lane, pushing the tower down. Wicked's going to have to go and deal with him, but it looks like NIP going to keep that pressure going. Pete sticks around, clears the wave. That middle turret not got much health left, nor is this top one. We do see Wicked coming down there. Dragon is going to be up in a minute. They really wanted to get these towers down so they could contest for the next Dragon.
Yeah, that'd been a great play from NIP if they could push that one out and stop really the presence of anyone in that bottom lane to go up. They've got a lot of wards down on that bottom side of the river as well. Bjergsen and Mimer both on the turret right now. As Bjergsen is going in there getting as much damage down as he can. Shaka down to less than half HP from the two of them combining onto him as well. So this turret now needs a lot of reinforcement if Evil Geniuses are going to keep that one up. There's a ward over the top from Crepo, not really revealing much of anything. And Freeze going to make 2-0 in turrets as they take down the bottom outer turret with 18 seconds for Dragon. Perfect timing for NIP here.
Yeah, perfect timing, perfect harass. They made sure it was Shaka that they managed to force back to tower, and now they're going to dive on towards Wicked. Have they got enough to take down the brick, though? That's the question. There's the stun card. There's the wild card. Everything going towards Wicked. He is going to go down in this one, but have they put too much into it? You can see the top lane turret's taking a lot of damage. The middle turret's taking a lot of damage. They're going to go for Dragon, but have they put too much effort in just taking it down?
Well, Froggen's certainly going to have that top turret away. He's got masses of minions coming in. He's making sure that the next waves don't come through to that one. Dragon will be taken here by NIP, but EG have 3 men in that mid lane. They will manage to take that one down. Mimer alone versus 3, not able to hold that one off. So it brings us back to tied game now in turrets, where NIP having that lead thanks to the advantage that they've got in the farm in most places, and also, of course, the Twisted Fate passive, plus that last Dragon, leaves them 1,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, Froggen trying to set up, so nice play. EG realizing the situation, realizing the pressure that NIP were placing on them, and countered it very well. So still even, as you say, just that 1,000 gold, that's all it is. That actually gives NIP that advantage. It does mean that they've won out in the lane phase, and in terms of farm, Wicked actually did fall a bit behind Mimer. It was something that we focused on at the start in that top lane, is what we wanted to look at between them, the fact that Mimer had struggled in terms of farm in his previous matches at Gfinity, and certainly in solo queue as well, up against some stronger opponents. But Wicked at the moment, you know, you gotta be fair, he's on Malphite. He's a good farmer, but he's against the Ryze. Ryze is a great farmer. The mid turret's going to go down, and there's nothing that EG could do about that. Simply Crepo all on his own. They're going to take the bottom turret, though, so they're going to just transfer it around. But look at NOP. They're already moving down here, and they're going to try and leave Froggen. Froggen's going to have that Riftwalk to try and escape this one. EG trying to head them off in the river, realizing that the situation was a little bit too dangerous in that bottom lane, backing off. So finally, NOP have got themselves a bit of a foothold, a bit of an advantage over EG.
And there was Maluno just getting out to this bottom lane to make sure that that one doesn't go down. Keep that tower lead that they've nicely built up here at 3 towers to 2. But look at EG. 4 men inside of the enemy jungle right now. They are moving right down towards that red buff area as more wards get put down. So they want to make sure they've got complete vision of that one. And Maluno needs to be careful. Yeah, he's going to back away. Doesn't want to get collapsed on.
Yeah, realize that EG, or everybody's going to go for this tower. This is the only objective that they really will be focusing on. And sure enough, reads it like a book and just quickly backs away. Yellow Pete's clearing out that wave. The rest of EG have actually backed away from this one because NOP have responded strongly and kind. There's Ace in the hole. It's going on to Pete. He's going to throw the lantern out. Dark Passage. Will it be enough to pick it up? Yes, he does. Barrier is used. Fantastic play from EG to escape that trap.
Oh, box put down there. There was a flash through. Wildcard's hitting Yellow Pete. Not quite got the damage to take him down. You can hardly see his health on that right-hand bar right now. Going super low from that one, but it was an interesting move from Crepo to actually go back there and put that box in. I think it actually saved him there, though. I think that saved his AD carry's life as NIP now try and get in on towards this blue buff. Both Wicked and Crepo are there. Unstoppable Force is available. Same happening on the other side of the map as Maluno smites that one away. So that's not available for Bjergsen or even for Mimer for that fact. And now this blue buff should go over to Froggen here. And in fact, he will take it down with that Force Ball. So good move overall there for EG, in my opinion, getting that blue buff onto the mid lane.
Yeah, very good move. And a lot of ultimates used actually from NIP just to get that one kill. So all they got out of it was a blue buff that went to their jungler. Instead, the blue buff for Froggen's going to be much more useful. You see the fact that Bjergsen went and got that Twin Shadows. He's trying to keep track of Froggen, but Froggen's doing a great job of split pushing once again. This is what we saw him doing in Tenerife, and it seems to be working out well once again for Evil Geniuses. Maluna trying to head him off here, just defend out that turret. It's going to be a 2v2 situation though, because you can see Shaka's ready and waiting to go for this one. But EG will back away. And again, we have this tentative moment where both teams just play this live tactical chess match.
Oh, Mimer needs to be real careful here. And as I say that, EG like, no, they don't. No, he doesn't, Joe. We're just going to leave this one. Wicked still pushing down. There's actually the teleport coming in. His Unstoppable Force comes down. Bjergsen going to do his best here. Got the slowdown onto Wicked, but he doesn't even care about that turret. He'll tank that one up all day. There is the kill, and EG going to make it 3-3 in turrets as well.
Yeah, good teleport usage there from Froggen. From the top to the bottom, quickly caught him out. And I think Bjergsen, yeah, I don't know if he'd use his ultimate, whether he used Destiny to get down there. I didn't see it actually come the icon pop up because we were looking at NIP, but his ultimate is down, so I can only assume he went down there. So actually, that's going to be down for a while. And EG now equal in turrets, just a little bit behind in gold. They're going to dive in.
Oh, Mimer getting completely caught out from this one. Yellow P actually going very low. We're going to see Maluno getting in onto the backside for that one as Froggen will take down Mimer. Shaka now having to go at Freeze, but he's completely out of position from this one. Freeze going to take him down. Maluno trying his best, gets the slow in there, but can he escape from this one? He leaps over the wall, but the minions are attacking him as well. Meanwhile, on the top side, Froggen having to rift walk in towards the Dragon Pit. And, well, it ends there with a 1-for-1 in the end after a crazy big fight.
Yeah, close fight there. They couldn't really get the focus. Neither team, they were kind of split targeted. And you saw Shaker went for freeze. He's like, I'm on him, guys. I'm on the AD carry. But Pete was like, no, I'm off. Not really living up to his YOLO name, I think it's safe to say. And he just backed away and left his jungler to it. So Snoopy will be sat watching now, and I'm thinking, yeah, I've been in that situation before. I know the feeling that Shaker's got right now, but these are the problems that you're going to have when you have these new players coming into the team. We saw the same. Mimer got selected quickly there, took down Rise very early on. So ironically, it was both new members of the team that both went down.
And look at the farm here as well. I mentioned it earlier whilst Froggen was falling behind at those early levels that chances are he's going to catch this one up, and he has done that. He's got a 10 CS lead right now. 500 gold overall is the lead that he's actually got on that Twisted Fate of Bjergsen. So we'll see how that impacts in these coming minutes coming into this one. Caitlyn's got a bit of an advantage there over Twitch as well. And overall, that leads to about 500 gold in the difference as well. Obviously, Yellow Pete not died just yet, and also got those 2 kills to his name. But we could see now a big fight for the Dragon.
Yeah, you can see all of Evil Genius says the ace in the hole coming out. It's going to go on to Crepo. He's not going to be too worried about that. They did actually pull the Dragon out, but you can see that Froggen just stand at the side, waiting in the wings. They push the bottom lane in as well, so EG have a small tactical advantage. In the mid lane, you can see that Bjergsen, he's continuing to shove. Destiny is available. He's going to put a wave on towards the middle turret. Now the Dragon's going to start getting pulled out here. NOP just going to bide the time. Maluna is going to be almost certainly launching in any second now.
Twin Shadows coming out then. Seems to be enough here from NMP to actually force EG away. They want to keep that Dragon going. Wicked was thinking about the unstoppable force there as he edges forward, but Dragon is now back in its pit, resets itself up as the Caitlyn traps go down as well, just to try and get that free stun onto anyone coming out there. But it's a bit of a face-off right now in the bottom side of River. Neither team really wanted to make the first move from this one. They wait until the opposition make a mistake. EG now starting off that Dragon once again. It gets down to half as NIP just looking for the road in. The hook missing from Crepo. Here comes the fight.
They're going to dive in. The unstoppable force. He does manage to find the AD carry and the top laner. Mimer's surely going to go down here. He's going to be focused on. Wicked's actually taking the damage. He will get dropped in there, but immediately you see Maluna dropping. Stun card onto Froggen. Have they got enough? No, the hook lands perfectly on towards Bjergsen. Froggen has to riff walk away from this one. It's a close fight. It's actually a 2-for-1 so far. Now it's a 2-for-2. Now it's a 3-for-2. Fantastic fight. Quickly turned around by Ninjas in Pajamas, and the ace in the hole almost picked up another. And well, Ninjas in Pajamas coming out on top with a fight that really looked like it should have gone EG's way. They just split targeted. They didn't really focus, and NIP took full advantage.
And that, honestly, really could have been an ace there. I was quite surprised that they went for Froggen, who was the full HP target, although I probably shouldn't have been if you look at his score right now, that they wanted to focus him down. But now, there were a couple of guys very low in there. They wanted the full HP target down first. They wanted to get that bonus back from Froggen, who in the end managed to sneak away from that one just about with his life intact. Got that Archangel staff now finished up with his Rod of Ages. We compare that over to the other side. Bjergsen going with Lich Bane and the Twin Shadows for the start.
Yeah, and that Lich Bane is going to start doing a lot of work on them towers. That's what he wants to get going. Froggen's been causing problems with the split push, but now Bjergsen's going to be able to do just the same. And that started off, you saw him doing it just before that Dragon fight, put the pressure on towards that middle turret, sent a big wave of minions in that. And at the moment, Evil Genius is actually starting to have a few problems here. NIP proving that they have just as good as team fighting as EG used to honestly be famed for. It's what the Korean scene actually were used to fear Evil Geniuses about, their late game team fights. And well, at the 25-minute mark, it seems that NIP have their number.
Certainly does. I'm not going to argue with that statement. I mean, this is the danger that NIP, you know, because of Mimer coming into this one, you'd expect that actually their team fighting has gone slightly downhill to that of what you'd expect from them last week when they've had, you know, Extinct in there. Just the fact that they've got more time or had more time to practice with that lineup in there. But it doesn't seem to have too much of an impact on things right now. So really interested to see how this one ends up breaking down. Wicked right now does have that Sunfire Cape working his way up towards the Frozen Heart as well. So he's going to have plenty of armor. In fact is, though, Twisted Fate and Rise between them not going to be doing too much physical damage in there as well. So we'll see how that one all works out from in the end. We've got an Aegis on both sides of things from the junglers as well, just to help out with those stats.
Yeah, NIP thought about shoving that mid lane. You saw that the fact that Wicked and Froggen were both off in that top lane. Froggen backed off to buy. Wicked stayed there, and actually NIP were unsure of his positioning. So since they didn't have a great ward advantage, certainly over in the top area of the jungle of EG, they didn't want him to get caught out by something coming out of the side. So wisely backed away, keeping the force. And EG trying to force something here. They're going to come around the side. They see Mimer. He's going to get caught by the unstoppable force. You can see Froggen. He's going to come across. Nullsphere goes down. They're backing away now. Bjergsen comes in with the support and does force them away. That was a couple of ultimates used there by Evil Geniuses and NIP. Twin Shadows going out. There's going to be the ride in the wave. Is it going to be enough? But Crepo comes flying through from the side. The Hook's doing a great job. Shaka actually flashes away from this one. Froggen Rift walks away. Finally, they get a kill. It's a second one now for Yellow Pete. And it was a great fight for EG, using that advantage, simply taking away the vision. And EG, 2 members coming across the side, caught them all out.
Yeah, Shaka was really strong in that role as well, using the ultimate just to spread everyone completely out as they dive straight in on top of EG. And they've got a lot of mobility in that team. And then Yellow Pete just coming in from the side, able to clean things up. He's now at 4-1-3, and that will be turret number 4 for Evil Geniuses. And they're still behind on the goal, funnily enough, whilst being ahead in turrets and kills, which just shows you how strong NIP have been so far in terms of that farm game and that dragon control coming in as well. Mimer himself is getting some getting that Negatron cloak in there as well. We've seen the runic bulwark finished off for NIP, so already they're going to have a little bit of an extra edge when it comes to that next fight. But the fact is, EG, we've said it before, they are a team that were famed for their team fighting. And if they can bring 80% of what we saw from those team fights in the likes of Season 2, then they're still dangerous, whatever the case.
Just in that mid lane, Froggen actually coming in, going aggressive on Mimer, making sure he gets the golems away from him as well. Making sure he gets every little bit of gold and stacks it up. Has got a needlessly large rod as well, so if he gets the Rabadon's death camp, he's going to be doing some serious damage when that next team fight comes around. He is up to level 16 as well, equal with Mimer on level, but they're the both highest in the game. As I say that, he at 17, so continues to be the highest. He is, of course, split pushing the whole time. EG clearing out the vision advantage that they have over NIP, and now the focus will be this bottom turret. You can see Mimer already there, starting to back away. The rest of NIP heading down to this bottom lane, but EG have the numbers advantage at the moment. Are they going to be able to push and get some damage down? It's already at just around a quarter health taken off it, and they are going to get a good wave. They're going in, Joe.
They are going to go in for this one. Mimer actually pushing back there a little bit, as well as the Twin Shadows. And little ghosts chasing down, getting the slows off, but NIP doing the job there. They've stopped that turret going down for now. Lost about half of its health in that one single siege, so we'll see if EG go back. It looks, though, like they've decided to back away from that one. Not going to put too much on the line and risk things for that, and they will just walk away. Froggen going to go back to his split push that we've been seeing from him time and time again here. Now, Kassadin's a perfect one to be doing that as well. It's so very mobile. As you said, that Rabadon's death cap going to be coming up here pretty soonish. Although you never know if Froggen might end up going up towards the Zhonya's and going a little bit differently from that one. But either way, it's a lot of damage coming out of the Kassadin. And it's going to be hard to stop doing what he's doing so successfully so far.
Yeah, NIP seem to be struggling to keep the waves clear. They don't just really have someone to keep sending off the side. At the moment, you see Maluno down that bottom line. He's been the one that's actually cleared the waves a few times. Now we're seeing Mimer going back to that top, but it's Froggen that's actually doing it. He literally went from bottom to top, cleared out the mid lane on the way past, and then cleared out the top lane, keeping that farm piling up right now, way ahead of Bjergsen. As you can see, there's a 30+ CS difference. Big difference still for Mimer versus Wicked, but that's because it's all going on to Froggen now. He's the man that's doing all the damage. He's driving around the map and clearing everything out. Of course, with the mobility that you get in Kassadin, it's no surprise. And look at this, 5 seconds to go on that dragon timer. EG want it. This is going to be their second dragon if they get it. I don't see NIP responding to this one.
No chance from there. Got 4 men still on that top side of the map. And one thing that we should know, while we've got this whole split pushing thing going on from EG, they're quite happy to send Froggen top side, to send Wicked bottom side. Let's not forget, 2 teleports they have. Both of those champions have a teleport on them, and you can't defend a split push in a top and a bottom lane with just Twisted Fate to move around from Destiny and really rely on that.
When NIP thought about it, I thought, hello, are we going to get a base raise chance? No, we're not. But Froggen puts such a big burst on Freeze, takes half his hit points off. That buys EG the time to take the bottom in a turret.
Yeah, no chance after that. They didn't know that Kassadin was waiting inside the brush, and Froggen, he's not messing around. He's going to go in there, gets an ace in the hole for his troubles, but that really not scratching the surface too much. And that's the great thing. Pretty tanky with the build he's gone, as well as having that mass damage that you expect to see from that Kassadin coming in. Next target, is that going to be that middle inner turret? It's the final one left up on the entire map right now for NIP. So slowly but surely, EG doing step-by-step decisions to get them into the lead and get the ball rolling towards victory.
Yeah, systematically taking out those turrets, and as you mentioned, that middle one, maybe the next focus, or will it be the Baron? That's the question. Rabadon's death cap now has just been completed by Froggen. He continues his roam around the map, continues to clear out wave after wave of farm and keep that gold rolling. And, well, Bjergsen, while being on Twisted Fate, has just not been able to keep up the mobility, frankly. He's trying to get that Rabadon's death cap himself, or it could be Azonia's actually, considering he is on Twisted Fate, whether he's going to use that ultimate to try and bait out something. But again, look at the map. Froggen heading down that bottom, Rift walking his way through, gonna get another wave clear, another push on towards it, and he can just react so quickly. He's got that teleport available should he require it, and NIP seem a little bit lost as to how to react to this tactic that EG are putting across them.
Yeah, and no real surprise. I mean, what do you do? 2 teleports in there, 2 champions that can push these waves out very, very quickly. Obviously, one of them being a lot more mobile than the other, but you've only really got Twisted Fate that you can afford to send away from this push. So they've got to make a decision at some point, NIP, as to what they try to do, because all right, you have to stop the Kassadin, but the chances of actually locking him down are pretty much 0 at this point. I mean, Froggen, as soon as he gets a sniff of someone coming near him, he is straight off and out of there. He's not even risking that one happening. So NLP are going to have to make a decision. You can see that they've done that now. They started pushing at least with 4 men towards this bottom lane. Froggen sees it because of the wards that they got down and decided to back off from that one. He's just waiting, in fact, by the Golems here to maybe get a bit of a sneaky kill onto the likes of Freeze, who we saw one combo is half of his health right now.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether he was thinking of stealing the red buff as well. NIP, they had 5 members in that mid lane for so long. They didn't really know what to do. It was discussion. You're thinking, well, Bjergsen's now got the Zhonya, so maybe he's going to start feeling aggressive. But honestly, it tells me that Destiny is going to be used. They're going to check out the Baron. They thought Baron was maybe being done. They're going for it, Joe.
Yeah, there's the hook coming down. Bjergsen now popping his Zhonyas from that one as they dive on towards Yellow Pete at the back, the box down. But Maluno's been absolutely hammered in there. OC not going to go down just yet because of his passive, as Freeze will take out Shaka. So in the end, that ends up in a 1-0. Maluno did manage to jump away from that one, but they're still chasing off from this one. Yellow Pete starting to move in there with the stealth, but NIP will be happy with that hit and run, but it means the next time Maluno obviously not going to have his passive available.
Yeah, passive went down, and honestly, NIP didn't gain a great deal from it. Did see, though, great usage of that Zhonya's Hourglass already from Bjergsen. Did manage to fall out. You saw Froggen did his burst combo, so he was effectively useless in a great portion of that fight, which is why we saw most of them surviving. So good usage so far. NIP managed to fool them, but I don't think they're going to get fooled the second time. They may not have spotted the fact that he just picked up that Zhonya's just before that fight. Come into the fight, did his standard Messiah tactic. Didn't bait enough, though. And it was still passive burn. That passive is going to be down for a while, the Bloodwell of Maluno. So it's interesting that they didn't manage to get him, actually, straight afterwards. He managed to flash out of it, but you'd have thought that they followed up the kill.
Yeah, I certainly expected it. I mean, it's not like he's going anywhere with that passive on, so you know when he's coming back up. But I guess they just were looking for those other targets on the other sides, which obviously didn't quite work out for them with Freeze putting down so much damage now with that Infinity Edge, the last Whisper coming out, and he's got the Zeal, got a Vamp Scepter in there as well. So he's doing great damage on all fronts. You can see that Infinity Edge with the Phantom Dance and Last Whisper is where we have Yellow Pete right now. And their kills very similar. CS still 20 in the lead of Freeze, but as they start to get up towards these 6-item builds, then that doesn't matter as much. And we've just seen actually the Banshee's Veil being added in now, which obviously protects him for, you know, the likes of the Unstoppable Force from, you know, maybe even the Twitch Slow from the Hook from Crepo. So there's a lot in there that Banshee's Veil can really, you know, work around.
Yeah, he was actually... I noticed he'd been sat on them items for a while, so he bought that outright and the Vampiric Scepter, sold off the Adorn's Blade. And EG, though, they're back in the middle. And look at this, NOP out of position. They're all off the side. They were getting the blue buff down. EG don't realize it, though, because they've not got the vision there. Now we just see the pink ward going down. If they'd have realized they had a ward on that blue buff, they would have almost certainly pushed and took down that final in the turret.
And the good thing that they have, I talked about Wicked earlier on, some fight Kate building up towards that Frozen Heart that he now has. Turrets don't really do a lot of damage to Wicked. They've got a very strong dive tool just on its own there. That unstoppable force underneath the tower is going to mean that it's hard for NIP to actually stick around when it comes to defending those towers a little bit later on as well. And that's got to be a little bit of a worry for them.
Oh, it's still a close game. The hook on Maluno, no passive, remember. If he goes down, that is all done for. Shaka as well getting caught out. Looks like Mimer will manage to take that one down. It's Freezer picked up the end kill. Mimer getting caught out, silenced out there. Wicked didn't use unstoppable force in that fight. Not a great deal used by both teams. Spray and pray. And the box used by Crepo. So double ultimates for both teams. Actually 3 technically because Mimer's, but that's going to come up very quickly in the reset. So again, it was a 1-for-1. Close fight. Gold is still just 200 between the two teams. It's 7-9 in kills. And that 5-3 tower advantage really isn't telling right now. NIP still looking very confident in the fights.
And look at this. They're actually pushing out from this one up towards that inner turret in the mid lane. There's the twin shadows being thrown down. They get some damage down onto Wicked, which is certainly more damage than the towers and the likes of Freezer doing to him right now, as he's got that full armor build, pretty much just a Negatron cloak, which he actually picked up as his first item after that Doran's Blade in the very early stages of this one. As the ace in the hole just kind of fizzling out as they get out of range from that one. Wicked had to go down to this bottom lane as well. There's a massive minions actually pushing up from that one, and Froggen in the top lane as well, which gives the opportunity to Nip to push straight through. They're going to take it.
Yeah, instant pings. There's like one down here, one up there. What are they doing? Okay, we'll take the tower in the mid lane for free that you guys have been dawdling over for a while. So just like that, Ninjas in Pajamas take away a key tower in that inner lane, and still so close. We're approaching the 40-minute mark. The death timers are going to start increasing. These team fights are going to be vital very soon, and it's almost certainly going to be around either the Baron. I'm not too sure whether either team's actually going to get drawn into a Baron fight, though. Neither team's really shown a great deal of any sniff at going towards it. Dragon has spawned, though, and EG going to go for their third, but NFP are close. I don't think they're going to contest, though.
No. Free's actually working over there, but that's because the red buff's up, and now it's going to be Dragon number 3 going down for Evil Geniuses, and that gives them 1,500 gold lead right now, which is not a lot. We're 40 minutes into this game already, and for me, EG, the fact is that they've got those 2 teleports, and they've got the ability to completely split push out, but the fact is that they've just really not gone from that, and I'm wondering what the problem there is really. We heard from N-Rated actually last week in Tenerife when we got the chance to sit down for him that one of the first things he worked on with EG was the calls, the communication within the team. So I'm wondering if that's playing a role here in this one for EG, and they've not been able to really find an opening. Although at the same time, that lead is just so small that it's easy for us to just read out the gold there at the top, but from their point of view, with towers being so close, with kills and dragons being so close, they probably don't feel that they've got even a lead in this game at this point.
No, and honestly, a 1,000 gold lead probably at this stage
isn't a lead.
Isn't really a lead. Yeah, it doesn't equate to a great deal, and they feel it. They still feel close. They don't feel they've got the strength in the team fights just yet. And that's actually surprising. The fact that they have picked, obviously, Malphite for that unstoppable force. Froggen, though, with the Oracle on now, because he's built up so much gold, because he's almost got the items stacked out, he's got that 5-item build already. His Twin Shadow is going to keep on chasing. I don't think it's going to catch him, and it does force him away. But Froggen now actually with that Oracle, perfect person to have it on. He hasn't died yet. You can see he's at 404. He's so mobile that he can hit and run on those wards, and he's going to take away the vision from NIP, keeping the pressure on that bottom inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and this is where EG, in my eyes, should be maybe starting to push up this middle lane right now, because Froggen was on the bottom side. He's gone down to that inhib turret. NIP got all 5 men in that mid lane. They need to create this opening for the split push that they're obviously trying to do for this last 20 minutes almost of the game.
Yeah, and Wicked's also built up a big wave on that top as well, so that's going to push down as well. And you can see Wicked happy to take a tower hit. Just checking, just testing, see how much it takes. And
doesn't
put
his shield
do
out.
A great deal. Of course, the first tower hit's going to be weaker than the second and the third, and as they follow through, it gets a little bit stronger, but Froggen still causing problems. He's now just Got one ward to find, actually. But he had to taken that one away, and you can see EG sat ready and waiting. They want to actually get that Banshee's Veil down on Freeze, possibly. Ace in a hole used on Froggen, use the Seraph's Embrace to block that one out so it doesn't take a great deal of damage.
Yeah, nicely done. Good decision, in my opinion, from that one. Stay as healthy as he possibly can from it. We could see that minion wave on the top lane. It's still coming down. He's still pushing right in there. EG going to be starving NIP even more than they've had for these last 10-15 minutes, taking away another blue buff. But as you said, you talked about Baron earlier on, and I'm not sure that it's really a question for either of these teams right now, because neither of them seem very willing to fight, to go heads-on 5 versus 5 at this point, and certainly you don't want to be throwing a Baron away and possibly an 8 or 3 or 4 kills even at this stage when it is just so very close.
Yeah, strange resource choices there for EG as well. The fact that they caused that problem, like we mentioned, their top lane had gone there. Bjergsen went to deal with it, but EG chose to go for the blue buff already. They could have took a 5-4-on-4 advantage instead. Of course, with Destiny, it's not going to be an advantage for too long, which is why we see Bjergsen just been using that Destiny. He thought they'd gone for Baron. They had to check it. That's not going to be available. Bjergsen does get caught out by quick null sphere there, and that did a lot of damage already. So a lot of ability power stacked up on Froggen. We saw how much damage that just single null sphere did. And that's going to be a problem for them if Freeze was to have that Banshee's Veil go down. But they are still having a lot of stance dancing. Look where Froggen's going, though. He's still sneaking around the side of them.
Yeah, he's controlling that bottom side of the jungle of NIP right now with the Oracle. Oh, Deficio caught out of position here. Froggen's like, well, I can't really stick around and fight with that one. NIP coming back to him, trying to stay in the position that they've got, but EG are closing in right now. Stun card goes on Twiki, but they get Maluno.
They're going to try and catch on towards him. Maluno gets taken down. Passive's going to pop up. He's going to know. Look at the damage coming from Mimer, though. That just blows Shaker straight up. Wicked taking a lot of damage as well. That's going to be Maluno. His passive burnt. Mimer's going to get focused on Seraph's Embrace, just blocking out the damage. This is such a tight fight. Freeze is doing all the damage from the back. Pete stealths himself up, and they all back away again. And it's the 2 junglers that go down, and Ninjas in Pajamas, they're going to try and drive it through towards the inhibitor. Don't think they've got enough, though. But the rest of EG, they're going to react quickly.
Yeah, they're going to try for this one at least. They are moving in towards that turret. Yellow Pete just off to the side, wondering, can I get in there? Is there an opportunity? But we see the home guards on both Wicked and Froggen get them right back out to that inhib turret, prevent any damage coming in from that one. And again, a 1-for-1. We can almost call it a 2-for-1 because Maluno obviously coming straight back up. He almost escaped again, by the way. If it wasn't for Froggen singling him out and chasing down, he probably would have escaped that one. But that's the thing about Maluno. He's quite happy to go in there and say, look at me, I'm right in your face. You got to do something. Take as much abilities, especially those ultimates, as he can. And then, you know, he's not even dead from that. He's happy to take as much as he can away from the rest of his team and give them that chance, as you saw there, to just turn the fight as soon as he goes down afterwards, knowing that EG don't have too much to throw at the rest of the team.
And you saw how potent Mimer was as well, because he just walked in behind it and effectively blew up 3 members of EG. They had to back away from that fight. They couldn't get involved. And Freeze actually bought himself a lot of time. The fact that they focused on Maluno, Froggen wasn't on Freeze at all there. Freeze was just free farming, free hitting at the back there, and that's what you want as an AD carry or marksman, whatever you'd like to be called these days. They want to have that free time to do all the damage, but Pete, in the meantime, he was getting focused by NIP, so NIP still seem to have the better focus in terms of team fights. Look at Froggen going aggressive there. He may well have baited his entire team into this one.
Yeah, they may just fight this one as the Nami tidal wave comes around. Mimer going very low. There's the unstoppable forces. They do dive in. Maluno's in there as well. He will die. That's a double kill coming down for Froggen, and that is 2 for nothing. EG going to be happy with that one, and they're going to turn towards the Baron. I'm not quite sure about it, though. They're putting a couple of wards down. Wicked actually started to recall from this one. He will recall himself, but NIP not going to give this one up, and EG are going to maybe try and set up a trap from that. But look how much health they lose instantly as Wicked cancelled his teleport. That was interesting.
Cancelled his teleport, and I think they're realizing it's a very dangerous play to go for that Baron. There's Destiny being used once again by Bjergsen, keeping the vision on them, and EVO Genius has realized the situation. I think they were maybe just trying to bait for it that time, see if they could catch someone out from NIP. The fact that Wicked did go back, buy up them items, quickly try and teleport back in. They were like, nope, they're not taking the bite, though they are now going in. This may be a good time because they had the vision. They saw NIP back off, and they have taken it half health already. They're going to get it before NIP responds.
Well, for me, Bjergsen has just gifted them that Baron right there. He uses Destiny, and you know that's one tool that you've got for vision, all well and good. But the fact is, he used it then to move down to the bottom lane, and they saw that he's there. And the fact is that a couple of them were just coming out of the base after being dead. Without that Twisted Fate there, they'd probably say, well, we just go for this one. So not sure that was really the best call out of NIP to send Bjergsen down towards his bottom lane. It's given Evil Geniuses that Baron. Now they've got, look at the goal, 5,000 that's turned into with, you know, just that 1 or 2 fights really happening on top of the Baron as well. So they've really pulled ahead on that front. The question is, will they feel secure enough now to actually do anything with the Baron?
Yeah, and in terms of gold, it's a big advantage for Froggen right now. The fact he's up 7-0-4. I think he just saw he passed the 18,000 gold marker there, way ahead of Bjergsen. Freeze the second highest at around about 16,500. That means he's just popped in towards that Blade of the Rune King. He's got the Infinity Jets and Phantom Dancer. So Freeze is very strong at Caitlyn now, but Yellow Pete is already up to that power as well. And honestly, he's actually not the scary focus. It is Froggen. And of course, we just saw him doing that quick burst combo. If Freeze's Banshee's Veil's down, he may well get close to one shot by Froggen if he manages to catch him out. And his positioning so far, though, has been fantastic. And it's actually Mimer that's been the real headache for EG.
Yeah, and he's putting down so much damage at this point. Got that Spirit Visage in there now. Void Staff done earlier on. Froggen again, Oracle running. Of course, the new Oracle, I guess we can call it here in 3.9. Got the slightly change or reduced vision range, I guess we can call, plus 4 minutes instead of 5. Persists through the death. Not that seems to be a problem this game for Froggen anyway, who's 7-0-4, not died a single time. And EG now, they've been looking to move in. The fact is, though, NIP have got a lot of wave clear on their team.
Yeah, it's interesting the fact that now it does persist through the death. It's probably been ingrained on the teams that guy's got an Oracle, focus him. But now it's not quite so important. So interesting, obviously, that whether the supports get a bit of a free reign now that they don't get quite so focused. Of course, there's still the squishies that everybody loves to get a kill on. NIP, though, they're clearing and defending this bottom turret. Remember, EG do have that Baron. It's got around about 70 to 80 seconds left on it. And Froggen, he's getting himself some free time in that mid lane, some sexy time with the tower, and takes it down no problem.
And that's what they've been trying to do since minute 29 or something like that. Like, no, 20 minutes ago.
Well, it wouldn't be an
trying
EG
to do
game
that
without this.
Well, of course. I mean, we've come to expect it. We were like, you know, get Shaka in there, change of play style. Nope. Not today. And well, they're gonna. It's a thing that works for them. It's tried and tested from EG's side, so they know what they're doing with this one as a hook comes flying through the wall and Officio just a little bit out of range with that one as Froggen getting close in there as well. They've got good vision over the top of the wall from this, and they'll continue to do damage as they now move in towards that middle inhib turret. Froggen has gone back down to the bottom, so they decided the mass at the bottom is not quite what it needs to be, so they're going with a mass in the middle.
Yeah, the top lane's actually pushed by NIP as well, so whether they're going to back off. They want to use this Baron, but there's not a great deal left on it. It's got to be down to about 20, 30 seconds at max right now. Yeah, just looking across it, you can see it's about 20 seconds on that timer. We are seeing a wild camera going, and they are going to quite catch Maluno getting caught out a little bit there. There's a lot of damage coming out from both AD carries. You've seen some big numbers, 870 coming out from Pete. We're seeing 1,000 plus from Frizo, so clearly with more damage on towards the minions. But it's not the minions they're going to be fighting. And with that Quicksilver Sash that Pete's obviously picked up. Oh, look at this. They've bought themselves some free time at the bottom. And just like that, they chunk a half the hit points off it.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. Any little opportunity. Those turrets aren't going to be lasting very long whatsoever, even if it's just Froggen there with Cassidy, who puts down ridiculous amounts of damage in there. Wicked taking a bit of a blast. The hook coming out from Crepo again. And they've managed to fend off this middle push, but Froggen's going to go bottom again.
He is going to go bottom, keeping the mobility going, as she can do with Kassadin. And once that wave comes in there, you can see he's already down there. It's just Bjergsen he's up against right now. Takes half the hit points off Bjergsen. And that's just a simple one combo from Froggen using those spells. And that's going to force Bjergsen back. Now they're going to get free time in the middle. Mimer had to use his ultimate to clear the last wave. It's back up again, though. We are seeing Bjergsen. He's going to pop his ultimate out there. Shaken. Going to get back. No. Deck's taken down. Bjergsen actually not going too aggressive, but Pete's been caught out of position. Uses that QSS. Is it going to be enough? With that Ignite, gets the slow down. Crepo comes in, gets the shield on, and quickly life steals it back up. They did manage to get down Shaka, but still, the towers took a hell of a beating from EG.
And the thing is, that's going to slow EG down even more now, because because of how that went down, they're going to be so much more scared of doing it again. I mean, of course, the Baron buff did run out for them there as well, which not the ideal situation, but they're going to come back in with a bit more. We're seeing more Oracles picked up. We can see the supports both running with that Locket of the Iron Solari right now. We've got Randuin's Omen finished for Shaka as well, along with obviously both the Runic Bulwarks in there. Wicked got himself the Abyssal Scepter down now as well, along with that Spirit Visage. So that magic resist that he was maybe lacking a little bit earlier on is definitely coming back in. And look at this, NIP decided to push right out. Froggen was in the top lane, just farming that one out. So he's going to have to react to this one pretty quickly.
Well, Froggen's just off to the side. Are they going to get in? This tower's taking a heck of a beating already. NIP going to take it. The first inhibitor, the turret of the game, would you believe, goes down to NIP, despite all the pushing that Evo Genius is doing. Froggen comes around the side, though, puts one little burst combo. Unfortunately for him, it was Maluna. They went in, took him down to half hit points. Wicked going aggressive. He's trying to get out, and EG are not going to be happy about simply being caught out of position. That was all because they saw Froggen at the bottom and Pete at the top and said, guys, we can rush, we can get in, we'll take that turret down. And that now gives EG a real headache, because that is wide open. And with a Twisted Fate on your team, they could get in and get that in him before they can even react to it. Froggen goes a little aggressive on Freeze. Oh, look at that turnaround. That combo was not as strong as this time around. With that Banshee's Veil on, he doesn't do a great deal to Freeze.
Yeah, and losing one element of that combo is definitely not what you want. And Freeze making a great decision from that. He saw the turnaround on damage that he could do to him after it. So that's dangerous stuff for Froggen, knowing that now he can't quite get that AD carry down when it comes to being in the jungle, and he'll be killed himself if he fails to do it with that single burst of damage. Bjergsen going to be getting his blue buff. Froggen the same over on the other side of the map, and 52 minutes into this one, something tells me that there's still a while to go.
We are almost certainly going to pass the hour mark, I feel.
Yes.
Baron, though, with that 12 seconds, that could speed things up. Oh, it could slow things down. We're not too sure which way it could go. Destiny is available for Bjergsen and EG. They're stacked back in the mid lane, and actually, NIP are a bit out of position here. You can see Maluno's off at the side, Deficio off at the side, Mimer at the side as well. They could potentially shove straight down, but because they've got no ward vision there, they didn't realize this. They could have took that middle inhibitor turret instead. Now we're going to see them coming around. They've just realized their mistake and gone, oh, damn it, they were all there. Nevertheless, it is NIP back in position.
And so much about position in this game right now. I mean, at 53 minutes in, you die and you're down for a very, very long team. As we see EG setting up in the brush. There was a ward there, so I was getting a bit excited over nothing for a while. Didn't quite get the trap set up that they maybe have would have wanted from that. And there we see them going into Deficio. Loses half of his health, and NIP are probably going to have to back right off from this one. The problem is that Baron is there right now, so they either back away and stay healthy, or, you know, and therefore give up that Baron, or they stick around and risk having a fight where they've already lost a lot of health.
Well, Froggen just backed. I can only assume he's teleporting in, actually. Teleporting for this fight. They want to go for it. They're going to dive on towards Mimer. They haven't quite caught out. Wicked hasn't used Unstoppable Force yet. He's holding it, waiting for his opportunity. He doesn't want to waste up Maluna this time around. Crepo was taken low from that fight. Froggen had just back, like I said. I think all he did is bought a couple of potions. I'm not too sure. Maybe a second Oracle. Maybe that's what he went back to buy. But they have stepped away. Nobody died again. EG looked very strong, and now there's Destiny. There it is used. How long will that last? They haven't gone to the top. The rest of NIP have realized they could be going Baron. EG immediately, though, step away. And sure enough, this Baron dance is going to drag it out a little bit longer.
I think Froggen went back to buy EG some time to finish off this one. But the funny thing is, NIP know that they've backed away from this one. And look, they're going for it. Wicked is actually on the bottom side here, so they've got the possibility of coming in.
But he still has Unstoppable Force. He didn't use it in that fight, and they are all in a really scary position right now. They're waiting for Freeze. Oh, that cask was thrown. They wanted to catch him out there. Froggen flashes away. There's Unstoppable Force, but he's going to go down already. That's the frontline tank down. Pete gets dropped off the back there. Mimer picking up a double kill. Shaka comes in one by one. EG making mistake after mistake. And now it's only Crepo and Froggen left. They can't do a thing about this one. Froggen's going to run away, and that's going to be a Baron for NIP. Fantastic play.
What a play out of NIP coming in from that. They saw that EG started Baron with Destiny. They saw that they backed away. They went straight in there. EG, a bit questionable how they approached it, in my opinion. They came in one by one, and easy to pick them off in that scenario. The three of them together could have actually taken kills and forced NIP themselves to back away, but now NIP have got the buff, they got the gold from it, and they're pushing up towards the inhibs. They're going to take it down, and they might try and close out the game.
They've got 30-second death timers. It's entirely possible. Once that minion wave comes in, Maluno pretty tanky as well. That hook's not going to land. That's going to be a Nexus turret. Also, will it be one? Froggen goes in. Zhonya's Hourglass used.
just at the right time. Has he bought enough time? Rift walks away. Yes, he gets away. That's going to be a Nexus turret going down. Second one will follow. And it looks just like that. A quick turnaround. Ninjas in Pajamas will take the game against Evil Geniuses. And well, EG were in control for most of the fight. NIP with a fantastic turnaround. And that's the danger of when the game starts getting to that hour mark. The death timers are so long that one mistake, one big mistake, as SK Gaming have learned so many times in the past against Fnatic, can cost them the game. And Ninjas in Pajamas with Mimer for the first game pick up a great win.
And the funny thing is, it's not quite what we usually see at the Baron. You know, we usually see a team being lured in there to make a mistake in a fight, but it was just so well played from NIP. They knew that EG were doing Baron. They popped Destiny. They walked away from it and saw them walking away. So they said, well, let's do it right now. They walked straight in there. They're killing off Baron. Then EG, you know, Wicked came in there first. He used the unstoppable force when he had no health left. Then we saw Shaka coming in from the side, and one by one they fell. And NIP, they baited that out pretty much, and they used the timing perfectly. I mean, they were sat in their base for like 30 minutes of that game.
They baited themselves there, to be honest. I mean, like you say, once that Destiny was used, EG were like, oh, Destiny's been used. Okay, they've not come for it, so we can back off. And EG saw it because they actually, NIP had wards, whereas EG didn't really have great ward coverage. So fantastic play. And well, NIP tactically outsmarting one of the strongest late game teams in the game. And you got to wonder, when that one push that EG had down that mid lane, NIP were off. They had 3 members at the blue buff. If they'd had a singular ward at blue buff, they'd have seen 3 members across there. None of them had an Oracle at the time, and they could have pushed straight through and took that middle inhib. But simply put, despite the fact everybody was buying Oracles, wards were everywhere, one single ward could have turned that game.
Well, a fantastic ending to it. I didn't quite expect it to go down the way I thought. We were in for another 20 minutes of EG slowly but surely pushing their way through for that one. But NIP showing that even with a new man, again a new man in the team, Mimer obviously coming in there, that they can still do this to the top names in League of Legends. And we should talk about Mimer because first performance on the stage here at the LCS, and played that Rise, was quiet in the early to mid game, but you saw the damage potential. Well, it's a Rise that's been allowed to farm and has gone 50, almost an hour into a game. He's of course going to have damage, and positioning was great. Brilliant first match for him.
Yeah, and it was him that picked up the double kills at the Baron, of course. When they kept coming in one by one, he was picking up the kills. Yellow P almost got away, and he just went, nope, you're dead. And that was it. That was the turnaround point. And what a fantastic game, though. NIP now on a tear. We wondered with Extinct stepping away how much of an impact this would take. It seems that they haven't really noticed so far, which is not a bad thing because Extinct was one of the best players in that top lane once he stepped in for NIP. Mimer stepping in, and the confidence boost that's going to give him for this weekend. Of course, he's going to have a match tomorrow, but that is going to be a great feeling for him.
And that's the thing from our side, and you know, you guys at home as well, that traditionally when subs have come in, it's been so hard to tell whether they're going to be a good thing or a bad thing for the team. But the subs that we've seen in the LCS so far, they've all been good somehow. It's worked for pretty much every single player that's been switched. And they've changed 4 men this time around already this season of NIP. Really working out nicely for him. We're going to head over, though, to Jason, who's got Mithy from the Lemon Dogs with him to break down that game.
Thank you for that, Joe and Demon. And that was a pretty long, drawn-out game. I mean, we were watching a little bit earlier, and we're just like, you had bets of it's probably gonna be about an hour game, and I was like, come on, don't do that to us. But it was still really interesting to see because NIP with their new top winner Mimer, we were really curious to see how well they'd actually bond together. But let's start off from the beginning. Let's start at the picks and bans. What do you think about the picks coming into this?
I think Lemon Dogs used to run a very similar comp to NIP, and I really think it's a good comp. But it's hard to deal with casting with that comp. So I think the picks and bans were slightly in favor of EG, in my opinion.
Okay, and yeah, we saw the double teleport, one onto Wicked, one onto Frog. And what was your thoughts on that as we got into the game? Because that was really difficult for NIP to deal with.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult. And I don't think EG played it as good as they could have played it. I really think double TP, as soon as you get to late game, it's a very tough thing to deal with.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but also the Aatrox that we saw Maluno playing. How did you feel about him? Because we haven't seen him in the jungle just yet. We've seen Darian play him in the top lane. We've seen I can't remember his name, Kiwi Kid playing him from Dignitas in the top lane from North America. How did you feel about him in the jungle?
Well, I am not a jungler, but I feel he's a very strong early game jungler. If a lane gets a lead, you can easily dive because of the passive. And late game, the way he built it, I think he was just a tank that has a free GA, and yeah, if you focus him, it's good for him and for the team, I guess.
Okay, and we actually do have a replay for you. We have two of them, but the first one, it's mostly just to kind of show how NIP, it seems like they have a little bit of growing pains with Mimer in the top lane because it was an engage that I guess that shouldn't have happened, that we're going to talk about. So it's a three-pointer screen and just show you kind of how this goes. And we're going to start, as we're paused right here, about 27 minutes in, 5-6 in favor of Evil Geniuses. And the gold lead, it's still in favor of NIP right now. So can you kind of talk about how this engage is going to go and why NIP shouldn't have been in this position before we start this up?
Well, I don't think NIP should engage this fight at all. Caitlyn doesn't have her last whisper yet. And yeah, that's basically it. There's no point for NIP to engage this fight, and they pick up the wrong engage, and I think they actually engage on Malphite too, so yeah, this fight doesn't turn well at all.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and start this up. As you're going to see, Wicked, he used that ultimate right on the Mimer, right off the bat, and then you're going to see Twisted Fate come in, and I'll walk us through what happens here and why this is so bad for NIP, because you mentioned they go on to Wicked.
Yeah, I guess they want to counter-engage after Malphite ult is used. Mimer is low, and the tidal wave should be coming soon, I guess. Yep, there it is. And yeah, they pick up the engage on Malphite, as we can see. And Crepo hits a really good hook, goes in. Shaka hits a perfect ultimate, separates the whole team.
Yeah, I want to pause right there because just look where everyone at NIP is. Bjergsen freeze, they're pushed out of the fight completely. Deficio, he's pushed up against a wall where he's a support, he's going to die in a few seconds. And then you have Maluna, who's just kind of stuck in the side with Crepo and crew.
Yeah, this fight has turned incredibly wrong for NIP. They should have not picked it on the first place. They picked it wrong, and yeah, I think this is a 2-4-0.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, it was just a 2-0, but we want to just strictly show that, you know, bringing a new person to the team, even someone as experienced as Mimer in terms of solo queue, it can really have some bad effects on you. But you mentioned earlier, having the double teleport onto Frog and onto Wicked, how could Evil Geniuses use that a little bit differently? Because we actually had a conversation about this.
Yeah, I feel that there was a point where Kassadin was so fed that Kassadin could just go bot and no one could deal with him effectively. If he bought like 3 wards and just warded the red jungle of NIP, he could have easily just pushed bot and no one could deal with him as EG just clears Baron and starts baiting it and stuff. They had Malphite and Xin Zhao, and Twitch, who can like really easily do Baron. Okay. Or at least bait it for a long while. And yeah, I didn't feel, I mean, EG tried, but they didn't do it as good as they could have done. Like, for example, the game where Fnatic played against us, the first game, the game we lost to them, they did this and they actually played it really well. They got caught, of course, because we had a comp to catch them, but at the same time, they played very well, and there was a point where no one could deal with Kassadin, and yeah.
Yeah, he had over 800 ability power at the end of that game. It was just ridiculous. And yeah. This next replay we're going to show you, it's about 56 minutes in. It's like the last big fight that we're going to see. And it was a moment for us that we were saying, you know, NIP, they just have to go for it. Like, you can't let EG keep split pushing you because you're not going to win in the end. And they finally do make that play. And kind of walk us through, as we're going to get this replay on your screen, exactly what happens and kind of how NIP turned this game around and won it flat out.
Yeah, they see NIP do Baron and EG gets desperate. They want to stop it. They don't know exactly. I'm not sure, but I don't think they don't have a ward in the pit, so they don't know exactly the HP of Baron. And Malphite picks up a poor engage, gets chunked to like 30% HP before the fight even starts. And yeah, after that, Twitch had no flash and no ult, so basically if she gets any close to Caitlyn or a Ryze, he will get insta-popped. So that fight was super bad, and they should have just let them get Baron and tried to defend with it.
Let's go ahead and start this up just to kind of show you what happens here. And I mean, you mentioned Wicked. He gets caught out. He gets chunked down so low, and then he decides to go in. Why is that?
Well, if they don't go in now, it's lost anyway, so he has to go in no matter what. Yeah, you can see he's super chunked. JLP is super chunked too. Wicked just dies, straight up dies. JLP straight up dies too. Then Bjergsen pulls out a really good Zhonya's and stops all the Kassadin damage and manages to survive. And yeah, that's pretty much the story. It was just someone gets caught out, they pick him up and die. And how'd you rate Mimer in this whole situation? Like, do you think it did well? Because early game you had a couple of concerns. Well, I'm not a top laner. I feel that he shouldn't go behind in CS to Malphite at all, especially with Ignite against TP. Some fights he played well, some fights he got caught, but it didn't end up too bad for him. And this last fight he played exceptionally, and it won them the game. So yeah.
What do you think about in terms of nerves? Because you came into here after playing against Alternate in the promotion tournament where you guys unfortunately lost in that best of 3. Do you think it maybe a little bit of nerves? You're just kind of getting used to the whole situation?
Yeah, I think so. And he picked up the wrong game to get nerves on. I agree with that. But yeah, I was very nervous on my first game. It actually showed. I went like 0-3, right? Yeah. But yeah, you just have to deal with it, and someday you'll just not be nervous, I guess.
Well, thank you very much, Mithi, for joining us. Good luck on your game a little bit later today. But for now, we're heading over to Shocks, who has an interview with Freeze.
Thank you very much, Jason. Freeze, congratulations on that match. Let's start at the beginning. The Aatrox pick in the jungle, is that something that Maluno really wanted to play, or was it a team decision? And what do you think it brought to the game?
It's a new champion, and Maluno felt like he can really handle him, and he can play him really well. And since he has a lot of pressure early game, we kind of felt that we need to have the pressure because Shaker is really strong in early game. And we make it up. And we survived the early game against Shaker.
You survived the early game, and then it was a very long-winded game. And tell us from your perspective, that moment at Baron, how did you go about it and said, this is the moment we have to go, this will win us the game?
Well, we basically waited for like 20 minutes to actually see the mistake. And then we saw them porting back. And that was it. Like, everyone just knew it, that we need to do it. If we don't do it, Baron, we just lose the game slowly. And we went for it, and we baited EG to do mistakes, and we won the game on it.
Mimer also did exceptionally well in that last fight. How do you think he did overall in this first game, in front of this crowd, and in a 1v1 versus Wicked immediately?
Yeah, he's really strong. Just the fact that he has free accounts in Challenger, and he keeps them there is like really, really good. And he brings a lot of new champions into the team. For example, Lissandra and Eve, which were banned against him. That was like if the new player comes to the team and he instantly like takes out the bans, that means something. Like, and that's super good. Like, if some player can take the bans on him and then open the space for example, me or Bjergsen, then that's what we need.
Absolutely. Now, finally, of course, going up against EG, it's tricky for the teams going up against because you never know if you're going to be facing Snoopy or Shaker. So how do you deal with that? You don't really know who's going to be in the jungle.
Well, we actually know who we will face against because Snoopy was streaming entire weekend. So it was like, yeah, I think Shaker is practicing with them in team rankeds and Snoopy is streaming solo queue. So we know that we will face against Shaker and we prepare for it.
All right. Thank you very much, Freeze. Now, Fnatic and Gambit have already met twice this split, and both times Fnatic dominated. This time, it's to see who gets to stay in first place and who gets knocked down to second. That's after the break. Welcome back to week 7 of the summer split, where the standings are tighter than the ruthless Pantheon Speedo. Gambit versus Fnatic is coming up, but before we get into that match, we all know how frustrating it can be to get sent back to the fountain before the minions even spawn. And we asked the LCS teams how they prepare to do battle at level 1.
The level 1 is really, really important. People are going more aggressive. Everyone is going really deep to place wards.
The buffs especially are so valuable. You need to make sure you can control them in one way or another.
It's really hard to come back from a game when you're losing a buff in early game.
Just from that, your own jungler will be one level behind, so he's forced to jungle at all times. Meanwhile, the other jungler have the possibility to gank.
All the level 1 things open up a set of new champions too. Like a champ like Blitzcrank is insanely good for level 1 fights. If you manage to land a hook, it'll instant kill the guy and you can take a buff.
And what you're seeing teams do a lot lately is delayed invades, so you don't even see it coming. Even if you scout properly, it's really hard to see a delayed invade coming in.
It may cost you the game, so you need to really prepare and you need to really expect what the team can do on the level 1, because it's really important.
Now let's go back to Joe and D-Man, who are going to tell us more about how Gambit and Fnatic stack up.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the cast of this. And I think this is a game that everyone is looking forward to.
Absolutely. As we said at the start of the show, it was noticeable in Tenerife just who the fans wanted to see, and this game was by far the most popular, with standing room only, wherever you looked.
So let's have a check on the rosters then. First up on the blue side, we'll have Gambit Gaming with Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex in the middle, Genja the AD carry, and of course, that support change for them this week, the substitute Voidal.
For Fnatic, of course, it is going to be Soaz, Cyanide, Peke, Pushu, and Yellowstar.
Now, here's a quick look then at a burgeoning rivalry between two top teams here in the European LCS.
This week we want a revenge against Fnatic because we lost the last game against them.
Last week Gambit made some mistakes and we took advantage of it.
They won us because I died to Lissandra. Early levels, mid laner went split push bot or top 2 times and died there.
Gambit tried to surprise us with some different picks and it didn't work out for them. So this time they will try something different and we will be prepared for it.
We know the mistakes that we made last game against Fnatic. We won't make them again. So we will play better and I hope we will win.
So before we get going on this one, let's have a look at who you guys at home are tipping to win for this one. Demon, how's it looking?
Well, surprisingly, the Fnatic army have finally not outvoted the Gambit army this time around. It's 50-50 between you guys, so actually split for once.
It's pretty close, I'd say, in terms of fan vote for that one. And don't forget, there's still time for you to vote on the rest of today's matches, as well as all the ones we'll be seeing tomorrow. Just head over to lolesports.com and make your votes there. But now it's time to focus on the game. This is the first chance for one of those top teams to really pull ahead at the top. Of course, they're tied right now up there. And it's going to be the first time that we're going to see Voidal, Gambit's temporary support, I should really point out for this one, who's obviously coming in to replace Darker this weekend.
Well, he hasn't played at this level before. You can see him on your screens there, but you may have caught Gambit's eye because he loves to play Sona, and honestly, she is crucial to Gambit's game plan, as always, generally getting first picked.
Well, he's just another variable for a Gambit team that can be very, very hard to predict as well. And that's part of what makes them so deadly, in my opinion. You know, when they really turn it on, you don't quite know where it's going to come from.
Yeah, but Fnatic are great at adapting, and you just heard from Peke there, so tried to catch us by surprise, we immediately reacted to it. And once they get a sense of what their opponent is doing, they can make the adjustments they need to and really win very quickly and effectively from there.
Well, we'll see that in picks and bans too. Gambit pulls from a very deep pool of champions that they use well, but Fnatic, as you said, is very adept at counting whatever their opponents throw at them, and it's hard to put together a team that Fnatic can't handle, to be honest.
Yeah, and that new guy, Pushu, you can see on your screens, has adapted very well to Fnatic. Of course, the changes they had to make, or effectively made themselves, with their N-rated being released from the team and shuffling around that bottom lane, it seems to have worked so far. They have had a couple of losses. It hasn't all been wins for them, but they did manage to go 2-1 once again in Tenerife, despite that loss on day one. They've managed to turn it around and looked very good, in all honesty. And that guy right there, it's all about Peke and Soaz in Fnatic for me. They always are so aggressive, always tend to have a combo of champions that they can use together. And straight away, we're seeing some key champions being banned out this time. Interesting that Twisted Fate is banned out by Gambit, because as we mentioned, in Tenerife, when these guys played, Twisted Fate was actually let through the entire pick ban phase.
Yeah, but he's a champion that Peke, we've seen time and time again, use. I mean, he's a split push master anyway. Yeah. So, you know, the fact is, Twisted Fate can make that life a little bit easier. Kassadin, another one for XPK banned out there. Obviously taking out Zed, taking out the Udyr, who Diamond has really brought effectively to the table.
Yeah, Spirit Guardian was available, I think, for this one as well. So, I don't know. Maybe not. 3.9? Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. What am I on about? Get out and buy it, guys, straight away. That's what you need to do. At least being taken away. They don't want Soaz on that one. He has got a very high win rate on that champion. Only really in the summer split he started to finally lose on that champion as well. And Thresh being the final ban. So, is Zona going to be that first insta-lock pick for Gambit? Or will it be Shen?
Well, it's going to be Sona, I think.
Be Sona.
You know, the fact is that Yellowstar himself has played most of his games on Sona, won 3 out of the 4 that he's brought to the table. As you said, Gambit just loves Sona in their team. Voidal, not going to be any exception to that rule. He's kind of the requirement for Gambit. Do you speak Russian? Do you play Sona? In any of those two orders. I'm not sure which one really comes first on that. But that, of course, left the likes of Shen open, which Soaz will quite happily, I say quite happily take. He's been quite vocal about how he doesn't even like playing Shen. So sometimes you have to take one for the team, and it seems like that's going to happen here today. And then picking up the Varus for Pushu. Again, most played champion for him.
Yeah, team choice. It's interesting. He was, like you say, he was very vocal about it last time around, and we prodded and poked him on it during our player meetings, and he just smiled and didn't react. I was like, "What do you put it on Facebook? You won't tell me." But no, he tells you guys, the fans. Karma being selected. Oh my God, it's been locked in. What the hell is about to happen?
Well, the funny thing is, we saw Karma being hovered over in Tenerife a couple of times, and I think no one was fully expecting that to go through here, but you saw Alex Itch, who was just like, picked Karma, what up? And also, we've got the Ashe coming in for Genja. He's going to build a tier, and he's going to try and make Fnatic cry.
Diamond just glancing at the cameras like, what up? I got this. So I wonder who's going to play this. Is it going to be Alex in that mid lane? Will it be Jungle Karma? Diamond, is he going to pull something out, or are we going to see something else coming out from Fnatic this time around? Aatrox and Blitzcrank getting locked in. What the hell, guys? Get everyone watching this match. I don't know what's going on.
Well, the predictions are pretty much out of the window at this point, I think. I'm not even going to refer to my statistics
50-50.
about most players. It's 50-50. Anything can happen statistically. So, you know, that's what they're going with for this one. The Aatrox coming in with a Blitzcrank. Could be Aatrox jungle again, could be Soaz with Aatrox, could put Shen in the jungle. We'll have to see about how they switch that one around here as Gambit move on to their last pick. So we've got a bottom lane set in stone there at least. That's what we can talk about here from Gambit, the Ashe and Sona, a lane which Gambit are very familiar with. Now, this Karma we're expecting, I suppose, to go into the mid lane with Alex Itch, but these last 2 picks obviously going to be dictating that one, as we see a Zac being hovered over with a Kayle.
Where is everything going right now?
So this is the point, Demon, where we need our analyst sat in between us.
There we go. Now we know what's happening. Now we know what's happening. So Diamond's going to be playing Evelynn, that's for certain. But Kayle could be top or middle. We don't know which way it's going to go. And really, I've never seen Alex on a LCS. He's probably played it in solo queue, guys, or on his stream or whatever. Darian, we don't know because he doesn't tend to stream. So without like digging down, really getting down and dirty on what champions he's been playing lately, but I don't know what's going on here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Teemo locked in now, but I don't think that's going to happen. If it did, I think the internet may explode.
That would be the icing on the cake for this one. If Yellowstar, who's become famous for his troll selections up until now, until he actually locks in the champion that he wants, which in this case, Lissandra makes a lot of sense. We talked about earlier, banned out in game number 1, but has a very, very high win percentage in the mid-80s for that one. So it wouldn't be a surprise for me whatsoever to see this Lissandra being locked in for Fnatic.
And Peke was unstoppable on it last week. He actually, his only death came when I think he dived on the fountain at the end. They were 8-1-7 in one of the matches. And even against Gambit, I think he did very well on that champion. Well, it may have been Gambit that he did the 8-1-7, and I'm trying to think which game it was. They kind of all blend into one when you get to a certain age.
A certain age, yeah.
I'll go
or
with
a
that.
certain amount of games in a season. I was going to try and dig you out of that hole, but
no,
you
I
pulled
put
the age
myself in the
card,
hold. It's all
so
fine.
I'm not gonna dig you out of that
Good.
one. You can keep it in there.
So what is happening right now? Where are we going with this one? The switches are coming through here. There's teleport currently on Peke, but Alex and Diamond, it's Diamond and Darian are going to switch around. And actually, saying that, no, it's going to change. It's going to change. That's going to be Diamond on Evelyn. I'm almost certain of it. We want to stay on this screen as long as possible because I want to know what the hell is going to happen here.
Yeah, there's sometimes where these last-second changes really have an impact on the game, and this is certainly one of them. As we see switches going in there. But we're going to move away nonetheless, and we'll just tell you guys in a little while what happened.
Well, we'll all be surprised when it loads up, won't we? Because we don't get to see it either right now. But the surprise is certainly going to be on the faces of Fnatic. Are they expecting the Karma to come through? That's the question, and I just don't know, honestly.
So, well, I don't think Fnatic really know either how this one is actually going to be going. So, really exciting game coming up, that's for sure. I don't think we quite expected the picks that have been pulled out here on either side for, especially for Gambit, obviously, bringing out that Karma into this one, which, as I said, has been hovered over a few times. I forget who it was who talked about the fact that he wanted to play Karma, and the rest of the team were like, nah, let's not do that. Let's, be a bit more standard with things. And, but this time, Alex bringing that one out, or certainly Gambit bringing that one out. As you said, we're going to find out in just a couple of moments as to exactly where that Karma has landed on the Gambit side. You can see Fnatic there. So look, that's his I'm playing Shen face, I believe.
I don't know. Honestly, he's got a face like a smacked ass sometimes. So you look at the All-Stars, and actually I remember distinctly while we were there, he won his 1v1 BPDD, and he just looked grumpy. And that's what we were just like, what? But look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Diamond is on Karma jungle. What in the hell? Okay. First pick in the EU LCS.
Thanks, Statman.
Thanks for the stats, Steph. More importantly, it's in the jungle. Well, welcome to the jungle. Diamond Prox, you are here to stay, and he innovates all the time, and this time around, he's actually been known to play Sona in the jungle as well, which I have seen a number of champions, a number of players using as well, but this one has definitely caught me off guard.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting. I think we could have done a lot of research into this and probably not come into that conclusion that Diamond was going to bring out the Karma here into the jungle. But let's see, Fnatic right now are going to be moving all as one unit towards this bottom lane.
What?
Hey, what?
Yellow Star's on Shen, Soaz is on Blitzcrank.
What? When did that change around? That's what we're talking about in terms of the last second switches for this one. So it's going to be Yellow Star on Shen, and it's going to be Soaz playing Blitzcrank.
We'd said how unhappy he was about playing Shen, so Fnatic have just said, fine, don't play it, you can play support Blitzcrank.
Well, is he going to play as support Blitzcrank, or we've seen him play top lane Blitzcrank before? That's the funny thing about this one.
Don't know what's happening
right now.
We'll
see how that one all works out.
Guys, anyone watching at home right now, if your friends are not watching this, get them to, because this is just, well, there's words I can't use on air, and this is definitely one of them, because it's a pretty wild one. And we've seen some fantastic Mad Life play this morning. Are we going to see some amazing Soaz support play today?
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? Here's Diamond starting off here with that blue buff. Gone for the point in his Q, first of all, that Inner Flame to start things off. Cyanide going to be kicking his blue buff off as well. So that's the start that we're getting from these two. Really interested to see what Diamond plans here, whether he's practiced something at these early levels to get involved. We can see that Cyanide actually going in for the red buff here. Soaz comes down as well, and Soaz is playing support this game, by the way, guys, as we are going to see them diving in towards Diamond. Soaz not quite got the positioning to get the grab, but Diamond is very, very low from this one. There's a flash grab! First blood comes down for Soaz. First time we've seen him in the support role here, and he gets a blue buff and says, thank you very much.
First blood straight away, and that was a great start. So Fnatic going for the invade. Diamond tries to pull something new out, and it actually backfires by a great shock encounter. And We talked about it at the start of the show that you could throw these gambles, these changes to Fnatic, and they react in kind, and they kind of countered and caught Gambit out once again by doing a complete roster change while they're in picks and bans.
So I'm not sure if they've been practicing this, the whole, you know, Soaz is now our support despite winning the title as the best top laner in the world. Let's get him Blitzcrank and throw him down in the bottom lane with Pushu. So incredible, incredible start to this one. We can see that Gambit now trying to take away the red buff of Fnatic after losing that one to Cyanide. Peke is coming around for this one, and we're going to see who's going to be able to pick this one up. Smite not available for Cyanide, which is definitely a problem. He dives in on top of Diamond, and look at the damage that he's getting down from this one. He's got his passive, let's not forget. Diamond is actually walking away. Here comes Alex, flashes in. Can he get the final blow off? The slow comes down. He's running, he's gonna jump, but he's jumped towards Voidal, who will pick up the kill, and now Peke in all kinds of trouble. He flashes over the wall, and there's Voidal again. He's gone in, he's gone too far. He's gone far too far. He got the kill though. The yellow star gets him at the end. I'm sticking by the statement. WTF, Demon.
WTF indeed. Voidal, well, your Voidal just shows full aggression there. His first game, Edward is gone. Dark has been a support man, and now Voidal comes in and picks himself up a double kill. It's something in the blood in the Russians, maybe. Or despite the fact he's Estonian, I don't know. Whatever, you speak Russian, you go crazy aggressive as support, and sure enough, 2 kills gets him a Philo Stone off the bat.
So, Darian on Evelyn, something that we've not touched on, but the fact is that we've not seen him playing Evelyn before in the LCS, so that's another bit of a change. But it's all a change, really. I mean, there's not many standard roles in this game going on right now. It's definitely caught us by surprise, and as Demon said, make sure you get your friends tuning into this one, because we're in for a bit of a crazy matchup, I think, to say the least.
A bit of a crazy matchup. We haven't even had a chance to look at Diamond yet to see what he's leveling up, so hopefully we'll get that on your screens at the moment, because he's actually been so aggressive we didn't get a chance to look at him. Looks like it is Inner Flame that he's actually leveling up, so wow. Wow. I'm kind of we're both kind of a lost for heads here, which doesn't happen too often, but this bottom turret is taking a lot of damage. Pushu on Varus, that's something we have seen a lot of. He's doing the damage on that bottom lane. Darian's actually doing a good job at holding him off here, to be honest. Evelyn in a 2v1 lane against the Blitzcrank, that is scary stuff. You can see Pushu, it's a champion that he likes a lot of. He's played it 4 times, definitely managed to got good numbers on it. Diamond, though, he's coming down the bottom. He's just walked past that ward, though, so he's not as sneaky as he looks. And I think, actually, yeah, that he's not going to be sneaky at all.
No, he's just kind of forcing his way in there. That ward down. And Soa's actually ramping up here. Not quite getting in range to pull off a pull with that one. So let's see. That tower, as you said, very low, and that's part of the reason why Diamond's just come across as Voidal. Gonna go very, very low from this one. Cyanide jumping in, but Yellow Soul will get the kill. They get the slow on Gendra as well. He could be in trouble from this. He flashes away in the end before even thinking about having the taunt coming down from Shen. Survives that on this mid lane. Alex Ich and Xpeke been a very quiet affair so far. They got involved in that top lane and stuff, but since then it's all been back to the farm game.
Yeah, we've not really had a chance to look at it because the game's just bonkers right now. But Yellow Star's actually got 2 kills now as well on that top lane. That's going to be scary because Yellow Star is going to be doing what Shen does best, and he's going to be the split pushing. Alex Ich is taking a 1 there. He's going down the bottom lane, but he did just pass on a ward. The moment Fnatic step back, they're like, nope, he's going down this way. Head back towards there. They're having to duo lane at the moment down this bottom here because they're desperately trying not to lose this turret. The hook comes in on Darian. There's going to be the power fist. He's going to go down. One more shot. The ignite's going to do the job. But can they get Soaz? The passive shield, the mana shield coming out there. Teleport comes in. Peke comes in. Diamond goes down. Quickly squatted. Now Gendra's in trouble. You can see this chain of corruption just lands to land on him. And would you believe it? Another ulti used. Yellow Star comes in with a stand united. And that's a 3 for 0 in the bottom lane, straight up to Dragon. Why not? Nope, backing off.
Well, I'm not going to call anything this game because it's probably not going to happen, or the exact opposite will probably happen from it as well. So great move by Fnatic. Shen coming down there, the teleport out of Xpeke, and something that we've seen him picking up more and more lately. Obviously, it was Charu that really got that trend started. He's been doing that for years in the mid lane. And Peke has said that that teleport is a very powerful spell if you use it right, and that's certainly how you use it. Getting down there, you've got Shen there with the global to join you as well. Perfect play coming out of Fnatic. See there, Diamond just doing that blue buff. Wondering if he's actually going to take this or whether Alex will back off for it.
Looks like
he's got it. He took it.
Looks like he took it, so no surprise. He is playing Karma. He kind of needs it, and he's actually fell behind in the jungle. Well, tell a lie. That's a lie. It's a straight out lie. He's actually even in the jungle because Sinai's been actually roaming and helping out as much as possible as well. Look at Genja. Totally out of position. Where the hell is he going? Soaz is going to go in there. Power fist up the backside. Pushu comes around. He gets hooked straight back in there. Piercing arrow. And that was an easy done deal. You gotta wonder really how Genja actually got so far out of position there for one of the most passive AD carries in the game.
Yeah, that was not something that we used to see from Genja, to be honest. I mean, yeah, like you said, very passive, but getting caught so far up lane like that is not something we come to expect. That is going to be turret number 1 of this game, and so as our new Fnatic support, at least for this game, who knows really what's going on with that one, is charging in here, and look at Voidal, he is in all kinds of trouble as well. Who are they going to go for? They're going to go for the rare, they're going to go for the Golem from that one actually, as Pushu now being chased down by Diamond as he throws down the chain of corruption. Soaz coming in from this one as well, but there is Darian. They've not thought about the EU, he's come sneaking in, and now Soaz in trouble. Flashes off towards the top side. Alex Ich is going to come down from this one. Soaz changes path, and what's he going to go for? Knocks Darian in the air. His mana barrier gets popped, but he is still steaming up. There's the arrow from downtown, and he's finished off in the end by Darian. Good turnaround from Gambit.
And the shutdown actually for Darian there, you saw he picked up 432 gold because he was 3-0-1 just before that, because Soaz, he'd been on a bit of a kill spree of his own, taking away those kills. What a game. What is going on? I don't know. Stone picked up by both supports this time around. We do see the Sight Stone finally completed by Soaz as well. But we haven't had chance to really talk about the lanes matchups because they've just been switching around all over the place. It's 7-4 in kills so far. Such a contrast to 12-12 game that lasted nearly an hour between EG and NIP, which kind of surprised us that NIP turned it around and won it. But I actually couldn't call this one right now. Fnatic have the gold lead, they have the tower lead, and they have the kill lead. But honestly, the game is that wide open and wild that anything could happen right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see something bonkers continuing to happen as the game progresses.
No, certainly wouldn't. This game is just calling for crazy action as Yellowstar going to go in on towards Darian. Not going to be able to catch that Eve though. He pops the W and says, nope, not going to be able to chase me down. But he is doing decent amounts of damage here. I mean, look what he's built up towards that Sunfire Cape here early on. A Cyanide and the bottom lane of Fnatic, which is now Soaz apparently going to do Dragon.
Yeah, it's actually keeping our camera on their toes as well, because it definitely plays with your mind when those fingers change around. We talk about Soaz, he'd be looking for the top lane and he's not there. Dragon though, first one of the game picked up by Fnatic this time. Gambit normally have such good control over that Dragon. They're not going to be happy about losing that. It continues the gold slide in Fnatic's favor. You can see it's 3,500 gold already. That's a big lead being built up just 12 minutes into this game, 11 minutes into this game. And in terms of gold, you can look across the players. It's not a massive difference. The AD carries is where really it counts. That's the 1,000 gold difference, and the two top laners who are now finally facing off against each other. Yellowstar's doing a fantastic job as top laner, and maybe this is something they had in mind when the changes came through. Who knows? Or whether they've just been training so hard for it this week. All I've really seen from the Fnatic streams is simply Cyanide being dropped this week.
They've certainly done that, and they've kind of done it around towards, I think, this time in
We've
here.
been trolled.
I'm really interested to hear actually from Fnatic after the game as to what the whole decision making and whether this was actually a planned change, because it really wouldn't surprise me if it was just an on-the-fly thing going down. Right now, Cyanide is headed to this top lane. Diamond is going to be camping in that top lane as the taunt goes down on towards Darian. He's also a lot of health. Well, look at Yellowstar. He's dropping as well, but Darian goes down. Yellowstar's managed to escape. Here comes the teleport coming out of Xpeke. Can they get in range here for him to get his ultimate off? There's the slow, and that's pretty much the kill. Actually, Cyanide did have his passive up there as well, which is why he had no problem with chasing. Meanwhile, we see Alex Ich go down, both Soaz and Pushu combining for that one. And that's a 3-0 for Fnatic again.
This game is just crazy, and Fnatic continue the chaos. It's actually catching Gambit out of place, and so many times the ganks are working out for Fnatic. They're just piling on the aggression, continuing to just really go where they please, and Cyanide now actually doing a great Aatrox in jungle, honestly. This is the second Aatrox in jungle we've seen of the day, so maybe it's going to be flavor of the week, it seems. But Fnatic are looking so good here, and Gambit, despite the fact they've pulled in their new support, Voidal, who picked up those 2 kills early on, seem to be floundering a little. And with Darian on Evelyn, Evelyn's a champion that has to get going, and is starting to struggle. And simply put, can't go really in a one-on-one against Yellowstar now because he's got that Sunfire Cape already built out there. And Fnatic, look at them. They've got that Bloodthirster on their AD carry. He's at 3-1-2. Genja's gone for that Tear of the Goddess again. Despite the changes, he's still insistent on going for it. The hook comes in. Alex gets caught once again, and just like that, Pushu takes him down.
Yeah, had no ultimate available as Peke gets hit by the arrow. He's taking turret hits as well, but not going to be too scary for him. He just claws his way out of there. And Fnatic can keep up the pressure here with Cyanide in this middle lane. There's only 2 men there for Fnatic, as you mentioned. Bloodthirst are already done there for Pushu. They decide in the end, they'll play it safe. We're 11-4 up in kills. 15 kills in less than 15 minutes. A stark contrast to the last game. As you said, I think First Blood only came in at about 11.5, 12 minutes in that one. So really, these teams fighting to the death for this top place right now.
Genja using the hawk shot there on Yellowstar, but Yellowstar has not backed off from this one. He's got Soaz with him, who seems to be landing every hook he throws out there. There's another hook. He lands on the red buff. This time they're going to take that one away. Pushu's going to be the focus for it. The little lizard's coming around, and Genja doesn't want to get involved. And that red buff has been taken. Blue buff will be picked up by Peke as well. Fnatic in full control. And Darian, he's out of position. Where are you going to go? Nowhere.
Yeah. Pretty much is exactly where he's going at this point. Peke going to come in from the side, takes the damage onto him. Darian trying to put as much out as he can here, but quite frankly, you're not escaping that one. Did decent damage, got half of Peke's health down, but half is not 100%, and that's what you need to escape from that scenario. As you said, just completely out of position there.
And there's 4 members of Fnatic. They're looking to keep the chaos reigning, and Genja and Voidal are going to be the focus of the target. Soaz comes around again. He's landed every hook so far. I seem to have seen him throwing out and doesn't seem to be letting up. Diamond's trying to put pressure on the middle lane. Alex Itch on that top lane, but it's Fnatic. They have 4 members now on this bottom. Yellowstar's backing off, so they're just going to have a 3-man push down here. I don't think it's going to get caught out. No, it's Yellowstar's going to stick around. They're taking the inner turret. They're going to be happy with that one. Pushu back in the mid lane. He's stopped Diamond, and now it's just the top lane. That's the only one they're losing, but Fnatic are going to keep on going.
Yeah, why not? I mean, there's not really a reaction to this from Gambit. Fnatic going to head northwards through the Gambit jungle right now and hope to catch someone off. They've got Soaz at the front, who won't be scared of going in between those 2 turrets there for a bit of a look. Alex did take down the first turret of Gambit's game here in the top lane, but everything else is pushing against them. We've got Cyanide pushing this mid lane out. That's 4 men from Fnatic to take down the final outer turret.
Well, they have got Pushu on their team, so they're starting to keep on driving forward. Piercing arrow thrown out. It's doing some damage now on towards Diamond, and that turret's taking more hits. Peke just off at the side, ready and waiting to launch himself across there. The next minion wave may well be the focus, and he could well go for it. He's spotted by a ward this time. Yeah, they're pinged on him now. They do know he's there. Yellowstar's gone back to the top. Stan United is available should they dive for this one, and they may well go for it now. This wave's pushing in.
Okay, coming around the side, as you said, being spotted, but the piercing arrows doing great damage already from Push. You've got that pickaxe now added in towards that last whisper almost, and look at the farm difference as well. Pushu is absolutely decimating Genja on that front. 143 to 95. It's 2,500 gold difference.
Yeah, even the supports, he obviously with a 3-1-3, Soaz has got a big advantage, and it does look like this middle turret's going to go down, so that's going to be 4-1 in turrets now to Fnatic. The gold lead, it's 7,000 gold, just coming up to the 17-minute mark. It's a huge advantage. Dragon's up in 4 seconds. Fnatic roll on down there, and that's going to keep the gold lead flowing in their favor. Ordinarily, when Gambit are losing the kills, they at least keep the gold level because they get a dragon, or because they keep their farming lanes so high. But Fnatic are just dominating them across the map right now.
And this is worrying signs for Gambit as well. Let's not forget that their record's really only been blemished to the max, I'd say, when it comes to certain play days, is when they had Spontex in there. They lost both games on that weekend, and they can't afford it. You know, week 7 out of 9 here. This is a stage where they can't afford to be losing 2 games in a weekend.
The pressure is absolutely on both teams. They are, of course, joint top right now. I tell a lie, Fnatic were in 5th place. But Well, they're going to be up there after this game, that's for sure. But Gambit, yeah, they have to try and pick up a win. They're all trying to stretch their lead in this top lane, and none of them are able to do it. NIP picked up a win, so they're closed themselves in there. They were 5th, I believe, NIP were. So Fnatic, they could well set themselves at the top of the table if they win this one. Still not going to rule Gambit out, though. There's still a long way to go in this game, but they are looking so good so far.
Yeah, really. Breaking the mold from what we've seen from Fnatic so far. Obviously, Soaz playing the support role. This is not just any top laner playing support role. This is a guy that at All-Stars won the battle of top laners. You know, this is technically, as far as we could really, you know, measure it by, the best top laner in the world on paper. So really crazy stuff. And I tell you what, that man there, Yellow Star, some big boots to fill going into the top lane to replace Soaz. He's doing brilliantly. Must be something in the water in France.
Yeah, it is the two Frenchies that have switched themselves around. Pekka going aggressive. Chain of Corruption misses. The hook misses. This could be the turnaround that Gambit have been looking for. Is it though? Pekka dives in, throws that ultimate down, picks up the kill. Voidal goes down. Alex is the next focus on target. He's going to get dropped as well. It's Pushy that picks that one up. Darian comes around the back, gets all of them in their ulti there. Has he got enough damage? No, he hasn't. The Ignite running. It may take him. Yes, it does. Pushu with the Ignite kill. Actually, no, it's got to be the snipe. He hasn't got an Ignite. I don't know where that came from, but nevertheless, he gets the triple on Diamond with the piercing arrow. They're going to get the turret down as well, and Fnatic with 4 kills for 0 on a dive on the turret are looking incredible.
And the thing is, that's Lissandra's power right there. You just saw it go into the middle of the team, put the ultimate on yourself. He's got a Zhonya's as well, so you're not killing him. You just can't put damage onto him for that entire time while his ultimate is just hammering away on you. And the fact is that Pushu is now 7-1-3, of course. He was 4-1-3 before that. Bloodthirster got the last Whisper in there now as well. So he's just doing so much damage in those team fights that if you can't stop him, you're not going to be able to win a fight like that.
I had no idea what Gambit are going to do. That was kind of their fight to win right there. They had a good engage. The crescendo landed in a good place. Did Pekka just fool himself there? I'm not too sure. Where am I going with this one? He is going to pick the blue off. I was going to say, surely he wants the blue himself. I wasn't sure if he was just leaving it for someone, the way he was dilly-dallying around there, but he does manage to take it down. But that was the perfect engage for Gambit. They got the crescendo across. The arrow didn't quite time itself nicely. Darian wasn't in the fight, but he still came in, landed his ulti. The hook comes in. Soaz taking away the blue buff. Will he get it? Or will Diamond have to use his smite there? Look at this. They're delaying. They want to force a fight. That's what they're doing here. They want to get aggressive. No, Diamond goes in and uses his smite.
Yeah, really trying to bait that one out. You saw them trying to pull it as far back as they could there, but Fnatic right now, they know we've got positional advantage here, guys. We can start pushing through to this one. Gambit have got literally no one behind that turret right now. Genja is trying to get away. Shen is actually fighting with Kayle down in the bottom tri-bush here, and Yellow Star, he's a tanky beast right now, and Alex has really struggled to actually get into him. There's the taunt coming down. Pekka uses his ultimate. Maybe a bit overkill, but a kill nonetheless for Pekka. He's now 3-1-6 with that Lissandra.
A kill's a kill. Interesting play, though, because Fnatic, as you mentioned, had really good positional advantage. Look at Darian. He's actually between them doing some dirty farming. I'm not too sure it's going to quite work out, though, because Pushu and Soaz, they're continuing to keep driving forward. They have that wave, but the fact they don't have those minions, that siege minion that was just taken down by Darian there, is going to cause some problems. They can't keep pushing in that mid lane, so instead, they're just going to rotate to the bottom.
And I think this combo of Fnatic's really hard to deal with as well, because they've got a great team for just going in there and getting the fight done. They've also got the perfect, you know, opposite of that with a Blitzcrank in there to pull someone out, to single a target right into the middle of the team to finish it off. So it's going to be really hard for Gambit to adapt and, to be honest, figure out what Fnatic are going to do. Are they going to dive in there once Pekka has that ultimate and that Zhonya's both available to him and just take the fight to Gambit? Or are they going to have to keep dancing around and avoiding Soaz's hooks?
They're going to have to keep trying dodging, because Fnatic are not giving up on this siege, because Yellow Star, he's just free farming in this top lane, continuing as a Shen should do, with that Stand United available to keep on split pushing. The inner turret is going to be the focus. Nobody's peeled off from Gambit right now to deal with it, because they realize this is what they have to do. They have to fight. There's going to be the arrow landing. The catch up towards Pushu. Good crescendo. Just as he cleansed it off, catches him down there. This could be a good fight for Gambit here. Pekka's going to use his ultimate. He's going to go take him down. Uses the Zhonya's as well. Tries to troll as much as he can, but he does buy time for the rest of Gambit. Fnatic to get away from this one, but look at that in the bottom of your screen. There's the turret going down. So despite the fact they lost 2 kills, they still took an inner turret.
Yeah, 2 for nothing. I think Fnatic, in the grand scheme of things, so far ahead in kills, aren't too unhappy about getting that inner turret down there and losing a couple of men. This could be a bit of a difference, so this could be a bit of icing on the cake for Gambit if they can have this outer middle turret away, which they will do. Darien now being caught out here by Yellowstar. Do you escape Hashen? How do you escape Hashen? More to the point, you don't is the answer to that one. Yellowstar now on a killing spree with his Shen at 307, and he is a hero, Soaz, popping his ultimate to get rid of those minions, hooking the last one in for good measure, and that will stop the push from Gambit.
Well, where do we take this one? No, we don't, because Peke teleports himself in there and then thought, whoop, hang on a minute, I'm 2v1. This is maybe not a best decision I've ever made in my life, but he keeps the poke on towards Alexic, and in comes Soaz, power fist on towards him, and just kites him around, uses invulnerability, maybe able to get Soaz down. Mana shield's being dropped. Alexic is going to go down. We saw Soaz go down in the process. Diamond actually goes through, takes on the dragon, tanking on towards Cyanide, gets the slow on towards Diamond. It should just be enough. Uses that leash to slop him down, but here comes Pushu. Pushu should be able to close the gap on towards him. Piercing arrow not available. He just used an arrow. Hail of arrows comes out perfectly on max range and catches him. It's another kill for Fnatic, and it stretches it to 20-7. 24 minutes gone.
Yeah, really, again, just messy engagements coming in. Peke teleporting into the middle lane halfway down. 2 guys in front of him who were then so scared of that Lissandra, they just backed away, or at least tried to back away. Then you had Soaz come motoring down again with that Blitzcrank to really lock things up. He did die in the end, but let's not forget he is the support. It might be easy to forget. He's 3-2-7 right now, got the locket in there, got himself an Oracle, got those boots and ability to be even more annoying charging around the place. And this change of plan, because that's really what it is from what we can see here for Fnatic, is working out so well for them as we see the arrow coming on towards Yellowstar. He flash taunts in there for this one, and Genja now in all kinds of trouble. How do you escape the Shen? You use your barrier first of all. Alexic coming around the side. Yellowstar now realizing, hang on a minute, I'm the one in trouble now. I'm going to go back towards Genja, who gets the ulti out of Alexic. They all survive and get the kill as well.
That was a little overconfident there from Yellowstar, but why not? He's almost got a Trinity Force complete. He's gone full aggression after this one. The hook on towards Diamond gets pulled in. Chain of Corruption out. Diamond gets dropped in seconds. Alex just used his ulti a moment ago to save Genja's life. It could have been useful there. And Diamond so far on Karma, it's not going so well. It's 0-6-7, but how much of that was taken from that very first blood?
Oh, there's a crescendo coming out, and, well, Voidal might be in trouble himself. Peke taking a lot of damage as the ult is there to grab onto Alexic. He flashes away. Pushu flashes in. Peke comes in from the side, steals that one back. Darien did walk away. Voidal escaped as well, but it's another kill for Fnatic. Peke's low, but are they going to go in for that Baron? There we see a great statistic as well. If you're a Fnatic fan, at least, Peke, #1 kills in the EU LCS at 104, and those 4 coming from this game.
4 coming from this game. He's done many kills on Lissandra. It's a champion that honestly has a great win rate, and it's looking like he may continue to. Fnatic starting off the Baron, though. This is dangerous territory. They have got 5 members around there. Yellowstar just about to join in, but with Darien coming in, with Voidal, who doesn't have Crescendo available just yet, they back away. Probably a wise choice, because Ashe was there in the form of Genja, who has started things off, and now Gambit thinking, could we start the Baron off? No, we can't.
The answer to that was written when that ward came down. Can't carry on with that one. Yellowstar here, 178 CS. As you said, the workings of that Trinity Force coming out for him as well. There's a blue buff just spawned for Peke as well, and that Lissandra, who's now got that Abyssal Scepter in on top of his Zhonya's from a little bit earlier on. So let's have a look if we get... We've got a minute of quiet, I think, in this one, finally. It's taken a while to get to that stage. We'll look at the stark difference between the 2 AD carries. I think that's a very good comparison to make here. 124 with 164 CS for Genja. Compare that over to the 215 plus 825 on the kills. Look at the items in there as well. I mean, just a massive difference between the 2.
And just how far does that get in that tier that got us stepping behind in terms of item builds? It's instantly gold effectively wasted until you're looking to hit 30-40 minute mark now, effectively, probably for Genja. Now he's got the Bloodthirster in there. Well, that's great. He's got a BF Sword, which also matches Pushu, but he's got a Last Whisper, a QSS, and a Zeal on top of that. He's massively ahead. And that's why, of course, in terms of kills, yeah, he's got a big advantage, but the fact is he hasn't had that early damage. That's a great arrow to catch him off. They're going to start it on. Chain of Corruption comes out.
Crit, Crescendo follows it through. Peke comes in, locks everyone up, pops his ultimate down. Voidal goes down. He gets caught out just at the back. We saw Darian also going down to push him. That's his 9th kill of the game as they flash in. Alexis gets massacred. He gets taken down. It's Yellow Star, that takes that one down. Yellow Pete would be delighted if he could get it, especially if he was playing Shen as well. But it is Soaz wheeling his way back, starting everything off. It seems to be working out wonders. There are 2 members of Fnatic very low on health here, but it's going to be a Baron for Fnatic.
Yeah, Baron for Fnatic. There's nothing that Gambit can do to stop this one. They're not even trying. Genja is going to head down to that bottom lane, get himself some farm back, but they are going to lose this Baron, and that's going to put them, I mean, look at the gold already. It's now 13,000 difference after 28 minutes of the game. I think after 28 minutes of the last game, there was about a 200 gold difference, which just shows you how crazy this one's been. And this whole switch around of things going on, working out very nicely here for Fnatic. See Darian on the screen there in the bottom left, just having a quick drink of water. It's not over just yet. Keep yourself hydrated. There might be a little bit more to play in this one up until now, but I mean, look at Yellow Star. We have to talk about this because it is a massive change for Fnatic. The guy who was AD carry that moved to support, that is now apparently the new top laner. We still need clarification on why this all happened or how this all happened. He's 519, 200 CS, Trinity Force in there with that Sunfire Cape and a second Giant's Belt as well. He's absolutely flying right now. He's done a great job. I mean, look at the timings on his ultimates as well. That 3 kills that they got in the bottom lane earlier on, he did brilliant on. I mean, he's only using Stand United, which kind of maybe builds it up to a little bit more than it was, but he's been spot on with those ultimates every single time. He's farmed well, and he's just generally done what you'd expect out of someone in the top lane from a team like Fnatic. It's great.
And Soaz seems to be enjoying himself wheeling around. We hear that overdrive kicking in every time on the Piltover custom Blitzcrank, as he has effectively had this Oracle the whole game, it seems. I don't remember not seeing him with the Oracle. Piercing arrow landing again, and they have got good heal here, Gambit, and if they can stick around, they've got good sustain to hold off, but the question is, can they hold off? Can they keep that turret there? And it doesn't seem so. They're going to have to wait a while for the next minion wave to conga line in there, but Yellowstar actually going to try and tank this one up. Pushu putting the damage down, and again, that turret doesn't have a lot of hit points left here. And those piercing arrows, they're doing a chunk of damage every time they manage to go through. Static Shiv was completed as well by Pushu, so those waves, they're getting cleared out that little bit quicker, and they just need a couple of shots from Pushu. There goes the turret, there goes the ultimate.
They're going straight on towards Alex, who is going to go down without even using his ultimate from this one. There is Darian taking the pressure now. He will fall. 3 men left. Grab comes in onto Voidal. He couldn't avoid that one. And now Diamond is the final man left alive, running back off towards the Nexus. Fnatic really only losing a bit of health from that one. They're going to take this inhib, and Pushu turning around there. The claw came out from Peke. Couldn't quite snipe off. Fnatic might finish it right here.
Well, they may well go straight for it, and why not? They've got the damage. It looks like Fnatic going to take down the Nexus turret and go 3-0 over Gambit Gaming. They pulled out something new, but it seems to have backfired horribly, because Fnatic are going to take victory once again and the top spot in the LCS for Europe over a victorious Gambit.
I'm a little bit lost for words right now, because that was the picks and bans were already a little bit too much for my heart to handle. Then the fact that it took us about 2 minutes to realize that Yellow Star wasn't actually playing Blitzcrank was like, oh, wait a minute, he's actually on Shen this game. Brilliant performance overall from his team, moving Soaz towards that Blitzcrank. Yellow Star's got that swagger about him. He's like, yeah, I can play top as well, no problem with that one. And not the best game for that man on your screen there, Voidal. I mean, you can't really analyze too much into what he's done there, because quite frankly, he didn't really have much chance coming into that game. Overall, Fnatic, as we said, changing things up completely. If there was ever out of the box thinking, that was certainly it.
Well, I mean, talk about Voidal. He got the double kill near the start, kind of flashed for it, knew he was going to die. And that actually gave Yellowstar his first kill, and then got the second straight afterwards. So that gave Yellowstar the double, and you don't want to give a Shen a double kill. Like, even as a support, it's great getting kills. He got that Philo Stone early, but then you gave the split pusher that's going to be a pain, a thorn in your side for the whole game, a double kill, and effectively gave him that Giant's Belt early on. Sunfire Cape completed early on, and Yellowstar didn't really look back. We could also talk about Soaz. Soaz played brilliant on Blitzcrank. Remember the first blood that came on towards Karma in the jungle, which is something I don't think I'd ever say on an LCS stream. But
Soaz playing Blitzcrank, getting first blood onto a Karma in the jungle.
onto Diamond playing Karma in jungle. I mean, what happened there? But sure enough, they got the kill. It was he got the blue buff off that, which obviously helped out then, because Pushu's like, well, great, my support Blitzcrank has blue buff. He's going to be throwing hooks all day, and they worked wonders. And it was a terror of a lane. And we saw, simply put, Genja getting completely caught out of position. Don't know really what he was doing so far up the lane, honestly. It was a desperate situation for him. He was going to die regardless. So many plays, so many misplays as well by Gambit. How much do you look into that? Do you look into it, Fnatic having a great counter? We talked about it right at the start, how they can just counter-strategize you, and they said, we're going to have something prepared again for Gambit. And it seems that they have something like that all the time. But it's only against Gambit they do that. They don't really bring in it all the time. So, coming into week 7 we are now, week 8, week 9, just not too far away, then the playoffs. Have they got some more prepared to get themselves to that World Finals, which at the moment, they are looking like probably the most prominent team in the European split. Remember, they won the spring split. They won the spring playoffs. So you would expect Fnatic to make the World Finals. Have they got enough to get to the World Finals and take it to the rest of the world?
Well, we're at week 7 and I still have no conclusive answers to any of those questions because things are so tight right now. Fnatic, of course, taking the lead for now with that victory over Gambit. We're going to head over to Jason, who's joined by Deficio from Ninjas in Pajamas to break down that crazy, crazy match.
Thank you for that, Joe and Demon. And yes, I'm with Deficio, and wow, I think everyone at home, everyone watching, even the casters, everyone here was just like, Jungle Karma. And I know you've talked about this with me quite a bit. Can you explain the picks?
Well, I think I can start with the Gambit pick. The Jungle Karma is actually something Diamondbox has been practicing solo queue quite a lot. It's been working really well for him because you have the ability to 1v1 pretty much every jungler in the game, except for maybe Aatrox, who will outdamage you hard. But he has kite abilities, he has a slow, and he has and heal for himself. He can actually duel most junglers. And when they get to team fights, he provides so many things with Karma, like shielding, speed up, which was kind of the whole thing of the Gambit comp. Every champion on Gambit's combo had some sort of kite or a speed up. So they wanted to kite the fights with their Kale ultimate as well, Evelyn go in with ult, then kite around, and then when they saw an opportunity, Evelyn would turn, ult someone, and they would flash Sona ult it and go all in with it. So that was the idea behind the Gambit comp, but obviously when you lose early game this hard, it's not really gonna work.
And then talk to us about Fnatic's side, because we had Yellow Star on Shen, and we had Soaz on Blitzcrank.
Yes, it didn't really surprise me they did this, because we've been practicing against Fnatic, and they actually did this. We thought they were trolling, so we were no way, they're never gonna do this in LCS, but then they picked these picks and okay, they're actually gonna do it. And I think I'm not sure the reason behind it, but I think it's just because Shen fits Yellow Star more than fits Soaz, and Blitzcrank fits Soaz. We have seen him play top lane as well last split, and he's really, really, really good on it. He's so aggressive as well. So, but yeah, the whole combo is based around catching out a target with either Lissandra ultimate or a hook or with Varus ultimate, and then just instant kill that target and then move on.
Yeah, and we're going to see that in this replay. So let's get that on your screen and kind of walk you through exactly what happens, because it's about 18.5 minutes in. It's 12-4 in favor of Fnatic, so they have a pretty large lead right now. And walk us through how this kind of begins and kind of how it ends.
Well, you actually see the claw on the right side coming in. Piggy actually activates it too early, so he doesn't get the ultimate on Alex, which means that Alex doesn't flash there. If he had activated the claw properly, and he would gone in range for ultimate to Alex, Alex had to flash early, and then Pushu could hit the ultimate. Now Alex doesn't have to flash from Lissandra, which means he's going to flash the ultimate from Pushu, which actually is a bad thing for Fnatic now, because they kind of lost the engage. They're reliant on Source in tower range to land a hook, and he misses it. So this for Gambit is the perfect scenario to fight. But they are so far behind at this point, and they make one mistake, which Xpeke exploits perfectly. 3 people are standing within his snare range. He flashes snares them, and this wins the fight. This alone wins the fight. 3 people snared, they can jump in, they can get the engage they want, they can instantly give a target, and then you just move on. Shen comes in, lands a good taunt. Alex has no flash anymore because he flashed the Varus ultimate, he's dead.
And we were pointing something out here that look at Genja's damage, because you talked about earlier on, which we'll come back to in a second, how he got shut down earlier on. But look at him attacking Yellow Star. He does absolutely nothing to him in this.
He's good. He's doing the tier build on Ashe. We know he's going to do it, but it's early game and mid game, it's so weak. He has no damage to provide. Varus, on the other hand, is twice his damage. But yeah, I mean, that's how it is.
Yeah, and okay, so we wanted to talk about something in particular that you brought up with me, was the fact that Voidal, he got a double kill, which surprised everyone, but there was a big downside to that. Can you explain why?
The thing is, when you play something like Sonar, which literally has no escape in lane, and you're standing against a Shen in 2v1, Shen can always taunt you. If the jungler comes, he can taunt you, the jungler can jump you. You're dead if you have no flash. If you try to poke the tower, he's going to taunt you on the tower, you're going to take a tower hit, and he's going to go for the kill. So, when you have no flash as Sonar, they will just kill you, like, so easily. Sunlight even runs up, he doesn't get anything from it, because Shen is just pushing them out. But this means that they have no pressure on the tower. Shen can just push them out because they can't poke the tower. He's going to taunt Sonar, kill her. So it was never worth it for Sonar to get this double kill. He even get double buff to Shen, so Shen could even 1v2 them without getting help. So it's such a ballsy move. I guess...
I know Joe and Deemer were surprised that he actually flashed over the wall and went for the kill, but I mean, we did see Yellowstar 1v1 him, like pretty much a couple of minutes right after that, and it was a major downside. Then you also mentioned, in bot lane, they were getting forced so heavily down there. We saw Diamond actually stick around a little bit on Karma to kind of hold the turret down, but it unfortunately didn't work out so well.
When you hit the point where Shen can hold the tower 1v2 alone, you get all the pressure on the second lane, like where they're 2v1, because this means they can just slowly take the tower. Evelyn can do nothing against it. They can just take it. There's no jungle pressure, because Karma gave the first blood too. She's behind. She comes down. I think she's as well. And there's literally nothing they can do to hold this tower. And it's just a matter of time before a hook will land, and they get a kill, they get tower, they get dragon. And this will just set them so far behind because they have no chance of taking the top tower. So they lose the tower, and they lose the dragon.
All right, well, thank you very much, Deficio, for joining us. Good luck on your game tomorrow, since you already won your game today. But for now, we're heading over to Shoxed with an interview with Soaz.
Absolutely. The man of the hour, Soaz, who played Blitzcrank in the game. And, we got to ask you guys, was this a plan you precipitated before, or was it a split-second decision when you saw their picks? You went, you know what, I'm just going to go Blitzcrank and let Yellowstar have Shen?
Actually, we played it like 3 or 4 screens against CG and other teams, and it worked pretty well. So we just plan what they're going to first pick, what they're going to ban. We predict to play to pick Shen and Varus, then also Aatrox and Blitz, then see for PK to counter pick middle since we had last pick. So we predict all these picks. We knew we were gonna have these 5 picks, and we got them. So yeah.
So it's one thing, of course, to pick it and to go on that Blitzcrank, but why do you think it is that you were able to steamroll the game so hard?
What?
Why? You made the picks, but how come you think it was that you were able to dominate them so hard in the actual game?
We got an early kill on their jungle, which helped us a lot for the game. And also, they got 2 kills on top, but we got 1, and it helped a lot Yellowstar to split push during the whole game. So these 2 things were quite important. And we also did a nice move bottom with Shen Ultimate and PK Teleport. We got turret. We got all the Drake, and with all the globals.
So, of course, everybody's wondering, is this how it's going to be? Is Yellowstar going to start playing more tops, and is the all-star top laner from Europe going support?
No, I wish I could play Blitzcrank every game, but I can't really, so no, I will stay top.
How much of a luxury must it be to play in a team that you can just say beforehand, you know what, I feel like playing Blitzcrank, I'm just going to do it, and your support can effectively just go top lane?
Well, Blitz is my favorite champion. I made him since Season 1, Season 2, LCS. Doesn't matter if I play top, mid, or jungle. I just love playing him, and we played him first season of LCS when I played top lane against EG, and yeah, I just have to play it once a while in LCS, and I'm fine.
But what about Yellowstar? I mean, going on Shen and being effectively a great player on it.
Well, Yellowstar can play whatever is needed for the team. He really don't care what he have to play. He just play it, practice it a lot, and it helps us a lot.
Right. Now, finally, why now this crazy strat? Why in this particular match? And, was it because it was against Gambit, because of how far we are in the season? What's the reasoning?
As I said, we practiced, not so much, but we see that it was working really well. And I felt like your team comp was really good. We had engaged. We can siege turret really easy. We can contest drakes. We can do pretty much whatever we want. And we have really strong mid game. Like our late game is also good, but our mid game is really strong with Blitz. So yeah, we just decided to play it, and we spend a lot of time talking about what are they gonna pick first, so we can plan to get the picks we wanted to, and that's it.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks for putting on such an amazing show in that game. Now, coming up next, Alternate has been first place for the entire split, but lately they're barely hanging on. If they can't beat MYM, they'll be shaking hands with second place. And before we go into the break, of course, take a moment to answer our Twitter question of the day, which is, who's your favorite champion for early game duels and why? We'll be reading our 5 favorite responses later in the show, and each one of those will win a Logitech G5 10S gaming keyboard. So get tweeting. And just make sure to follow us at LoL Esports and to use the hashtag LCS. Now we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. There's more League of Legends action when we come back, and we'll also be talking to Mimer after the break. Welcome back to the European LCS, where I'm going to be talking to Mimer about his win with NIP against Evil Geniuses. Welcome, Mimer. Can you start by telling us a little bit about yourself and how did the transition go? How did you get from Eternity to the LCS team that is NIP?
Well, they asked me very suddenly in like the middle of the week. I don't know, like late in the night. So I just accepted the offer because I want to be in the LCS. So yeah, and it's nothing more.
And what a start it is for you. In your first game, you have a 1 versus 1 lane against Wicked up top, Rise versus Malphite. How did that go for you?
Yeah, I think I could have played much more aggressive, but I just wanted to play safe the first days now because we haven't had that much practice. So yeah, I'm just playing safe.
Were you awfully nervous being up on this stage? You of course have some offline experience, but there's of course a difference with playing in the actual LCS.
Yeah, the first minutes of the game it was kind of shaking and stuff, but when you get into a game, you don't think about it.
Now, of course, Extinct went from NIP because he was kind of, losing the drive to be a pro gamer. It must be the complete opposite for you. So, what is the sentiment for you? What I think is a dream come true, being an actual LCS player.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I'm just getting started now, so.
All right, so what do you think you bring to a team? Extinct obviously had a very deep champion pool. We know your Rengar and Evelyn is dangerous. So what else do you bring to a team, you think?
Well, I don't know. I play I roam a lot and make plays, and I really want to do that in the upcoming weeks, but yeah.
All right. Now, of course, you're told to be a very aggressive player, and we saw it also on Shaker, who's also a new player in the league, very aggressive. Do you think that is a trait of the new generation of pro players that's coming up?
It's just when you come from solo queue, you do a lot of you play kind of crazy, so I think it's that.
All right. Let's talk a bit about the 3.9 patch that you're playing on now. How for you as a top laner do the changes affect your play or the champions you pick?
What?
The 3.9 patch, how does it for you affect the champions you pick or the items you build? Or?
I think they nerfed the Oracle, the range, so it's very good for me with Evelyn and Rengar. The nerf is, the range is really nerfed. You can just jump on people now.
What about changes to tier, maybe for Jay's top lane or your Rise you played?
And I don't know, it's takes 10 more minutes to stack the tier, but it's no problem.
All right, so coming into this team, you're a new player. Did you have a lot of problems, maybe not a lot of problems, but being vocal and maybe talking in that team that's been formed now for a couple of weeks and making some calls maybe, or did you just stay on the back line?
Yeah, I'm just focusing on my game now. We had two days of practice, so yeah, I'm just focusing and not mess up. Just let them carry me.
All right, finally tomorrow going up against MYM, do you think you're going to go 2-0 this weekend?
Maybe, probably, of course.
All right, thank you very much. Now we are halfway through today's matches and there's still plenty of excitement to come. A little later, the Lemon Dogs are going to square off against SK Gaming, but right now it's Meet Your Makers versus Alternate. Now let me send you over to D-Man and Jason who will take us through the match.
Thank you very much, Jocks, and welcome back to Game 3 of the day. Back in Week 1, both of these teams jumped to a 4-0 start.
Yeah, of course, when they met, Alternate gave Meet Your Makers their first loss in the season because we had that great matchup of both teams being 4-0 in the first week. And really, Meet Your Makers is looking for the revenge today.
Absolutely. So let's check out the lineups, of course. Break these two teams down. Meet Your Makers, they're going to be the blue team. It is going to be Kubon, Makana, Charu, Makla, and Libic.
And of course, for Alternate on the red side, Kerp in that top lane. We're going to have RNA in the jungle, Pharrell Nord in the middle lane, White Knight as AD carry, and of course, Jayri as support.
Now, let's see what you guys at home think about this one, Jason. What is it looking like?
Well, you guys actually believe that 73% of you that Alternate is going to win this game. And, it's kind of interesting because, to me, Alternate have been on a little bit of a downward spiral since they had Pharrell Nord gone for a week. They had White Knight come in because Creatine broke his hand. But, really, anything can happen, and you can't really ever count Meet Your Makers out.
No, but Alternate, they had a pretty wild game against the Evil Geniuses last week, so we'll see how that works out. Don't forget, you guys at home, you can still vote over at lollysports.com for the last match of the game. And, of course, there is 4 more matches coming up tomorrow, so get yourselves over there. Lots of stuff to check out. So let's take a closer look at the teams. Alternate, they had a terrific start to the season, but they haven't had much to cheer about lately. As you say, 6 of their 8 losses have come since week 4. If they hadn't been so strong early on, they'd be right there in the bottom, along with Meet Your Makers. So, with the rest of the league as close as it is, they just can't afford to be playing the way they have been.
Yeah, but we really need to acknowledge the circumstances that surrounded those losses. I mean, Pharrell Nord was gone, so there was a couple of their losses there. Then, of course, White Knight coming in for Creatine when he broke his hand in week number 5 hasn't been too easy on him in his lane. And they really have a lot of talent to work with, and they can still win a lot of games. We saw that against Evil Geniuses in Tenerife, and if Alternate really wants to turn things around, they need to start picking up wins. And this is the weekend to do it, because we are almost at the end of the season, and that's when you have to be in the top 6 to get those playoffs.
And of course, Alternate and MYM, we're saying they're the new kids, but we're effectively in week 7, so nobody's really new anymore. But they were the new kids at the start of the split, and they both started out so strong. The difference is that Alternate, they managed to keep it going, but Meet Your Makers, they just didn't. The good news, though, for Meet Your Makers is that everybody is still close enough for them able to climb right back into contention.
Yeah, I mean, they're in last place, but you have to keep in mind, they're only a few games behind first place because there's still 38 games left to play in this split. And Meet Your Makers, they really still can't salvage this season. They just need to turn it around immediately. And I talked to their manager, and he mentioned like they've been working on a new strategy. They've been working on a new way to play, and it hasn't been that effective this last couple of weeks. But if they're going to actually show it and show it well, it's got to be this week.
It's got to be the week. There's Charu in the middle. He really was one of the key players, honestly, in getting them here in the first place. Some of his plays in the promotion series really were fantastic. And when you think back to DreamHack, there's 4 wins they had before they came up against Alternate for that 5th and final game. Well, speaking of people that made a big impact, there's one right there. RNA, he's made a huge impact for Alternate, but he had to be alongside Ferellenlord. Once Ferellenlord went away, it kind of fell apart a little. Then, of course, they had the unfortunateness of Creaton breaking his hand. I mean, that happens, and that's a sports injury can be a problem. That's effectively what it is right now. And it's not looking good since he's gone out. White Knight's come in. He's played actually well, to be fair, but Creaton was probably the best AD carry in Europe at the moment.
And RNA was always the person to say he is the best AD carry in Europe. And when you lose something like that in your team, you lose such a major asset that White Knight, he has such big shoes to fill. And, you know, RNA, he started off the season so well, but it seems like people have finally understood how he plays and have been able to counter it because he hasn't been that aggressive early, hasn't been able to make those plays happen.
Well, the band's coming thick and fast here. Lysandra, Fiddlesticks, and Shen being removed. And Twisted Fate and Thresh. This does mean... Look at Kuban, he wants Elise to get through. So please don't ban Elise. Whatever you do, can I get it? I guarantee it would be first picked if it gets through. No. Look at the disappointment on his face.
Oh, man. I bet you if you looked over at Curbside, though, he's happy that Shen's banned out. He's like, yes, I don't have to play Shen. I can play like a damage champion top lane. So, you know, those bans, you know, pretty understandable. The Fiddlesticks, though, I mean, it's not something new. I mean, we've seen actually Jerry go 2 and 3 with this Fiddlesticks with like a 3.5 KDA, so he's done really well with it. And over in Korea, it's been played heavily. We saw actually MIG playing Blaze earlier on today, if you watched OGN, and Fiddlesticks was used every game.
Yeah, it's becoming a champion. I mean, it's a strong champion that we've seen used effectively from week 1 here in European LCS. We saw it was Darker a few times, and it seems to be working out well. We had Mithy obviously playing it last weekend with his surprise party Fiddlesticks, effectively being the it's kind of like the taunt. He was going in using his ulti, everybody would pile on him, and then everybody else had the free time to pile in there. So it's definitely a champion, and it's interesting to see how it's come back into role as support, but Lee Sin has been locked in, and they immediately pointed across at RNA and went, we got your champion.
I don't even know where that's going.
No.
I really don't. Makati, he plays like support type junglers, you know, Nautilus.
So.
It could. I don't even know if he's been working on that, but it could have been that secret champion he talked about to us in Tenerife. But, you know, Makati, he plays kind of support champions.
Whoa. Here comes Vi, back again.
I remember her back in the
Where's
spring promotion tournament. She was played really heavily, banned out quite a bit because of that whole initiate she has, you know, the damage she has up front. But still, not 100% sure if that will be in the jungle, but it seems like a champion that really fits RNA's style. You're very mobile, you can get over walls to really create some opportunities, and the ultimate late game, or even early game, is just so hard to deal with when you're getting ganked.
Well, White Knight's going to have Varus, so we'll see where this goes. RNA seems in good spirits, but it's Meet Your Makers taking the pick now. Makara and Sharu, what are they going to go with? Will it be the AD carry support? And we've seen, obviously, Zyra being used all the time on Libic. Will that get locked in there? Corki is going to come out. Okay, so this is 3.9, and Corki did receive buffs in this. And we were wondering whether it would start getting picked again, whether anyone would start going for it. We haven't seen it a great deal. I don't recall whether NA played it at all last night.
I don't believe so.
Didn't get to watch all of it. Not last night, the night before. I don't
even believe it's been played in any that much,
Days
to be honest.
blend into one as well as champions.
But we actually heard, I think it was Blaze talking about it over in OGN, saying, you know, we looked at Corki, we looked at his numbers after the change, and he still doesn't seem that viable to us. So maybe, you know, maybe MYM can pull something out of their hats, but to me, I was surprised to see Vayne not picked up right away.
By Macro, yeah.
That champion is just so strong. We know how good Macro is with his micromanagement, but Corki, you know, with 3.9, We'll get there. We'll get there. With 3.9, his mana costs were all reduced pretty much across the board, and his ultimate has that flat mana cost. You don't really need to build Mana Immune or even build towards a Trinity Force necessarily. And Demon, get it out. What do you want to say?
Just the bans, the picks that are coming through. What's going on? We got Ari offer for Ellenlord. Suddenly Blitzcrank's come out again for the second game running. But now what the hell? We got Karthus and Fizz selected. What is going on?
Okay, I think we're going to see Charu on Fizz middle. No, I think we're going to see actually him on a middle and then Kuban in a 1v2. Or maybe he will play Karthus, but still in a 1v2. I'm assuming that's where he's going to want to go with this, but
no,
yeah,
it's Charu Karthus. It's a champion he used to play a lot of. It's got to be. Yeah. It's got to be Charu Karthus, which tells me it will be Fizz in top, which we've seen Kiwi Kid doing definitely to Dignitas. I certainly recall that one off the top of my head in North America. It's a champion that has started to see the light of day in the top lane.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Fizz.
And now Zilean. What are you doing to me? These games, they're just not good enough. I don't know what to do anymore.
Well, I mean, think back. We did actually see Muture Makers bring out Zilean in the summer split with Charu. They had a Zac and a Nocturne combo, which was like the bomb delivery system. But unfortunately, they do switch over for him to that Kha'Zix and back to Zilean and Kha'Zix.
Well,
it's got to be Kha'Zix.
Yeah. It's a champion that was used last week as well by JWoww, if I recall, from
yeah,
TCM.
No, it was two games
TCM.
running.
Yep.
All right, so you know, I really want to know where will this Karthus go, because you're right, Charu does play him heavily, but to me, he's like the perfect champion to go in a 1v2 situation. We've seen Gragas really come into his own lately over, at least in Korea, starting to make its way over to Europe in terms of being in the 1v2 lanes, because you can hold really well, you can farm really well on top of that. So with the way it's currently sitting, they're actually going to send Kuban on Karthus and Charu on Fizz.
You were right. I bow to your knowledge.
We still got 30 seconds.
We have got 30 seconds. After the last game, I doubt myself anymore, to be honest, because I just don't know what's going on. Turns out that actually in the Fnatic camp that Yellowstar loves playing Shen, so as loves playing Blitzcrank, and they both hate playing the vice versa, so they just went...
Worked out well for them.
Let's just switch.
I'm actually looking at Charu's runes, and it looks like he will be keeping that Fizz. Actually has some really interesting setup. He has hybrid pen reds. So he has armor pen and the magic pen. Then he has magic resist flat yellows, and then even a couple of health quints, like flat health quints on yellows, and then of course just ability power per level blues. So he's looking to be really aggressive. I want to know if he's going 30-0, and it looks like he actually will go 21-0-9. So unfortunately not going for that that build we saw Alex go in the spring split, I believe that was at the end.
So, crazy action potentially coming out once again. This time around, it's Alternate versus Meet Your Makers. It was the battle for first place in week 1 on the final day. But this time around, it's a battle really for Meet Your Makers to stay off that bottom of the league. Can they claw their way out of it? If they manage to pick up a win, they'll be equal with Evil Geniuses on the bottom of the table. They're still going to be bottom, but they're going to be equal.
They're going to be a shared bottom, so they won't be lonely.
They won't be lonely, that is true. Meanwhile, Ninjas in Pajamas managed to pick up their win. They're clawing their way back in there, and we just saw Fnatic, of course, take their victory, so now they are on the perch on top. NIP actually joint second with Gambit, I believe, as well now. And Alternate, can they keep the action going? Can they keep that top slot that they've actually had from week 1?
Yeah, I mean, you wonder, is there more pressure on Meet Your Makers for being the bottom of the table, trying to claw their way back up, or for Alternate, who looks so good throughout the entirety of the season, when they're slipping away from that first place? And I'm really curious what their outlook is on that.
Well, as the season's progressed, we've seen the spring split champions, Fnatic and Gambit, claw their way back into that top of the table, and then these new upstarts along the likes of Alternate certainly put some waves across the LCS. Many teams were saying, oh, it will, just don't worry, it will level itself out. The same old people will be at the top, but we're in week 7. There's only 2 more weeks to go after this one, and still, the old guard are not really in there. We saw Evil Geniuses take a loss to NIP today. That's going to be hurting for them with only, effectively 8 games, I think, remaining for them. That's definitely going to put them in stressful situations. Meet Your Makers almost certainly in that same situation, just effectively trying to stay in the league right now. But Aranea, he's pulled out Vi. It's a champion we saw on Shushay. The hook comes through from Jerry, doesn't land on Makler. Did Makler see that fist splash through? Did his heart jump in his mouth?
I think so. I mean, that's why he's sitting on the side of the bush. He's like, if I don't sit middle, they're not going to pull me in. I mean, you're definitely right. Like, the newer teams have really stormed the entirety of Summer Split. Look over in North America, Cloud9, without the results of yesterday, they're 17-2.
I think they're 18-2 now.
I didn't want to ruin anything that happened last night.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I mean,
but that's ridiculous. That's the best record we've ever seen in LCS so far. And they've taken their opportunity of getting into LCS and just have gone awry with it. They're so far ahead that they're pretty much guaranteed to be in that first place position come into the playoffs.
So let's look through the lanes, Jason, as things begin. So the blue buff, red buff being taken by Makata. So Makata, firstly, let's talk about these two junglers, because we've got Makata and Lee Sin, something we've not seen in the LCS so far, and RNA, he's pulled out Vi.
Yeah, so, okay, well, we can talk about Makata. We talked about him in the picks and bans a little bit, how this isn't necessarily his type of jungler. You know, he likes to play support ties with Shen, you know, kind of Nautilus, even, I believe, Volibear once, but the thing is, we mentioned that they've been working on some new strategies here, they've been working on some new things, and this might exactly be it. But, you know, the Vi on RNA, that's kind of right up his alley in terms of the kind of champion he wants to use. Very aggressive, can make a lot of plays happen. It's pretty mobile, not obviously as mobile as Lee Sin, but he can make some plays, definitely.
Okay, so let's go through this top lane. The fact that they're not in a 2v1 to start with. Kerp on Kha'Zix, which has had changes, doesn't tend to level up. You can see the claws are out there as well, so he's leveled up his Q to begin with, it seems that Kerp has. Hasn't evolved the... he hasn't evolved anything yet because he hasn't hit level 6, but but that's effectively what he will be going towards. We expect maybe the jump. We're seeing Aranea coming towards the top, but he's up against Kuban, who... This is a perfect lane for him right now because he's just going to free farm his way to victory, surely.
Well, we'll get back to that in a second because right now they actually know where RNA is and they could go for a counter gank here. Kuban, he has exhaust. He could stop this damage coming in. RNA isn't particularly 100% healthy as he's letting those health pots roll in, but Makati's been very patient, waiting on the sideline for this engage to happen. It looks like it's about to begin.
He's charged up, he dives in, doesn't catch onto Kuban like he'd like to, and immediately the exhaust does go down an area. The flash comes out from Kuban. Is he going to have enough to defile down there? Will he get the double buffs? Yes, he does. He takes it away, and that is crucial. Kuban will be so strong right now, but in the bottom we see White Knight. He's taken low. J-Reed trying to do the damage back on towards Makler. Limit gets caught out. Aqua Prison thrown out. Doesn't quite land onto White Knight. But we gotta talk about them double buffs being given across is gonna be so hard on that top lane right now. A Karthus with double buffs, that's not good news for Kerp.
And the thing is that Kha'Zix should be able to do some good damage to Karthus right off the bat, just because if you jump in, their Evolve Tree is actually going for it, he's gonna catch him!
Oh, Kerpskip jumped in there, he's gonna surely go down, yes he will! And the double buffs, just like that, get transferred. Teleporting away. He must have been in the shop. He didn't react. It took him so long. Makata tries to land the kick. Not going to happen. And just like that, fortunes favor alternate now. And we're seeing Aranea. He's coming in. I don't think he's going to be able to catch on towards Makata. He backs away. Wow.
It's that commentator's curse. Just as we talked about him having the double buffs, being so strong, gets shut down. Now Kerp has them. And the thing is, I want to know, is he going to build a tier? Because obviously the tier was changed in 3.9. Not as strong as it would be for most champions. But that double buff is going to make his farming so much easier. He's going to have such an easy time now in this lane.
Well, we didn't see JWoww building it last week in Tenerife, so we'll see whether, like you mentioned, whether he does build for it. He is backing away. The hook lands, though, on towards Makler. Quickly like that. Have they got enough damage? He manages to Valkyrie away, and he just about escapes the damage. J-Re hooking around the side. Can he get another hook on Libic? The wave is going to come through. His cooldown won't be off just yet. And he does manage to get away.
There's something big we actually didn't even notice just yet. Look at the farm in mid lane. As we do see the engage come out of Makati, I don't think it's going to make anything happen, but here goes Aranea.
Aranea comes back around the Ignite on towards Makati. He's getting taken low, but he is Lee Sin, and he just escapes no problem from that one. Charu also, he's taking some damage, and this is a back and forward trade. Aggressive game once again.
Yeah, so I mean, look what happened middle, where currently Charu has a CS lead over for Realm Lord when he's Fizz. Like, he can be auto-attack harassed quite well, and he's keeping up, which he should not be able to do right off the bat. Maybe around level 6 since he has that potential to kill you, but Charu's doing a phenomenal job on his Fizz so far.
Fantastic, fantastic stuff. The fact that he can keep up is got to be scary for Realm Lord, because once he gets that burst potential, he will be diving in, and Realm Lord, though, has got the ulti to escape very quickly. And then double buffs, we saw it still at the top. Kerp has them. He didn't go for the Dorans. The Dorans, he went for the Dorans Blades. He didn't go for the Tear of the Goddess, though. So maybe, just maybe, that build is no more on Kha'Zix.
I think he's actually going to go into Mob Mortius a little bit later on. He's going to pick up a Hex Trigger when he's against this double AP. Then, of course, if Aranea picks up that Runic Bulwark, it's going to make him have quite a bit of ability power. But Makler, he has his flash, he has his barrier up, and he is Corky. So you don't have a lot of upfront damage in the beginning, but when you hit level 6, you kind of spike up, and you have that escape mechanism, which White Knight is currently lacking on that Varus.
But Varus is building up a bit of a CS advantage, and Jerry's doing a good job at zoning Makler out from this one, keeping him well away while Libic's not there. Now Jerry's going to just back off a touch as Libic forces the pressure back on towards him. And look at that, Pink Ward was used by Alton to keep that bottom lane cleared. We are seeing Elnord possibly making a move, simply warding up the river. He could have gone down to the bottom, but it was already pinged out, so Meal Makers are prepared for that one, and Makata is going to go again in towards his top lane. See if he's successful. It worked last time, but then it backfired.
Yeah, but looks like he's actually going to bait him in here a little bit, and Makati's in position to stop this.
He's going to catch him out. Wall of Pain did manage to land, but Kerb jumped straight away from that one quickly. Should be able to get on towards the turret quick enough. Uses that ultimate. Oh, he's leveled up his ulti, I see. So he's taking the 40% damage reduction. Meanwhile, we are seeing Lord getting on towards Charu. And nothing happening.
Yeah, so I can imagine why he did take that ultimate first, because the thing is, the AoE ultimate comes out of Kuban, it mitigates quite a bit of damage off of that. 40% reduction when you're in your stealth mode, so he's obviously going to be able to survive that upfront damage most likely out of Kuban. But we also have to remember, like Charu, a Fizz is very bursty. You add in a Karthus ultimate on top of that, and you're going to kill that person. So when we see that combo happen, it's going to be very deadly. And Makler, he's getting pulled in, like he's a baseball player now. He's catching quite well.
Catching him towards the midst of J-Ree, but that was Flash Barrier burnt out. So now that's surely going to give an advantageous position. And maybe we're going to see... Oh, Frelun's going to have to get the blue buff. We're going to see maybe Aranea coming down to pay a visit on that bottom lane. Valkyrie still, of course, for Makler, so he still has one escape mechanism, but not as great as having Flash Barrier. Looks like red buff's going to be given across to that AD carry of Makler, though, so his brother being generous still from the jungle.
Yeah, no, he actually kept it for himself. And Makler fortunately wasn't able to pick that one up, but he's behind. You know, he's struggling in lane, and that's kind of because he's quirky. Like, he doesn't have a lot of early game presence in terms of, if he gets pulled by J-Ree, he's gonna have a very tough time. It's a very long cooldown on Valkyrie, so he can't afford to be as aggressive. But he's still catch up. Like, he's not that far behind, and his poke can never be underestimated when we get to these team fights.
So, Charu, he picked up Sheen. He has got teleport. We haven't seen him using it just yet. He's up to level 7, so we'll see whether Fizz goes looking. Oh, that's going to be the Aqua Prison on White Knight, but Makler not there to respond, and Chain of Corruption quickly comes out. Here comes Aranea, who can remember the Karthus ultimate could try and react to it. He does manage to slam Libic in the air. He will get himself the kill, but Charu does teleport in. We said he hadn't used it just yet. White Knight's going to go down. Makler pops him down with a phosphorus bomb, and it was a 1-for-1 trade, but that was a support for an AD carry. Meteor Makers coming out on top.
Yeah, that was a good job by Kuban as well to apply that Karthus ultimate right away, knowing that ultimate was trying to go for that 3-man gank. He wanted to kind of keep them off it, wanted to make them rethink and back off, and that gave Charu time to get down to that bottom lane and was able to turn that around. But Lord, he's like, all right, I'm going to push middle, I'm going to get a lot of farm on you, and I'm going to get some damage onto your turret.
Well, Makana's just hit and run on the red buff there. So that's going to be Aranea's taken away from him. Lord, he's putting pressure on towards this mid lane. This is the difference, though. When you have that teleport, he does leave himself exposed, but now we're going to see Makata coming in, lands the charm down, puts a lot of damage on Makata. Makata still lands that Q, gets his Lee Syndrome going, dives in for it, and I'm not too sure it was the right choice to make, but of course, Lee Sin, he can survive anything.
Yeah, pretty much with how fast he is. Arne is actually just warning up. Kuban getting very low here, forced to pop the exhaust, but he's ignited.
He has got the exhaust down, the ignite's not quite going to be enough. And Kurt thought about it, I feel, there. Had got flash available, and with that passive he has, he could have had the bonus damage. Aranea is going to charge up, and they're going to start out the dragon. The fact that everybody from Meteor Makers had just backed away, this is prime time.
And they actually didn't even know that Makata wasn't there, so they're actually being very ballsy here, but it looks like they will be able to pick up for free, and that's a lot of gold that they can pick up, and they're not being punished for it. Like, no one's top lane pushing against them, no one's bottom lane pushing against them, and no one's even, like, pretty much getting free farm except maybe Chara, which in the end is countered by Kirk getting the top lane farm.
Yeah, so good turnaround from Alton, the charm landing on Charu. Charu using that playful trickster a little too quick to dodge out of that charm. So he got caught by it, and again, there's going to be his ultimate. Is it going to be enough to pop up? Earth pops out there. Charu steps to the side, doesn't get caught out by the charm, but didn't really have enough mana to finish off the combo.
Yeah, I mean, with the blue buff available, though, that cooldown on his ultimate isn't that long, so he would use it again in the next fight, but he's just trying to pressure Frelunor. He's trying to make him lose a little bit of farm, kind of stop his progression that he's been currently working on. And it looks like Charu will come back to lane with just boots and a ward, so he hasn't been able to ramp up that ability power. And we actually haven't seen too much interaction out of Frelunor, who typically, like, he's very aggressive in other lanes. He likes to gank, make those opportunities happen, but he's just been hammering home middle so far.
And Sun's picking up that double buff in the top lane. Kerp's been doing a fantastic job. He's ahead of a Karthus in farm as a melee champion. That shouldn't be happening, really. Charu, again, eating a charm. Relnord happy to trade with Charu right now, despite the fact he manages to land that playful trickster on again. This time he will go aggressive, but quickly turns it around. Uses that ultimate. He does take him down. The passive bleed from Charu, just enough.
Wow, he flashed back into Relnord, making him think that he was just walking away from that last auto attack. He was able to get the kill on him, and that's the thing. He's playing Fizz without an Ignite, which is usually like an all-in champion. You want to be able to dominate your lane. He was able to kill Relnord without using that, and he's able to get like a nice little bit of a lead. He's 1-0-1 right now. They still have a 1-1-1 Karthus, and they have 1 kill over to Macro, so even though they didn't look too strong early on, they're still doing really well.
Well, you know that Fizz is going to be kind of a pain in the backside. And as is Kuban on Karthus. Karthus will get strong no matter what you do to him. Kerp's trying at best to just minimize that, uses that passive again. He should have enough. His passive doing a good job. Flashes out of it this time. This time he finally finished off the deal. And that is now a 2-0 along with that Brutalizer, starting to dominate the lane.
And that's him using his ultimate, the evolved ultimate really well, because the thing is, he realizes if he wants to fight Kuban, he has to sit on top of him. He has to sit on top of that Defile. So with that, reducing the damage by 40%, makes it so he can survive and still pick up those kills. So now Kuban's going to have a tough time here as RNA. He's waiting for someone to visit this top lane. He has his ultimate available, and honestly, they could dive anyone that comes to this turret.
Well, here comes Charu. He's ready and waiting. RNA is going to charge up as soon as he comes in there. And look at that. Kerp pulls him away from the tower. Charu not taking any damage here, and he's just going to get dropped down. Clever, clever play from Alternate. Kerp just pulling him away just at the right time to just bait him in.
And why would you need a tier on Kha'Zix when you get blue buff like this every time? It's the second one he's gotten in his lane, and he hasn't even built for that mana. So they're going to get the first turret of the game there in that top lane, and having a 3-0 Kha'Zix is very deadly. And also, they have a much stronger team at this moment, but Front's trying to get caught here. Markata coming in from the side, but it's an Ahri.
He's not going to get the Defile there. Lee Sin does try and come in. Yeah, like you say, he does have it ult, and that's another turret gone down. And this is the danger that Charu has with that teleport. He always runs it. Teams know that, and they're actually countering it very well. It's something we talked about right at the start. These new teams that came in, they had these gimmicks, and they will get countered. It's simple as that. Meteor Makers seem a little bit lost in the last few weeks as to how exactly to try and work that out.
Yeah, it's a lot of teams figured out that if we hold them back early on, we can keep them behind, and that's kind of been the story of Meteor Makers when we talked about them in the summer promotion, when we talked about them at the beginning of the season when they were doing extraordinarily well. But right now, I mean, teams are taking advantage of that, and Meteor Makers, I gotta give them credit. They've changed up their style a little bit. They have champions that we've never seen them really play, and it hasn't working out so well for them in this game, but they're only down 3,000 gold 14 minutes in.
The top lane, we are seeing, again, Kerp this time feeling very aggressive. Is he going to go 1v1 with, I almost said Tabs there, but Charu on Fizz? It's ingrained in my mind. It always is there. But he's actually teleported down to the bottom. He's going to sneak in towards the bush and try and get a jump on towards White Knight and J-Ree. Oh, look at this. McKenna's coming as well. It's actually going to be a 4-on-2, but Pharrell Lord is already reacting.
I'm trying to think who will be stronger in this fight. Obviously, we think Meteor Makers for having 4 people, but we're going to see what's going to happen here. The wave's got to come out a little bit to really start this fight off, or they're actually just going to show themselves. So they want to go for a 4-man push on this turret, but look who's heading down. So is RNA. They're going to have a 4-on-4 here, and this actually could be very bad for Meteor Makers.
The hook getting thrown out. Piercing Arrow is available. Chain of Corruption misses. He went towards Makana, but missed out there. Piercing Arrow does land, and they go aggressive. The Charm doesn't get through there. Pharrell's got one more dash available to him. Will he go for it? The wave catches Alternate perfectly there. Stops them all in the tracks, but you can see, we see RNA zeroing in on him. The Charm again flashing past Makler, didn't quite find its home, and it was a great response from Alternate. 4 members on 4 in that bottom lane, and they're gonna get themselves that 3rd tower of the game. Meteor Makers knew it was coming, but look at this. It's another blue buff's being stolen away. Well, first time it was stolen from Charu, second time it's been taken away straight from the buff itself.
I think Kerp's been keeping Kuban pretty much at his own turret. Like, he's been forcing him back to that tier 2 turret, and that's giving him so much more free farm. And the thing is, he's not even being punished right now for being pushed up this far.
Playful tricks. I'm not sure if that actually went wrong or whether he cancelled it because he saw the blue buff wasn't there.
He's being playful.
The benefit of the doubt.
But yeah, I mean, Kerp, he's 3-0. He's got that Hex Drinker done. He's going to be a real threat. And right now, I don't even think Alternate even needs to group up for these team fights. They can just keep split pushing like this, keep these ganks happening, keep picking up objectives left and right, because their gold lead is slowly starting to slip ahead for them quite further. And even have the Abyssal picked up for Pharrell Nord against this double AP composition.
Well, the Dragon is up in 15 seconds, and Alternate are the ones that are positioning themselves for it. They have all 5 members down here. They may have to give up that top tower, but honestly, Akarthus doesn't push towers that quickly, so maybe they won't. They don't have a teleport though, so they're not going to be able to react that quick. They don't have an Oracle either, so they can't see that ward that's giving their position away. The rest of Alternate are coming in. Are we going to see some fancy shenanigans from Makata? He is going to go in. Does he get the steal? Yes, he does. Can't get out of there, but it doesn't matter. They got themselves a top turret as well. Libic is going to go down to Kerp. Kerp's going to jump on towards Makta. He Valkyries away, and Kerp just walks straight through the flames. The top tower went down, and the Dragon for Meet Your Makers. They lost 2 members to it, but I think they're happy with them objectives.
Oh yeah, they've got to be happy with that. That was a phenomenal job by Makata doing that. Stealing that away from RNA. Didn't even get his smite off, and right now, I mean, Meet Your Makers, that was exactly what they needed. And now, there's something that Alternate kind of has been doing in the past, and there's a game versus Lemondogs they did this where Zorzer was playing Rise, where they take the top turret fairly early on, but they leave him alone to farm. And right now, Kuban, considering he's 1-2, you have a 4-0 Kerp, he's not being pressured that much anymore. And if he's allowed to keep farming up his damage, his pressure is going to become even higher in these team fights. But Alternate, it looks like, all right, well, we're just going to try to end the game early right now. And Meet Your Makers, they don't have amazing wave clear without Karthus there. So it's really hard for them to defend against a 4-man push out of Alternate, or even a 5-man push.
Ford is backing off the side there. Playful Trickster won't catch him out. And look at the burst coming straight out. Chari throws out Earth, not quite going to land though. But immediately they have to flash back on. The Ignite comes out. There's going to be Requiem. It's not enough to take down Forellan Lord. But it was Alternate that picked up the kill once again. Charu going down. They're not done yet. Kerb jumps on towards McKenna. Tries to safeguard away. The Ignite's going to tick down. And that's a second kill for Alternate.
And they just keep getting caught out left and right. I mean, well, you call them getting caught out, but Alternate still at the same side of that token is that they're taking advantage of that. They have superior coverage around the map. I mean, it's not that much, but it's enough to know where everyone in Meet Your Makers is. And every time someone steps out of line, they just turn it around into a kill. They're going to get another turret for free here.
Oh, flash hook coming out from Jerry, and it forces a flash from Kuban. Some highly mobile fights coming out here. Their Aqua Prison does land on Air. That turret is going to go down. Meet Your Makers do what they can to force them back. But it's another objective for Alternate. They're now 4-1 up in turrets, 9-3 up in kills. Alternate with a big lead now over Meet Your Makers.
And you look at items right now, Demon. Just look what we have across the map for both teams. There's only one major completed item for Meet Your Makers, which is that Spirit of the Elder Golem. Ancient Golem, close enough. Elder and Ancient, same thing. But you look on the other side for Alternate, you have an Abyssal Scepter, you have the Spirit item done, you have the Blade of the Rune King. Like, you have completed items, which is making Alternate even stronger in these team fights. And right now, Kerp, with that 1,600 gold he's sitting on, he can buy whatever he needs to when he backs.
Relnord, he's just split pushing off, just like Froggen did against NIP. Didn't quite work out, but almost did. But he's quite happy continuing to free split push down that bottom lane. Immediately puts those orbs around him. We expected Charu to go aggressive. But Charu on Fizz right now, he's not been that effective. He's been trying to get in there, but every time, Alternate seems to have a counter for him.
Yeah, and speaking of counter, like Lord, he normally goes straight into DFG as his first item, but he changed around his build order with the Abyssal. Now it looks like he's going DFG right after that, because he knows as long as he survives that upfront burst out of Charu, he's going to be able to put a lot of pain down. And so far, as you saw in that last fight when Charu went up middle and caught him, he survived it and was even able to turn around into a kill on a Charu.
We may have that head-to-head right now. There's the Abyssal. Charu steps back off the side there. Is he going to wait in the bushes? Nope. Just going to back away. So that tells me that actually Charu doesn't fancy their head-to-head right now, because he didn't go aggressive, didn't really have any vision of the rest of the team. We do see Jerry with that Oracle clearing out the wards that got put back down in the banana bush by Libic. And while this is happening, you mentioned it earlier on, Kuban, he's still off in that top lane, getting some free farm going.
Yeah, so he's got that Malma Mordius done, and you know, honestly, I actually want to talk about the Oracle that we see on Jerry, because it's a Blitzcrank. So having a 20-minute Oracle, you're relatively early. Obviously, with the changes to 3.9, you keep it after death. It only has a 4-minute length right now, but the thing is, it's a Blitzcrank. So if you can't get an Oracle to clear out vision, if you let the other team get vision against you, you're going to see a pull out of him, and you're going to see someone on your team dying. And we actually might see that happen right now with Makati.
Makati's going to walk straight in there. There's the hook, pulls him straight back in. Can he safeguard? Libic's hanging around. He's like, come on to me. But Kerb instead picks himself up the 6th kill of the game.
Phenomenal job by them. I mean, that's just using their champions, using the items exactly how they need to. In front of him, he's getting caught with that ultimate, but it's not that much damage.
Oh, and he just dashed away at the right moment. Playful Trickster not quite finding the home. And Charu once again unsuccessful in landing the kill on towards Forellan. Forellan still sticking around there. And as it stands, Alternate are in a prime position. They're trying to set the baits up. The hook doesn't quite land from this time from Jerry, though.
Yeah, and what Alternate's doing right now is very smart. It's actually something that Evil Geniuses maybe should have done in their game against NIP, is that, I mean, Fernlord, he doesn't have a teleport. but he can't be 1v1 by anyone on the other team right now. So he can just split push all day long, got a free turn off of that, and as long as Alternate is smart and can disengage a fight at Baron when they need to, considering they have the vision anyways, then Alternate can just slowly whittle down Meteor Makers.
And sat waiting to see if they can create one of those plays. If Kuban goes up towards that top stack of minions, expect to see Curb there, and yeah, straight away they pinged him, they saw him with that top ward, and he's not going to fall for that one. Has evolved his wings now, and hasn't quite got to the claws just yet. Nevertheless, Makler trying to get some farm, trying to keep going. He is ahead. He's the only person actually ahead in terms of CS right now. He has got the Infinity Edge. We see Charu, he can wipe up those waves quickly, but he needs to be more impactful. Charu's normally the man that creates the plays, and straight away, once again, we're going to see Kuban jumped on. That exhaust is not going to last long enough, and he's going to go down. Teleport comes in from Charu, but Curb's already leapt away.
That's the evolved wings right there. I mean, you cannot lock him down. And the thing is, look at how scary he is. He's 7-0, but hasn't evolved his Q, which is going to be his main damage source. Hasn't even done that yet, and he can still hit that hard and still 1v1 Karthus. He can 1v1 pretty much anyone, as well as Front Lord Cannon. They're just a real terror. Now, Arnea going in deep here, but his team isn't there just to back him up. And that exhaust, like, that's a huge thing. They need that up. They need that to stop Kurt. They need that to stop Front Lord's damage. But they both are, they have both of them down currently, and Alternate's like, all right, we'll go for Baron here. We have the vision, we have the control, we have the damage. We're just going to take that on you.
And they know both exhausts are down. There's not really a great deal that Meteor Makers can do, because we're going to see Makata, can he get the steal? He managed to get on the Dragon, but Lord immediately chases him down, tries to lock him out, doesn't manage to get the charm, but he buys his team long enough. There goes the Ignite, the orb's coming through. Oh, Flash fails, doesn't manage to get through there, and that kill was finally completed by Lord. The Baron is on Alternate right now. They're in prime position to take this game and lock it out.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even need to wait for higher levels. I mean, Lord, he's 16, has his Strength in Ultimate. You look at Charu, he's 14, so he doesn't have that available, which is actually a lot of damage. And right now, look at this top lane. Kuban's level 13. He is so far behind in terms of in levels, and not to mention items, because Ultra's been doing such a great job of keeping him down. And considering he got double buffs right off the bat, he should have had his lane.
Well, Charu's continued to push. I don't think he realized they were on Dragon, and now Kerp and Aranea are going to come around behind him. He's going to jump straight in there. Has he got enough, or is it the bait that he's after? That's the question. Aqua Prison comes in, surfing the tide there. Limit manages to throw the waves out. Have they got enough? You see Makler backing it up. He flashes in, doesn't have the damage, and just like that, the burst comes out. Is the Requiem, and not enough as well. But there is a bomb coming out from Makler. Does find his target. They do pick up a tower as well off the back of it, and that is going to give Meteor Makers just a glimmer of hope, but it's only a glimmer. Flash Chain of Corruption forced by another Flash. Requiem, oh, that's not going to catch him. That's going to be the exhaust down towards Makler. The hook is yet to be used. No, he hooked a minion in, I believe. Didn't quite land it, but White Knight has got the gap. Piercing arrow comes through. Makler goes down.
Yeah, just as he said, a glimmer for Meteor Makers. I was like, robots don't believe in glimmers. They don't see them because they turn that around. Now Froller's being aggressive on Kuban here. Remember, Kuban's low on mana. He's not even that strong right now.
He's got no mana, like you said. There's nothing he can do, but maybe Makata can. He comes in. The charm comes in, finishes the job. Requiem goes down. He wants another. He's actually put the Aqua Prison on for Unlord inside. The Lay Wasters coming out from the dead passives of Kuban, but it's not to be again, and the claws are out by Kerp.
Oh, that is just a dangerous sound to hear out of a Kha'Zix who's already 7-0-1 right now. Last Whisper in hand as his next major item. Also, it's up to them to lose this game right now. They're trying to catch up Char, which Kerp, he could destroy him if he was actually able to lock him down.
Well, he did manage to use his ulti to slow him, forces him to flick away, and it does buy time for Alternate in this mid lane. Throws out Earth, goes on towards Frelnlord, but not really the respectable damage. Tries to use the playful trickster to bait them in, and instead baits himself, gets killed in the process, and that's an 8-0-1 Kerp. He's loving life outside of Shen.
His KDA's got to be feeling really good right now as well on top of that, but they're just going to push for this inhibitor here, and Meteor Makers, they have to give this one up. They're not out of this game just yet, because with that inhibitor down, they will have free farm from these other lanes. Look at your minimap currently right now. Top lane's pushed up, bottom lane's pushed up, and that gives them a lot of farm that they need for these fights, but it also puts the pressure on where those Supermans are pushing bottom, and Alternate, all they need to do is just wait it out.
They find a target. Makata just gets melted as he walks in there. The fact that the silence came out from J-Ree, he was dead before that 1 second was up.
I think he was dead on his way in. He was still like flying in with his Q as he got destroyed. And Alternate looking very strong. I mean, they're up pretty much 11,000 gold right now. His brother actually might go down to Makler here.
He may get talked out, but look at Kerp. He comes leaping in. The exhaust goes down. It doesn't matter. Gets the reset. Jumps back away. Chain of corruption on towards Kubon. Aaron Air comes in. Finishes the job. White Knight gets the kill. And now Jay Reed tracks down the big Livic. I don't think he's going to call the Koikap. Will manage to avoid this one, but only because they let him live.
Yeah, they're just like, we want you to know we could have killed you, but instead we're going to let you get away. And also, they're just snowballing this game out of hand. I mean, I really wonder, looking back to how this game started, if Kuban didn't die with double buffs, would it have been a lot different? And I really think there was a possibility for it, because that means he would have been able to pressure Kirk quite a bit, who is really like the strongest man on their team.
Well, there was a shutdown. It was Charu. He managed to finally get the kill on White Knight, but he does escape as well. That's a 3-8. That was a Baron buff as well, worn out on him as well, but I don't think he really is the one to worry about right now. It's that man on your screen there, leaping around with wings. 9-0-2. And I love to see a Kha'Zix played well.
You just love Kha'Zix, period.
I love that champion.
It's your most favorited champion versus your most hated champion with VC. So you're so happy on the inside right now to see this happen.
This is good to see. It's good viewing, honestly, as well, guys.
Oh,
not just me. Makler's going down. Frellenlord catches him out, and this seems to be the story of the game now. Everybody getting caught out of position. Meteor Makers trying to create situations, and Charu is just not in the right position to make it. We see Frellenlord poking off, trying to throw out those orbs, catching them. I've said many times that he loves to play with his orbs, but right now it's working out for him.
And look how aggressive Alternate's being. I mean, this is a 2v5 situation pretty much right here, 2v4, and they just don't care. They're pushed up when the rest of the team is not even near. It looks like they will go for a push on this top lane, and Charu, yeah, you better not go towards that tower to defend it. You're gonna die, and wow, that damage though.
But he goes in, gets the burst. Is it gonna be enough? No, it's not, because he gets locked up. Aaron Air beating him down, and J-Reed picks up the kill. He's trying to overdrive his way away from this one. He is going to get caught out, and this time we're going to see Kubon. He gets locked up. Kurt picks himself up another for free, along with the tower, and now Livic. He's trying to get away, but you can see the passive coming out from Kurt. His ultimate is going to speed him up. Livic's doing what he can, throwing out the waves. He does manage to slow him down. He's got a red buff. Kurt comes in. Makta tries to lock him down. The big bomb, not enough, and we do see Makata not quite catching on. This is a dangerous, dangerous game they're playing. They're losing their entire base while this happens. The inhibitor is about to go down. Makata simply Kurt buying him time, and he does eventually go down the shutdown bonus, but it doesn't matter because the game is over, and Alternate are gonna be the winners against Meteor Makers. It's 22-7, but that's not what counts. It's all about those Nexus turrets going down. They're gonna back away this time though. They're not gonna finish it. Why?
Well, they don't have their damage dealers. I mean, Kerp's dead, Frellenlord's dead. They can't really afford to go for it. They know there's no point in throwing the game right now. Remember what's at stake right now, Demon, is that they're in first. Well, they're actually not in first place anymore. They will be, yeah. But the thing is, like, they're up towards the top. They've been on a really bad spiral lately, and this win will mean so much to them because they realize, you know, we have to get into playoffs without our star AD carry, and which they praise constantly. And Nature Makers, they're looking for this win to just kind of keep themselves in the running, and right now Alternate just gonna play it safe. There's no reason to, you know, celebrate early. There's no reason to throw the game when you have a guaranteed win.
Well, the broken hand is about the same as having a broken leg in any other sport. It's gonna put you out for a long time. The lobster comes out, but it wasn't ready, and Orf just pops himself up, and Lord laughs at it. Actually taunted there.
I thought you were actually gonna make the Earth sound for a second. There you go. That's actually pretty good. Did you do the voice acting for it?
I wish.
Well, it looks like Alternate, they're actually just gonna wait for another Baron to end the game out, which will be coming up in about 5 seconds. And with the Superman's pushing middle, the Superman's pushing top, there's nothing really Mitrages can do about it. Makati, I think, he's
cancelled
ballsy.
it. I think they were both meant to cancel it, and they was like, oh, you've left me here. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Kubon. Baron is going to go to Alternate, though. Give him for free, nothing at all. Meteor Makers can do about that one. And they are still yet to have a member over 10,000. Meanwhile, Alternate now 3 members, already 10,000 plus. Big goal differences here for Alternate. They are just close to 14,000 gold ahead. And sure enough, they're going to roll in through the mid lane with the super minions hooked in there. You can see Kubon getting slam dunked down. They do see the Aqua Prison though. It's going to slow him down, but Aaron Air honestly is pretty tanky right now, can take all that damage. There's only one Nexus turret. Makata goes too deep. He's going to get caught out. It's going to be a White Knight that picks up the kill. Zonya's hourglass from Frenlord. It's going to be enough. White Knight picks up a second. Can you see Kerp? He picks himself up another kill. And it is just Charu, the last man standing, thinking, where the hell did my team just go? Kubon gets the kill with the Requiem on White Knight, but that is going to be the final Nexus turret going down. They're just baiting Charu around. Look at the burst coming out. The hook gets dodged out from the playful Trickster. And finally, this time around, if they can pad out the KDA anymore, they will. But it is Alternate to take the win against Meteor Makers. And well, just like that, they let Lee Sin go through. Makata picked it up. Aranea wasn't bothered. He had a Vi in his pocket.
And he was pretty happy with that. I mean, the champion worked out really well for them. Their whole comp, if he could land that ultimate onto one person, you follow that up with the pull or even the ultimate out of Varus, and you will lock someone down and blow them up right away. But their whole comp, they had so much damage. They had so much tankiness out of Aranea, which you saw at the end because of how fed he was, that they could just deal with anything Meteor Makers threw at them.
And we saw just the belt coming out there. It was actually Aranea putting his belt back on. I don't know whether he's using it in the same sense that we see Gru from Gambit, maybe. Maybe it's a belt that needs applying, and it is Alternate that did pick up the win. So that takes them top of the table once again, now tied with Fnatic. Lemondogs are going to be coming up next against SK Gaming. The pressure is on them. Can they keep their top spot as well? And Alternate, they've remained there every single week so far, and they continue moving into the final weeks of the season as number one.
Well, yeah, joint number one, Arnett. But yeah, I feel like we might talk a little bit too harsh about Meteor Makers from that game, because I really appreciate what they've been doing. Like, it's really nice to see them be able to change up their strategy with having Kubon play Karthus, having Charu play Fizz. It's just, unfortunately, it didn't work out, and I really hope that they're not going to look at that and be like, all right, let's go back to what we did originally. I hope they look at it and like try to learn from what they did and try to use it again tomorrow or obviously later on in the season.
And you got to think back to the humble speech that Makata gave back at DreamHack when they were 4-0 up. And he said, we've won a lot of games together, we've lost a lot of games together. We just have to take it as it comes. And right now, it is going to be a hard time in that Meteor Makers camp. They are now sitting at 7-12, bottom of the table. It's still a close league, but as the weeks keep rolling, if they start sitting in that position and they are coming to the tail end of the season, it is not a good place to be in. Frustrations from the team are definitely going to arise.
Yeah, I think they definitely do, and I'm really curious to see how they resolve the frustrations that go on in the team. But like you said, they've been around for a long time. Like, they're one of the longest staying teams now since we've had roster changes happen with the, obviously the same roster. So I don't know. I feel like they've had the ability to talk about it. They have the ability to say, oh, you messed up here, and oh, you messed up here, and not get offended by it, which, we've had a lot of talk happen where they had to bring in like a third person or a third party to kind of mediate the whole situation. But, I have to give them a lot of credit, and hopefully they do. Or hopefully they're able to turn around, because only 3 wins and 11 losses since week 1 is not good.
And let's talk about Kerp in that top lane. 11-1-4 he ended on Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix, a champion that fell out of favor since the changes to his Void Spikes, but still seems to be a viable champion, especially against the Karthus in the top lane.
Yeah, that worked out. It worked out too well for him. Yeah. I mean, you might call it luck, you might call it skill, but that random jump into the bush to catch Kubon backing away to get the double bust was just extraordinary out of him. And yeah, I mean, Kha'Zix is just really strong, because any assassin that kind of snowballs early on, like a Zed, can really snowball hard throughout the game. You can see them 1v1 anyone. Him and Frono were both so strong that no one could 1v1 them from Meteor Makers, so they knew they can split push if they wanted to, they can team fight, and there's not a lot Meteor Makers could do about it.
Yeah, very, very strong and well played to Alternate. So we are, of course, going to pass over to Shox, who is standing by with the man with the number 1. He thinks he's Sebastian Vettel, but not quite. It is Aranea.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Congratulations, Aranea. Amazing victory here. Let's start at the beginning. The picks and bans, and we saw a team coming out from Meteor Makers and a couple of champions that they don't usually play, including like Elisa, and that you like to play. So what did you do to react against that?
Well, actually, I don't know if you could heard it, but in the moment they picked Lee Sin, I was like, what? I was like just yelling all the time, because I didn't expect that pick, never. I wanted to pick Lee Sin, like, no matter what, but they just pick it, and I was like, okay, I can pick Lee Sin. And yeah, they played like some kind of strain strategy that they usually not play. I mean, I always try to predict enemy picks, and in the 90 or 85% of the matches, I can predict like pretty much all the picks. But in this match, I think I didn't predict a single pick. I mean, a single pick. Probably Nami was the only that I could say, okay, maybe he's gonna pick Nami. But there is like so unexpected picks.
Do you think that you won the game at picks and bans or in the game itself?
I think our picks were stronger because we had the last pick and they picked like double AP, and Kha'Zix is a good assassin against like Fizz and Cardus. So they let us a really strong pick for us. But I don't think we win on bans and picks. I mean, at that point, every team can win even with the bans and picks. They are both strong teams.
Tell me also a little bit about you playing Vi. Vi we've seen fallen out of grace in the jungle as it is. So why did you decide to go for it?
Well, I think Vi has some kind of syndrome. I mean, it's like people start playing Vi. I remember when Vi comes up, I started to play Vi in Europe like 24/7. I was only playing Vi. Like people were watching me and only playing Vi in any account I have. Like in 3 accounts, I was playing Vi in all of them because I thought it was really strong pick. Then people realized she was really strong, sorry, and they start nerfing her. And at this point, I think Vi is still a strong pick, but since she received so many nerfs, people think she's not that strong. So it's that kind of syndrome that they come up really strong, but then they nerf it a bit, and they're like, this champion is completely nerfed. But I think it's a good champion. He has a lot of CC, he has a lot of mobility, so I think it's a good champion, at least on my hands. I like it.
Yeah, it turned out very well. So Kerb doing very well on that Kha'Zix. Now, tell me, in the scheme of things, MYM and you guys, you both started off at the top of the table in the beginning. How come you are still there and they are not?
Well, I think MYM has something that not other team has. They have their own playstyle. They have the playstyle of Saru with TP, of like baiting every lane. They try to bait every lane to get the teleport behind and get the kills. They always have like wards behind you. So if you try to go to them, this like Saru teleporting and getting kills. If you don't know how to play against that, you're gonna lose. It happens a lot of time. They even like won 1 AM. They're a really strong team. But after some games, after like realizing how they play, after like analyzing their playstyle, you can probably try to counter them. Still, I think they are individually a really strong team, but they should try to come over that playstyle. Because even though it's really strong playstyle, if you don't know how to play, people is like understanding how to play against them. And I think I'm kinda sad, because even though we are still at the first place of the standing, I think we could be even stronger if we had our main lineup. I mean, I really miss Kriton. I not only miss him in the bottom lane with us, I also miss him as a person. He's a really close friend of me, and I think we really need him for the playoffs and for the Super Week. It's coming.
All right, thank you very much, Arne. Now, after a slow build early in the season, the Lemon Dogs finally broke into first place last week. If they want to stay there, they'll need to beat a revitalized SK Gaming. That's next after the break.
We qualified for the summer split with no expectations at all. But then, luckily, we managed to get so many victories, and it's just a wonderful feeling.
It's not the end of the league yet, and we're all so close together that anything can change.
Welcome back to our studios in Cologne. We're about to bring you the last match of the day between the surging Lemon Dogs and an SK team desperate to stay out of last place. But first, we're going to get to your winning tweets, and I have Cyanide with me here to talk a little about them. Of course, the question was, who's your favorite champion for early game duels and why? And the first tweet is from EuroSGG, and he says, definitely Renekton. His kit brings tons of damage early game while providing solid CC, sustainability, and maneuverability.
Yeah, definitely Renekton is a really strong pick. So I'm not a laner myself, so I'll try to give the best insight I have. But yeah, he has a lot of sustain, he has a stun. Like, I like to gank a lot with Renekton because he can just dash through the creeps and stun the enemy. So definitely it's a very strong pick.
Right, then the second one is, I ate my socks. Wow, that'll be tough on your stomach. Who else if not Zac? His blobs make him regain HP, and if the enemy thinks he can dive him, he gets passive baited.
Yeah, in the jungle, I think Zac is actually really weak compared to Xin Chao or something. But on top lane, it's really good at laning against melees mostly. But I think against range heroes, he has some trouble. So at level 4 or 5, he's quite strong. But before that, I think he's a bit weak.
All right, then what Mattis says, definitely Rengar for early game dueling. His sheer burst from savagery shows who is the deadliest kitty around.
Yeah, Rengar is strong, like we saw Hirako play it. It's in the jungle at least, it's kind of a hard counter, like you can quite easily kill some heroes, but it's not really the strongest. I don't know. But yeah, on lane, I have no idea, I'm sorry.
No problem. Next one is from T-Doll. Riven is really good at dueling early on. Q between attack, stun, shield, and a passive that gives you even more damage.
Yeah, Riven is definitely really strong as well. Like one of the most stronger ones, since you can really bully hard on the lane. Even in the jungle, it's quite decent actually.
Why do you think we don't see her that often?
Ganking with Riven is a bit tricky because you have to use all the gap closers to get close, and then you kind of can't deal damage anymore. Like you need the Q auto to deal damage, but yeah, if you want to get close, you kind of have to go with the Qs, and then you don't have damage anymore.
All right, now finally, for early fights, I prefer Vi. Does good damage and also has good CC. She is the best combination of damage and tankiness, as Aranea just showed us in the last matchup.
I think early game, Vi lacks damage in the jungle. At least like if you play Xin or Javan, I think you can easily 101 Vi. But yeah, she definitely has a lot of potential on 2 versus 2. Like if you jungle and top lane, fight against jungle and top lane because you AoE and you have a lot of CC.
All right, thank you very much, Cyanide, for those insights. Now, congratulations, of course, to all our winners. You'll be getting a cool Logitech G510S gaming keyboard. And for now, let's head over to D-Man and Jason for Lemon Dogs for SK Gaming.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and welcome back to the final match of the day. At the start of the day, Lemon Dogs were in joint first place, a position they themselves said they will be in come the end of the season.
And now they're looking to keep up with Alternate and Fnatic, who have already set themselves aside from the rest of the teams at first place.
So let's take a look at the two teams, starting out with SK on the blue side. It is Kevin looking happy in this picture this time around in that top lane. Hercubot the jungler. Ocelot not quite so aggressive as he used to be in that mid lane. Candy Panda as the AD carry and Nif as support.
And of course on the red side for Lemon Dogs, we have Zorazer in that top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nutek mid lane, and Tabs and Mithy as AD carry and support.
So take one last look at how you guys voted. What did you guys at home, who do they think is going to win?
I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised, but 61% of the people think SK are going to win this game. Now, I mean, there's a lot of things you can say about that. Lemon Dogs have looked very strong lately. I mean, they've gone from pretty much towards the bottom, towards the top, or at the top now. But SK, over the past couple weeks, has started to improve quite a bit.
Well, the Ocelot army is pretty strong. I believe it's their 4-4 in the last few weeks. Is that about right?
I believe so, yeah.
And 2-1, of course, in Tenerife as well. But you guys, you can vote, obviously, for the rest of the weekend's matches. There's going to be another 4 of them tomorrow over at lollysports.com, where you can also find the standings, results, and VODs of today's games and all of the matches that have happened throughout the 7 weeks of the season so far. So, let's take a closer look at the match itself. It's another one where teams from both extremes of the standings are facing off against each other. But, again, it's not such a long trip from the bottom to the top. SK is only 2 games out of first place, which is incredible when you think about how the season has gone. They're going to play 9 more times this season, and I don't think anybody doubts the talents of SK Gaming. They've just got to find that spark if they want to be able to get to their old glory.
Yeah, we look back into the spring split for SK, and they had such an easy time beating the newer teams coming in, but this time in the split, it's kind of completely swapped on itself. And as you mentioned before, they went 2-1 in Spain, where they actually looked pretty damn good. And Candy Panda, as the man you see on your screen, he was the man to make it happen. He actually is, I believe it's 16-1 on, or 16-3 on his KDA with Vayne. That is ridiculous, considering they first picked it in Tenerife for him every time they possibly could. He has just proven that he can really carry this team, which we look back at. Also, was usually the man to do it, and I'm really worried. Like, I'm pretty sure that if we're gonna see a ban come out of Lemondogs, it's got to be on his Vayne, because he's just too strong with it.
Well, he's looking a bit like Beady Panda right now at the moment. But you've also got to look at Lemondogs, because they don't jump out as you as a particularly dominant team. They're not flashy. They just finished games. I'm not going to go down. Sorry, Jack. They don't have an army of fans yet, of course, not like SK do, as you saw with the voting, but they are a very capable team nevertheless. All season, they've been racking up wins and climbing to the top very steadily. Competent players.
Yeah, and they've really come into their own finally with the addition of Mithy. He's really stood out, and he's really kind of been the driving force behind Lemondogs, and it's kind of made them all step up their entire game. You know, he might not have the highest KDA or anything just like that, but his effect on the team has been extraordinary, and it's anyone looking at the team from, you know, previously before he was on the team till now can see that difference.
And as we saw on the analysis desk earlier on, he's got a lot to say.
Oh yeah, we were watching the game together, and he was talking about everything he saw. I mean, it was actually very nice to hear that.
Was everything OP?
A couple of things where I'm not going to say what it was, but it might have been Kassadin as one of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of champions who thinks that are OP out there. It's very good to actually see his opinions. Obviously, we're in with the game analysis guys, with the Q&A guys, which was Scarborough and etc., getting questions from him, and he was definitely very vocal. It was an area that he himself, as a player, was really looking forward to giving feedback to the game creators themselves.
And he's actually really brilliant. Like I was watching the entire game with NIP versus EG, and he was saying, like, talking about stuff that I obviously couldn't even, you know, think of in terms of like what they should do next, what's happening here. Because of that flash happen, it gave a huge advantage for Gambit. I mean, he's a very bright young man.
Is it because you slipped out of Diamond 1 and you just not quite got the knowledge anymore?
You got to go there. You got to go there, Demon. I'm almost there. I'm almost back in there. I'm 93 LP. I'm almost there.
You're almost back in there, but you can see on your screens, Nuke, he was kind of the superstar of the team when we first came into this one, but he's definitely stepped away. The rest of his team have took that pressure off his shoulders, and he's actually a player we saw playing tabs.
Playing tabs, all right.
Playing Fizz earlier on. Tabs himself, as the AD carry, has actually done a fantastic job. But there is Candy Panda. He's played brilliantly for SK Gaming over the last few weeks. Definitely stepped it up and took the pressure off the shoulders of Ocelot.
Yeah, and we talked so many times about SK, and the pressure seems to have mounted on Ocelot's shoulders, but Kevin, like, he stood up a couple of weeks ago, started playing some Lissandra, and he really started making some plays happen. Also his Elise. And the thing is, with now Candy Panda stepping up, which we always kind of considered, like, I don't know, like, kind of the weak part of SK was that bottom lane, but it doesn't matter anymore, because him and Nif have really started to improve their gameplay, whether it's through practice or talking. But they're a deadly force.
Ocelot's face as he looks at the bans and Kassadin being the first ban taken away. He's like, oh, that's not fair. I like to play that. And sure enough, Lemondogs, it is Vayne taken away. It's actually SK that banned out Kassadin as well, which is, I don't know whether that was like, he was like, nah, wait, what?
That's not what I wanted.
But nevertheless, Vayne has been taken away, so we're not going to see Candy Panda get in that one. And Lissandra also being taken away. So actually, Zoro, Zero, Kevin, Ocelot, these are all players that have managed to use Lissandra in the past.
Yeah, and it looks like they definitely don't. They want to ban out a lot of targeted things. So we see the Vayne coming in as well, which we talked about for Candy Panda. They don't want to let them have, or him have that specifically. And Kevin, and the Shun taken away from him, which he's currently been doing extremely well. 3 games played, 2 wins with it, with a 6.2 KDA. So he's definitely been very strong within that. But SK, like, typically, they like leaving the last pick for Ocelot, and they like being on that red side because they can completely counter anything they want to pick. But right now on the blue side, they're going to have a little bit of a tough time, because in this series, Lemondogs is up 2-0.
It's interesting to see Nunu still so heavily banned out, because we're in 3.9 now.
Right.
And there's a lot of people sort of debating whether he's still as strong to deserve a ban, because didn't have that great success in the NALCS over the last 2 days.
Yeah, it's all due to that consume change, where he doesn't have that 602 damage, is down to 500, so it's really hard for him to just steal something away from you, which, I mean, obviously you still can, you're a Nunu, but it's a lot different now.
Well, at least being the final ban. That's, of course, we've seen Dexter and Hercubot running very strong over the last few days, as well as Nif, actually. Now I come to think of it, Nif's played a very strong support, at least, over the last few matches. So, first pick of the game, and it's going to be Twisted Fate. Have they been baited into it? Was Lemondogs expecting this?
I would assume so. I mean, as you realize, if you leave Twisted Fate open, it's going to be picked by pretty much any single team right now. Maybe Gambit's the only one that wouldn't pick that one up, because they know exactly that. Yeah, I mean, he's such a strong pick, but teams haven't practiced him as much lately because they know they haven't been able to pick them. So we're going to see how that's really going to develop here.
Well, Sion selected at the moment. Not sure about that one myself, but who knows? You never know. They're having a discussion right now saying, should we really keep it up there any longer, or should we let the casters be put out of their misery?
I was thinking, if they're going to pick him as like a special lane, he's never really picked anyway, so why would you pick him right off the bat? So that's got to be definitely a troll ban. But the Jarvan, that looks more realistic here.
And there we go. Thresh and Jarvan being locked in. So Dexter going back to Jarvan. It always tends to be his fallback if he doesn't get a lease or doesn't get anything else. What else he played lately? Lee Sin actually he played, didn't he, last week?
Yeah, Dexter. Yeah, so the lease was against Gambit that we saw. It was extraordinarily well, and he's been putting out a lot of different champions that we normally don't see out of him in particular in the jungle. So with the Jarvan, I'm assuming he's been working on quite a bit, and it provides quite a bit of CC. The Thresh, though, Mithy, I don't think he's even played him that much this split. But I want to see how many hooks he can land, because if you're watching OGN earlier, Mad Life, oh my gosh, those pulls. It's like it's like a targeted spell. It's not even like a skill shot for him.
It's the one he lands up, knows exactly where the Arcane Shift is going before it's even used. And he's like, you are going to Arcane Shift here. Just hooks him straight out. Yep. If you haven't seen it, guys, check it out after the game or during the load screen. It's only about 9-10 second clip, so you can easily get it in there nevertheless. Hercubot looking like he's going to be picking up Ezreal for Candy Panda because Vayne was taken away, so that's his second fallback champion, it seems, and Nami being selected for Nif with against Thresh. And, well, what Tab's going towards? He had Twitch selected, now he's going towards Cogmore. Champion we haven't seen a great deal of, but of course he's going to fall back onto Caitlyn.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, there's like two hyper carry 80, or hyper 80 carries, if that even makes sense, and that's going to be Kog'Maw and Vayne. And Kog'Maw, I mean, it's still a very strong champion, but it's really hard to make it work in these compositions when you have so many assassins who can just dive into the back line on you. Obviously doesn't have that escape mechanism, but this is looking like more of a legitimate pick here, as we will see Nukeduck on Ryze. So, actually, no, it won't be Nukeduck on Ryze. It'll be Zoro Zero. And the thing is, Zoro, he's strong in lane with Ryze, but he's been camped quite heavily by junglers. Like, they've gone for some very quick pushes to take his turret down, but most teams will leave him alone. And when he has the opportunity, he just farms up like crazy, and he becomes this really strong force later on that it's really hard for the other team to deal with, which I believe SK did against them last time they met in Week 5.
Tab's not looking like he's going to change, so it will be Caitlyn, sure enough. It's Caitlyn or Varus. That's really who he plays.
I mean, he's expanded his champion pool quite a bit, but you're definitely right. I mean, Caitlyn, Varus, we talked about him in Week 1. Only played Caitlyn in the summer promotion tournament. We were confused. If you bet on Caitlyn, will you counter him? But he's proven he can play some other things, and it's going to be a very strong champion. Obviously, you have the range, and it's a very good counter to Nami. As long as you don't get hit with the slow off of her, the bubbles are going to be really hard to land.
So, final picks. They've already got that mid laner and the bottom lane secured, so it's going to be jungler and top lane they're going to be locking in. Or is it?
I think we're going to see Xin come out of us. Oh, wow. Just like I said, I was thinking maybe Xin because...
Another Aatrox. That'd be the third Aatrox of the day.
Yeah. I mean, we only saw him once the first week was available, and then now he's being picked like crazy, and it looks like we will have that jungle Aatrox and a Jace, so even with the tier changes, it looks like they still want to give Jace a go.
Well, I'm wondering how Jace has managed to sneak through. He's not had that much of a nerf yet, still.
It's just really hard to stack that
champion.
tier, so the thing is... It's okay, so it's a lot harder to do that. That also means your mirror mana comes in or later, which means you're not as powerful early on to use that to your advantage. So it is a little bit of a hit to him, but it looks like they will go with it. So
that's a quick locked in Zed there as well. Fast locked in. So that's going to be Nukeduck trying to counter out Twisted Fate in that mid lane. Will be able to put some burst down on him, but I don't think Ocelot's going to want to stick around long enough to fight straight 1v1.
He's actually played him in 3 games, that Zed. 2 wins out of it, has an 8 KDA. So that's a very good champion for him. It's very assassin-like. It's going to be hard for anyone to 1v1 him if he does split push, which he typically likes to do. And honestly, I kind of like that champion. Well, I'm waiting for this Thresh and Ryze to switch around finally because we only have 25 seconds left and it's taking a while. There we go. A little scared there.
We're finally into a normal match here, Jason. This is the fourth game of the day, and finally we've got a standard setup once again, just like in Game 1. So we haven't had the craziness of Game 2 and Game 3. What are we seeing here from the two teams? Now we can actually look at the team and go, we know this, we've seen it before.
Well, we heard Sana talk about over an SK side that the Zac, it's kind of, he thinks it's stronger in the lane than it is in the jungle, but we're going to see it obviously on Hercubot. So it looks like they want to just harass quite a bit with Kevin and then kind of go for a strong initiate after that with the tidal wave following up, and then the Zac lets bounce. There's not a lot of synergy within their team for this, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to use it. But with the Ezreal, if you go blue build, you obviously have a lot of poke behind that on as well. But over for Lemondogs, I mean, I'm going to assume that they just want to get Nukeduck split pushing with that Zed. You have a Caitlyn to clear waves, you have a Jarvan to protect you, have Zora Zero who's going to be very tanky on that rise, and not to mention Mithy on Thresh who can throw that box down, and then obviously it's really hard to chase through that.
Well, we'll see how it works out. We see the players getting themselves ready. Their giant headsets on. That's to shut our big traps up so they can't hear what we say and they can't hear what the other team says as well. That's really the main reason. But nothing gets given away to these guys. So they're setting themselves up here in the studio. And Mithy in front of his... Well, actually, technically, Ocelot and Mithy in front of their home Spanish crowd in Tenerife last week were both very successful. We saw Ocelot crowd surfing towards the end. Mithy had a few words for Gran Canaria, didn't really please the Tenerife fans, but nevertheless, he is from the islands and his mother and father were there to see what a big deal it is to actually be a player here in the LCS. So here we go. Blue team is going to be SK Gaming. They're on your screens. And of course, Lemondogs, they are the red team. Lemondogs currently 2-0 up against SK in this series of 4 matches that they will be playing out in total. And so far today, actually, if you look at the stats, everyone was 2-0 up, and now today, they're all 3-0 up. So, that, in its favor, says Lemondogs are going to win. That's it, GG.
But, I mean, yeah, a lot of teams have been winning that out, but it obviously doesn't mean that's exactly what's going to happen here, because SK, they're going to want to put up a fight, and right now, look at the compositions in terms of how this game's going to go. Lemondogs, it looks like they went for more of a late-game composition, because obviously with a Caitlyn, you're not as strong mid-game as you are compared to a lot of other AD carries, and not to mention Ryze, who just gets stronger as the game goes on, but has that weak early phase. And on an SK side, with that Twisted Fate, with the Jace, with the Thresh, they want to apply a lot of pressure early on. They want to make some plays happen and kind of take it right off the bat. But right now, the Lemondogs are going for a evade here. They're running into a 5-man SK.
Oh, they just showed each other that little bit early. I think Demacia Standard probably would have used to check that bush, but it seems SK, they're quickly going to try and turn around. They're going for the red buff invade of their own, I think.
Well, the thing is, they have a ward down to see if Lemondogs will be at the red buff here. They're actually going to spot him coming into that side of the jungle as well. And a little bit surprising that they gave up the positioning, because they had a relatively strong team to fight. But they are going to position around this, and with Candy Pen and Nif sticking towards the top side, it looks like they will go into that top lane.
Well, actually, I think they expect Lemondogs to go for a red buff invade, but instead they haven't. They've backed off. They simply put a ward there.
Oh, Zoro, you're going to get caught here.
He's going to walk straight in towards it. The stun card gets down. He does manage to flash away. The Aqua Prison not quite going to land. The exhaust is on him. It should be enough. The final kill will be given to Ocelot. And that is first blood. 2 minutes gone. Now the red buff will get stolen away. And will Lemondogs be able to react to this on time?
That was a great job by the position right there to get that kill. But unfortunately, Nif, he missed the bubble. He missed the Aqua Prison, so he's forced to flash in and exhaust. But Dexter, realizing that his red's going to be gone, he's actually going to go for invade. And the ward that was previously down at red for SK is now gone.
Yeah, it was an Explorer ward, I think, that they put down there, and it does mean Lemondogs will be able to take away that red buff, so they're going to be able to react on that terms, but the fact that it is 1 kill already to a Twisted Fate in the mid lane. There's the smite being used, and it is Dexter actually going to clear out the spawn as well, so he's going to have the timer on that one.
I actually remember seeing Nukeduck warming up earlier today on Zed, and he was playing against an Orianna. Did pretty well, and he's obviously going to practice the champion quite a bit. And Dexter, he's trying to go in for a gank here, but he goes into that bush. He will be spotted. Also, actually face check it. No, actually will spot him, so he's going to be forced to back away. And Kevin, going to be in the bottom 1v2 against this Caitlyn Thresh combo. He's going to have a relatively easy time in terms of farming as long as he can shock blast acceleration gate. However, with Jace, the acceleration gate cooldown was raised, so he can't use that combo as often.
But also Zora Zero is going to struggle out in that 2v1 farm to start with early on in the top. Nukeduck already putting a good burst down on Ocelot. And that middle, you can see he's won 2 of his 3 games, as you mentioned earlier on. And he has got that capability to burst down Ocelot when he starts getting some damage up on the top there. However, Zora Zero, we mentioned this in the top earlier on today, earlier on before this match starts, the fact that he will get camped out, he will struggle to get some farm out there.
And Candy Panda and Nif are going to keep that pressure on. You see, he hasn't been able to get any CS just yet as we approach the 4-minute mark.
The thing is, last time SK and Lemondogs met, they took his turret, which they're currently trying to do right now, and they just left him alone. And if you do that to Arise, he's going to become too strong. And Zoro, I mean, with how many times he's been in that position, he's going to know how to get back in that game. But both AD carry support lanes are being very aggressive. Both junglers just sticking around that lane to help out, which means Newduck, he could potentially go for a kill on the Ocelot because he knows the jungler won't be there to stop him.
Keeping good harass down as well. Tabs putting that pilt over on towards Hercubot and Kevin, and it does mean that the double buffs that both junglers did pick up, not really being put to good use.
Yeah, but I mean, they were able to keep the turrets alive. We're able to get some experience off that as well, as we do see some damage coming onto Ocelot right there. And Newduck, he's being very aggressive. He really wants to go for this kill. He went for an early Doran shield because the auto attacks out of Ocelot are really going to harass him quite a bit, but it reduces those by 8 damage.
Well, apparently it is very strong. Mithy told me that one. Get
strong or overpowered?
Get OP, of course. Of course, that's the one word. It isn't as strong, it's just OP. Everything's OP. Candy Panda, though, with that buff coming out from Nif, is it going to be enough to turn it around? The Aqua Prism doesn't land. Dexter goes aggressive, puts out the Dragon Lance on towards Candy Panda, and immediately a lot of damage being dealt towards him. He's going to have to get topped off by Nif.
I was going to say, they probably could have fought for that, but they had no idea where Hercubot was, but he just showed himself bottom again, and Dexter's taking a lot to harass here, but they're soaking up a lot of experience, and this game, it's pretty much just completely mirrored across the map.
It's basically standard lanes, and Ocelot again taking damage from Nuke. Nuke doing a fantastic job as I smash my microphone away, but nevertheless, Lemondogs are doing a fantastic job of keeping the pressure down. Hercubot's been in this bottom lane. He's tiny right now. He's only a little attack, and you see the tower damage already down to half. I feel that Lemondogs are doing a better job at keeping the pressure on this bottom lane.
Yeah, they are by far right now. That turret's already down about a third life. Over on the top side's actually still about half life right now, and I'll do just how much pressure Tabs can put on the lane, considering he can push the lane a lot quicker than Candy Panda can with those Piltover Peacemakers.
At the moment, we do
Dexter comes back up top.
Dexter coming back to top. Got himself that Spirit Stone, and he's just going to keep the pressure on. Lemondogs want to turn this one quickly. They want to get this tower down fast. Going to keep the pressure on. Kevin is not going to be given a free time. They try and go for the hook just before it, and Kevin sidesteps. But look at that. He's got no mana.
And we look at CS right now. It's pretty much even across the board in those top, or quote-unquote top lanes. But Newduck, he was able to push Ocelot out of lane before he was level 6, so he's going to have that level 6 ahead of him. And that means that he could potentially burst Ocelot down with that Ignite. And we're going to see as that comes in a little bit later, as Zora's going to catch Nif here. And actually, he wasn't spotted coming back towards his top lane, so he's trying to make a play happen. He's trying to make a gank work out for them.
It's going to be the turret going down. The hook gets thrown by Mithy, but it only finds a minion. Now Candy Panda takes a big burst of damage. Ignite should be enough. Yes, it is. Zoro picks up a kill, and that was the first one for Lemondogs.
And that was in ideally a 1v2 lane. Well, in the end, it's a 1v2 lane, but it's actually coming into 2v2. But still, that's a great start for him, considering he got first blooded by Ocelot right in the beginning of the game to be able to get to lane, be able to pick up a kill for himself. It's going to help accelerate his build quite fast, considering he's going to be a little bit slow in terms of building the mana up with that tier and that catalyst.
And you see what that means between the two AD carries as well. Tabs went back. He got himself the BF sword to go with that Doran's Blade. Candy Panda is still gone for the blue Ez, effectively. Get that tier of the Goddess and a single longsword to go with the boots. So we'll see how those builds work out this early level, but instead the Cataclysm on towards Ocelot forces the flash out. They're going to be happy with that.
I think Ocelot's going to be dead when Newduck does go back and buy up right now, because he's sitting on quite a bit of gold, 1,800. He could go for a Brutalizer since he has 24 flat armor pen right now, and that would be a dead Twisted Fate. But so far, a great job by Lemondogs to hold on to this. Looks like they even wanted to go for Dragon off of that, which I think they actually might go for, because right now in the top lane, we see Nami backing away.
They're thinking of stealing away that large Wraith as well. Newduck was keeping the pressure on Hercubot himself, who was sitting in that bottom lane. Next tier of Goddess being picked up by Kevin. So despite the changes, despite the nerfs in 3.9, they're happy to keep getting that item.
Red ward.
Potentially going to come out here, but this time around, Hercubot was ready and waiting. He's got the timings. He's going to launch himself in there. On towards it. Has got the smite. Does he land it? Yes, he does. Hercubot gets the steal.
Has a great ward by him to expect Lemondogs to come in for that particularly, and then able to stop, because, you know, Dexter, he expected his red buffs to get invaded, and in the end, Hercubot was able to keep his, and now Dragon's being started, and not really anyone SK's here to kind of prevent it.
Well, the fact is, the smite's just been used. They're like, fine, you're going to use our smite. We know it's down, and that's going to be an easy Dragon for Lemondogs. But Hercubot, using the Let's Bounce, catches on towards Mithy, catches on towards Dexter. Dexter taking very low. The hammer gets dropped. Kevin picks himself up the second kill.
It looks like he's going to continue to go for Mythic here.
Oh, he's only got the red card actually pulled out there, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be enough. The backward prison lands. Very nicely played. Niv catching it in there, and it's Hercubot that picks up the kill.
So in the end, it was a Dragon for 2 kills, which even with blue buff being taken away from Lemondog's jungle, it's not that bad for them because if you look at their lineup, who's going to use it? And ideally, you would try to get over to Zoro, but he's still in that top lane. So it's not a big loss for them losing that blue. Obviously, a little bit in terms of experience. But actually, if Nukeduck goes down, this is going to be terrible for him.
Well, you're going to see he's got slowed down. That red buff will do enough. And you can see there's the stun card. Very well dodged there out there. We saw Alex Itch the other week dodging out of the Requiem. This time around, Nukeduck dodging that stun card.
That was a phenomenal job out of him right there because he probably would have died. Obviously did have that flash to get away, and right now you're seeing Candy Panda and Zoro go head-to-head, and in terms of CS, I mean, Candy Panda is still leading, but Zoro, if he gets that just reach onto Candy Panda, he can just shut him down.
How did he miss that Siege Minion just there? Lost himself a big chunk of gold. Instead, Candy Panda keeping the pressure on, keeping him off that turret. Hasn't managed to push it down just yet. We do see Dexter taking that red buff. There's the hook onto Ocelot. The Flay comes in as well. Tabs is going to have enough here to finish him off. Ends it with the net shot.
And that's a big slap in the face to die to a net like that, a rank 1 net. But so great job. Great pull by Mythic right there to get that kill, and that might open up another turret for them. Because keep in mind, SK has not got a turret because they were able to defend that top lane really well.
Well, we are going to see Lemondogs continuing that push. This will be the middle turret going down. We see the True Shot Barrage coming across, but that's not going to clear out the minion wave before the tower drops. And while Candy Panda's getting himself that free farm in the top lane, the rest of his team are losing towers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of free gold that Lemondogs is picking up. I mean, I say free, but they got Dragon, they got 2 turrets now. They're getting a little bit of a goal lead, even though they're down in C. You know, they're kind of down in CS. It's pretty much equal, except Twisted Fate passive really gives SK an advantage. That's why the lead's not that heavily in favor of Lemondogs currently.
So, how are things balanced now? It looks like Manamune is going to be picked up by both Candy Panda and Kevin as early as possible. And that, of course, in turn means the jungler's actually going exactly the same build. Despite the fact they're on different champions.
We need to keep an eye on those tiers, though, on the Manamune and the regular tier currently out of Kevin, because the thing is, they're about poke right now with the whole blue build Ezreal and the Jace, so if they can't stack those tiers up quick enough, which with the changes they're not going to be able to, they're not going to have a lot of presence, a lot of power early on, and as we know, poke comps, when they fall behind, they kind of stay behind.
Now seeing both duo lanes now moving to this top. We'll see whether it does work out. Nukeduck's got himself in this bottom lane, and he's got Hercubot and Kevin. As he's trying to put pressure on him. He's actually going to launch on him. He turns around, puts the ultimate down on towards Kevin. Is the death mark going to be enough? I'm not too sure. He is going to take some tower damage as Kevin's taken very low. But here comes Ocelot. Comes around there, flashes away from that one quickly. But now Ocelot's in trouble. Nukeduck's going to come back in towards this. Zoro pouring a ton of damage down on towards him. That will be enough to take him down. Great play from Zoro to save Nukeduck.
And that was an amazing flash by Ocelot, but even more of an amazing one by Zoro to be able to follow up like that in such a high-intensity situation. But they get the kill. I believe they even got the blue buff away from him. No, they didn't, because he didn't have one, but they were able to pick up the kill, and that's the big point.
Well, fantastic, fantastic stuff. He's amazing, and they're going to keep the pressure actually on towards Nukeduck now, who got a little bit too close to it. Flash comes out from Hercubot, going to get the slowdown. Kevin's trying to close the gap, get the hammer on him. If I could just get my words out, I'll be able to tell you, Hercubot got the kill.
But Lemondogs are going to get another turret off of that, and that is a good trade for them in the end, as long as they can hold on to that bottom one. But Zoro, he's pushing middle right now. He's keeping that aggression on every single lane they possibly can. And SK, they need to be able to react. And what's kind of funny is that because of how these lanes developed early on, with having the junglers in each lane and or in the solo lanes to kind of protect from the lanes being pushed down, is that Asa wasn't able to make anything happen early on. He wasn't able to use his ultimate to make some ganks happen, which kind of sets him back a little bit in the early game.
Yeah, it sets him back a lot. In fact, he's with all those towers down, he's not really got the chance to zip around the lanes and keep the pressure on, because the pressure's all on SK Gaming right now. Can they take this bottom turret? They're going to back away from it, actually. Hercubot happy to let that one go through, and Tabs will clear out the wave, so minions will not drop it down just yet. His top turret. We said it was on Half-Life. It's still on Half-Life 2 right now.
Well, when's it going to be at Half-Life 3? Because that's what everyone, I think, in the world is waiting for. And it looks like Nukeduck will be able to hold it down, though. I mean, he has... Even though Zed's wave clear was nerfed with his Q, he still does pretty well.
As it is, Zoro's coming back in the middle, and look at this. It's the red buff fight all over again. Hercubot got it with his smite last time around.
Dexter let that one slide, but again, this time it will be taken by another smite.
But the pressure, though, that Dexter applies because of knowing when the red's up, being there, forcing Hercubot to be there all the time, use a smite, it kind of forces SK to make a predictable move for Lemondogs, and they're able to kind of counter that in some sort of way. They know exactly where Hercubot's going to be, so Tabs can keep pushing that bottom lane. They know where he's going to be, so Zoro can keep doing that, and it kind of keeps their farm up, which right now, Zoro, he's actually ahead of his counterpart, Kevin.
And we do see the Brutalizer was just picked up, but as you mentioned, the Month of Age is now completed. Tear of the Goddess on both of them has been stacking for a while now, and it's still going to have a long time to go. Dragon is up in 10 seconds, and Lemondogs in ideal situation. Blue buff's going to be given across to Zoro, I feel. And that's going to mean they're going to move straight down to that Dragon. SK Gaming not even close.
And look what Nukeduck's doing. He's split pushing by himself to kind of keep the attention on him so they couldn't pick up this free Dragon, which right now, knowing that Hercubot doesn't have his smite up again because he used it on red, they're going to take another free Dragon from it.
Is a Dragon gone, and yet more gold complete. Continues to slide Lemondogs' favor. 3-0 up as well. It's actually impressive for SK, they're actually still so close. Wow, straight away jumping on. Cataclysm used. Ocelot's going to actually use his ultimate, but no, he isn't. Hooked out of it by Mithy. And honestly, he could have cancelled that ulti and walked away in time, but instead, very good play by Lemondogs again.
And Dexter's been trying to use his ultimate on Ocelot so consistently just to make it so he doesn't have that flash up in these team fights. And you saw right there, without it up, he's very squishy, very easy to be killed. And Lemondogs, they're not pushing on a middle inner turret.
Yeah, they're into chip away at it. Tabs continuing to keep it down. It's on half-life, and it continues to happen. And as it is, Nukeduck, he's not been involved yet, and this is actually how he played the exact same way with Twisted Fate. He's had it a few times, and does manage to just keep that split push going. Works out well for him. Hercubot wanted to get in there, but that's a blue buff stall by Nukeduck.
Yeah, he denies it away from... Honestly, Kevin and Ocelot both would have been happy. Even Candypan would have been happy to have that, but taken away from them makes it so their tiers will obviously won't stack as quick. Their siege potential goes down, and he's currently now level 11, so he has it ranked to ultimate, which no one on SK is even at just yet. So the potential to 1v1 is even higher. And right now, Zoro, if he catches Ocelot here, he should be able to live. Though he does have flash, but so should Zoro.
Oh, he's used the red card as well, so he can't even stun Zoro. He's just going to walk up towards him. There's the Rune Prison and the finisher. Just a big ball of light in the butt.
Oh, and you even see Ocelot on the screen right now. He was upset by that. I mean, he was actually kind of yelling at his screen because he cannot get into a lane to farm. He's sitting at 110, and every time he does, someone's waiting there to kill him. They want to keep feeding off him, and he's currently 1-4. He's doing the Alex Itch strategy with Twisted Fate.
Nukeduck poised and ready to go on towards Kevin. Puts a bit of burst down, and Kevin's like, yep, don't want none of that. Going to keep away from him. In fact, he's got that blue buff on. He's going to keep his cooldowns off. Candy Panda trying desperately to keep the farm going, keep on top. He's the only person at the moment that's keeping up in farm between the lanes with Tabs, but it's becoming a more difficult task as Lemondogs continue to split all across every single lane, driving it down. And this middle turret, it's not long left with it. They are going to catch on towards it. Dexter runs distraction while the rest of the team take the turret. It's another one. It's 4-0 in turret so far. SK not looking strong here.
Yeah, 4-0. That is a huge number now for Lemondogs because that is so much gold. 4 turrets, 2 dragons. Like, that's so much gold that they've been able to accrue throughout this game that they're starting to complete items a lot quicker. You look, at 0-0. Had a tough time in lane. Now 4-1 with a Rod of Aegis. I mean, he's got to be so happy. Sitting on 2,000 gold. Nukeduck's sitting on 2,000 gold as well. And so is Tabs, who's just about to hit that 2,000 mark. So when they go back and buy, they're going to be even stronger for these fights so they can siege the turrets down. And that forces SK to pretty much make a move. Do they want to fight for this when they feel underpowered? Or are they going to just try to potentially stop the siege with their own poke?
Well, they're poking out all the lanes as Lemondogs all went back to buy, apart from Tabs, of course, who continues to just farm in that mid lane, keeping Ocelot away from that turret. Now got 2k gold. He's going to head back, get himself some sizable items. We'll see what it is that comes out. 2,200 gold also on Candy Panda. As you mentioned, he's just clearing out those golems in the bottom lane, so he's got a lot of gold as well. But again, as you say, with all those advantages gained from turrets, from the Dragon, it keeps them bonus gold. Everybody gets topped off, and especially, more importantly, the supports and junglers. They're the ones that really benefit from those global objectives.
Yeah, I'm really glad you said that, because that is a point that really goes unnoticed a lot of the times, is that think of how much gold they get from these objectives and how many more wards it gets them, how much early an Oracle it gets them. And right now at this stage, an early Oracle can give you a sneaky Baron. It could give you easy engages that you're looking for, especially against a team like SK has.
Yeah, and as it stands, the Philo Stone on Mithy is going to give him a bonus advantage over Nifu, yet to build that one out there. We do see
Candy Panda looking across, and this time they're going aggressive on towards Mithy. Let's Bounce being used by Hercubot very early on. He's got really near his team, not quite nearby. The passive is available, has to flash away from it. Finally, Ocelot was there, but they're fighting desperately for this red buff. Every single time so far, it's been in the contest. Oh, this time around, Hercubot uses that smite too early, and this time Dexter does get it.
Oh, great job, and it looks like they're going to continue this. SK are also getting caught.
And Cataclysm comes out once again. He does get taken down. The Piltover comes across. And, well, it's not looking good for him. The death mark down there. Nuke picks up the kill. The Ignite is going to drop him, though. Kevin gets revenge.
That was so close, but still, in the meantime, because he was able to kill him, they're going to get another turret off of this. And this goal lead is... It's actually not that big for Lemondogs considering what's been happening so far. They're only up about 4,000 gold after this turret does drop. Actually, almost 5,000 now, but they're going to continue pushing along.
Yeah, the passive of Twisted Fate is about all that's really keeping SK within reaching distance, and come 3.10, they're not even going to have that either, so we'll see how that swings it around. As it is, though, SK under the cosh right now, 5-0 to Lemondogs in terms of towers, and SK desperately, and honestly, they haven't really got that close to taking the tower. The top one was the one they got the closest to, but all across the map, not even close.
The upside to that, though, is because of the CS, because it's 7-5 in favor of Lemondogs, and them having no turrets just yet for SK, is that there's still a lot of free gold on the map for them to pick up. So, I mean, yeah, they're behind right now, but imagine if they got 5 turrets straight. They'd actually have the gold. They'd have a lot, or be a lot stronger in items. So, just because, you know, they have those 5 turrets, but they don't have a huge kill advantage is a good sign for SK.
Well, Requiem being used by Destiny, sorry, not Requiem. That'd be interesting, coming in from a different planet. Ocelot using his Destiny to check out where the rest of the team are. They're actually to try and buy time for Kevin to get in towards that top, but we just saw a moment ago against Zoro, it was toe for toe, and that was with Ignite that Kevin had. He hasn't got it this time around as Zoro has, so he can't engage on that one. Candy Panda also backing away. He felt a little bit of dude potential along with that ward that he had in that Tribush. Means he had to back away, and Lemondogs, sure enough, gonna get themselves yet another dragon.
And look at the ward coverage they have down currently. They have 3 wards in the enemy jungle of SK, and they're able to just pretty much know that they're not gonna be there, take it for some free gold, and they might even... No, they're gonna head, but I was about to say they might be able to catch someone off guard here with the hook. But still, they actually might be able to do it. I do hear it go off, but they unfortunately do miss it.
Yeah, they didn't manage to land it. Look down the bottom, it's going to be Zoro. That's Let's Bounce being used up. There's another ulti. Catch gets caught by the wave, but the lantern, oh, it was thrown out, but it wasn't picked up in time. Nuke will go down. Finally, they get themselves a kill. Sure enough, Cataclysm comes back out again, used as a simple blocker there. Ocelot, though, does get a stun card down nicely on towards Mithy, and he goes down. Ocelot be happy to finally get himself a kill there. And it is now 7-7 in terms of kills. That Lich Bane may well be the turning point for Ocelot to start getting rolling.
I went back and looked at the replay of what happened with that lantern because it looked a little awkward. But what happened was Hercubot uses Let's Bounce right when he clicked the lantern. So he actually didn't get pulled away and it used the charge.
It bounced onto him as soon as he was being pulled.
Yeah, as he grabbed the lantern, Hercubot used Let's Bounce on him and stopped it. That was just ridiculous. They end up picking up a kill, and it's important because they get a kill, they get a turret. Actually, they get 2 kills, they get a turret, but they're able to defend their inhibitor turret. So it actually worked out quite well. It actually catches them up and kills, and it gives them a lot of potential for some free gold.
Well, Candy Panda continues to try and push this one. He's going to have to back away, though. He's got himself a decent wave on there, though. How do we see it so far? He could have gone with Vayne. How would Vayne have worked in this game?
Well, I think SK would have ran a completely different lineup if they wanted to go with Vayne, though. And with the current lineup they have, not that great, because they don't have a lot of protection for Vayne. But the thing is, Lemondogs, like, with Nuke how strong he is at this point, he's 1-3, but he's still very strong with his items. He can pretty much 1v1 Vayne right now if she was in the game. And the thing is, Lemondogs, they're more of a late game team with that Ryze and Caitlyn, so they're only getting stronger right now, and SK is already having a tough time dealing with them.
Kevin persisting on trying to get his top turret down. Sure enough, here comes Tabs and Zoro to say, nope, not going to have it. It's still on half-life, and you're not going to touch it. They are really not wanting to release that top tower.
Yeah, they don't want to let any turrets go. They don't want to let that free gold go over to SK hands so they can pick up some items. Because if you look at currently, you know, Kevin, all he has is the Man Immune done. But you look over his counterpart, Spirit Visage, Rod of Ages, has the tier probably already fully stacked, as I can check for you in just a second. It's just over halfway there. But he has a lot of items completed. The jungler has a runic bulwark onto Dexter. And you look at Nuke, who sits on that finished Blade of the Rune King. Taz is done with his first item. He's going for Infinity Edge as his next one, which he's getting very close to. They're just ahead of them in terms of items. They're just outclassing them right there, and that's all due to these turrets going down.
Well, we'll see how it works out. The 6th turret of the game for Lemondogs is going to be focused, and it is the top inner turret. But while that's happening, Zoro continues to push on towards that inhibitor turret, which already had some shots from Tabs on towards it. And it's slowly taking a little bit of poke. Every little bit counts from the Lemondogs. And it's equaling kills, but it's not going to feel that way because they know they've got that 5-1 turret advantage. And all across the board, you just look at the ward placements. It's Lemondogs that are being more aggressive. But yeah, it really is a lot of wards. Nukeduk nearly got launched on by Hercubot, just thinking, nope, not going to catch him down. And again, more damage being done here. Kevin trying to keep that wave clear, but Tabs and Dexter are doing great work on the turret. They're going to finish this one off. That is the 6th turret of the game. Candy Panda comes in. They try and go aggressive. 90 caliber net catches on towards him. Ocelot goes in. You do see Cataclysm coming out. This time it doesn't work, and Dexter goes down.
But in the meantime, Lemondogs are pushing this middle turret because of the word coverage they have, because of what was committed by SK. They're going to get some good damage onto it.
Good play from Mithy, but it's not quite enough to stop Let's Bounce, and Zoro tries to turn that damage back around on towards him. Ocelot has to get that stun card out, but Tabs might be able to finish this one off. 90 caliber net, ace in the hole, should be enough. No! Candy Panda comes in, intercepts it, Wildcard gets thrown out. Will he be able to turn it around? The barrier bait, is it there? No, he missed his Q, but diminishes to Arcane Shift. Now Nukeduk's going to close him down, gets the slow on him. Is it enough to manage to get away from this one? He's doing the damage. He's got to buy himself that 10-second gap away from Nukeduk. That's what he's trying to do. If he can get to this turret, he will not give up the kill to Nukeduk. Nukeduk, though, doesn't want to let it happen. He's trying to close the gap in distance. Candy Panda has to land one more of those. He's just waiting inside of there. No, he's got caught. That's Candy Panda dead.
Oh, that was such a good job by Candy Panda, though, to block the ultimate coming out of Caitlyn onto Ocelot, saved his life, and was able to pick up a kill on a Tabs, considering he was already knocked down half of his life from the ultimate. So this is a very, very great job by him. Nick gets pulled here, but are they able to commit off of it?
And yes, he will, because Zoro goes straight in. Is it going to be enough? Will the bait be there? No. He goes down. Dark Passage picked up. Kevin goes a bit too deep. Cataclysm back out. Dexter seems to have this on permanent cooldown. And again, it leads to another kill for Zoro.
And that's 3 members of SK down right now, so they can get this middle, they should be able to get the inhibitor off. Smithy, oh, the flash, fortunately not going to work out, but that should be a free inhibitor for them. And considering the coverage that Lemondogs just had down on the map with these wards, it gives them the ability to make plays like this happen.
Well, that's the top inhibitor turret going down, the middle one, sorry. The top one's already being worked on as well. Nukeduk was there, but instead they're going to rotate around and say, let's get this inhibitor down. Let's finish it off. Managed to get ourselves the super minions, and Hercubot comes in from the side once again. Let's bounce on Mithy. He's got that Oracle up, tries to throw the hook towards Ocelot. Ace in the hole. This time does land. Mithy taken low. He's going to get dropped, and they defend successfully their inhibitor, but only just.
Yeah, only just. I mean, it's very low on health right now. The thing was, Tabs, he arrived to that fight a little bit late because obviously he was dead. But look at those items. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster Hem. Doesn't have any attack speed just yet, but when he does hit you, he's going to hit you hard. And if he crits you, that's a big chunk of your life going away. Not to mention that ultimate, which I think might even be used to initiate. If he hits anyone on SK that isn't Hercubot, he's going to just chunk them.
Destiny being used. Where's he going? Dexter's going to get caught out. There it is. His Dexter he's going for. Flashes away from that one. Ocelot trying desperately to turn it around and pick up some more kills. And Dexter, who seems to have Cataclysm available every time he gets near him.
Yeah, I think it's going to be off cooldown. It's almost up right now, but I think it's going to be on cooldown and very shortly within this next fight, obviously. But here we go. We have 6-1 0-0. The threat of Baron, 27 minutes in, is very real right now, but also the backdooring or just a straight-up fight on that inhibitor for Lemondogs. If they can take that down, they're going to have great control over this Baron. And a lot of items still be completed here. I mean, we have the last Whisper done for Nukeduk, so he should be able to 1v1 Kevin and Ocelot. He might have a difficult time with Candy Pen. It depends on how the fight goes. But he should be able to put out so much damage that SK has a really tough time dealing with it.
Lemondogs continue to get their global experience and gold advantage built up over SK Gaming as they take themselves yet another dragon. But, well, we've finally seen Hercubot. Is he going to buy himself time to get that top turret? Well, Lemondogs, they're all coming straight down. SK out of position here. Lemondogs are going to go straight for the inhibitor turret. And the inhibitor on its own. The turret's not there.
He's got it back out. Looks like he's doing it right now, but he did push that mini wave, and that inhibitor should be going down for free for Lemondogs. Though you see the damage coming out of Kevin with that last Whisper done. He still puts out a hefty chunk, and they're actually going to be able to defend it 4v5.
They do manage to keep him away. So, it's another turret picked up by SK. They're 7-2 down, though, and that's going to be felt in terms of gold, items, experience. And looking across the board, you can see big advantage for Zoro Zero. 11,000 to 8.6k of Kevin. The mid lane, 10.2 to 8.8. Advantages all across the board. The AD carry is actually very close in terms of gold, as are the junglers, because they've both been picking up those kills, assists, etc. And the two supports as well. It's 1,000 gold advantage. That is where the difference is. That's where you can tell the tower difference and the dragon difference. Of course, they've both got 5 and 4 assists, so still close between those two, but it's 1,000 gold for Mithy just from all those towers going down.
What to say, he just walked by 2 wards, but he's actually going to turn and be able to pick those up. Nuke level 17. He's just waiting for someone to overstep, waiting for someone to just get out of position to blow them up, and it looks like he might be heading for Candy Panda here. I mean, he's waiting in that bush. He's not actually spotted, but oh, he dodges the Q!
Deathmark goes down, though. Candy Panda's going to be in trouble. Ocelot's going to try and come in and save the day, but he's already gone. Stun card goes out. Wildcard follows. Ignite's going to go down. Nuke will drop to this one. No, the Ignite's not going to be enough, and he's saved from it.
And in the meantime, Lemondogs are doing Baron.
Would you believe it? They're getting straight in there. They've took it half health already. This is going down very quickly. Shock Blast comes in. Can they get close enough to interrupt it? There's going to be the wave coming through. Is it enough? They need to do damage. No, it's not going to be there. Hercubot launches himself in, but he's too late. Let's Bounce coming in. They put the exhaust on Zoro Zero. Kevin gets locked in. Dexter trying to throw the hammer on towards him. Tabs is the one that picks up the kill. Ace in the hole lands on towards Ocelot. He uses the Zhonya's, but he's going to get dropped. Tabs puts the pilt over across him, gets the second kill. And that was a great turn of events for Lemondogs.
And they're still not done. I mean, Nuke, after he got very low in the bottom lane and also had to run over to Baron to help it out, he pushed that turret down. He's going to take the inhibitor down. And not to mention, they're going to take the middle inhibitor off of this. So they're going to have 2 inhibitors and a Baron with no deaths off of that fight.
And they're just going to continue driving forward. Luke taken very low, but 2 inhibitors get taken along with a Baron. Big turnaround from Lemondogs. You could tell it was coming. You smelt it was getting close. And sure enough, Lemondogs pick up themselves up some huge advantages over SK.
Yes, they did. And that's kind of what they needed. Now they're up almost 10,000 gold at this point. They're all going to back. They're all going to buy up. And they have 3 people with 2,000 gold or more. And they have Mithy with 1,600 gold. So they are sitting on so much money right now that as you see all the items coming in. I mean, you see, you have a Void Staff for Zoro. You have a Last Whisper for Tabs. You have a Black Cleaver for Nuke, and you have a Shuralia's done for Mithy. So they just bought a ton of items. And SK was already having a tough time dealing with them in these fights. It's only going to be tougher now.
Well, fantastic stuff. So SK really up against it now. They're finally, for the first time in the game, don't have to contest that red buff. It is going to get given across to Candy Panda, but is it all too little too late? Kevin tries to shove out that top lane. Nuke actually getting stunned up there. Candy Panda comes in from the side. He's going to try and use that death mark on towards Candy Panda to escape. Oh my God! He's got away from it. Zhonya's dodges out the way of the True Shot barrage. And now we're going to see Ocelot trying to get in there. Does use his ultimate, but doesn't catch on towards him. I can't believe Nuke just escaped that.
I don't think he believes it either, team. And that was just fantastic job by Mithy to get in the right position. And we have to say, I'm thinking about SK, and we've had them talk to us quite a bit about when they get to that 40-minute mark and they're ahead, they have a hard time closing out games. But to me, they play better when they are behind earlier on, so they actually know what to do to get back in the game. And right now, they've been doing a phenomenal job. Like right there, they try to catch Nuke. They almost were able to kill him. And if that happened, that would have been the pick they needed to start pushing up a little bit.
But as it stands, they are fighting against super minions, and Lemondogs with that Baron buff just have that top lane turret. Hercubot getting caught out, flayed up a little bit there. Mithy not really the target he was looking for, wanting to find himself a juicy AD carry. Nuke putting the wards down in mid, keeping the vision. Super buff minions on towards the Nexus turrets now as well at the bottom. So SK, somebody's got to deal with this. Is it going to be Candy Panda? They're 4v5, sorry, on the most so far on this inhibitor turret. It's already taken to half. They're just keeping on poking it. That's one of the Nexus turrets now down to super minions. They do get the second one down as well. The inhibitor turret dropping. Now they're going to see the pressure. One more inhibitor left, and the double super minions are there. Still, nobody dealing with those super minions just below. Candy Panda finally comes across. You can see a wave of red on the map. That's going to be the 3rd inhibitor turret now. Sorry, inhibitor going down. Super minions doing the job so far, and SK Gaming are under the cosh. They're up against it. Nuke goes aggressive, puts down his death mark on towards Hercubot. He gets his passive popped on the fountain. It doesn't matter. It's Lemondogs that are going to take victory. Cataclysm once again. The story of the game from Dexter as he launches on towards SK and picks up another win. Lemondogs continue to be top of the table like they were at the end of week 6. And you know what? They may be living up to their promise. They said they were going to finish first. They are still in that position.
Yes, they are. I mean, Gambit, they dropped out of that running for the first place. Now it's a 3-way tie between alternate Lemondogs and Fnatic. And that game was just phenomenally well done, just from the get-go, considering what happened with both junglers camping those lanes. We even had an invade come out of Lemondogs, but just so very well done by Lemondogs. I mean, we've seen the impact of Mithy on this team, and considering he came in, you know, halfway through the season, he's been able to take them to the top of the tables.
Well, one thing that has developed over this weekend, it is the bottom of the table. It is started to actually stretch, and now you can see SK and Evil Geniuses on 8 and 11, Meteor Makers on 7 and 12. There's starting to be a gap between there, and would you believe it, it's Ninjas in Pajamas and Gambit are the next two teams to come against, which honestly, you would still count them in towards that top end of the table. It is scary right now in the standings, and the pressure is really starting to build on all of the teams that are in that situation.
Yeah, and I really wonder the pressure that they're under because of that. Like, knowing you work this whole season, these 7 weeks now, to get into these playoffs, and then you kind of maybe fall out. But because of that divide that's happening towards the bottom, they have to feel a little bit more secure, but it's still not done. They still have 8 more games to play each, I believe it is, and they have a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, 8 games is a big difference when there's, what, 3 games between them already. Exactly. So that's 3 wins they have to get out of 8. That is a scary ask. And then you've got to think all the other teams are going to be picking up wins around there. Even if you give them a 50%, which most of them are on 50%, that means they actually have to win minimal 6 of those 8 games.
That is a hefty feat. But, you know, with it getting closer to playoffs, you know, each team is taking this even more serious than the week before, because they know they want to get to these playoffs. They want to get to the World Finals. And we've seen what it means to a lot of these teams to get there and to be there when a lot of their fans expect them to be there, like EG and SK. Like, they expect them to be at those finals, and to kind of not maybe meet their hopes might hurt a little bit for them.
Well, we've seen the likes of Taipei Assassins maybe crumbling and falling, the champions. So, you know, EG, they finished 3rd. If Taipei Assassins, who won it, can fall out the favor, then maybe EG and SK could as well. The 2 European representatives are there alongside Gambit. This is scary times for all of the teams in the European LCS for sure.
But I love it, though. Because
I love it.
I mean, it's bad to say to the older teams that have been there, but having these new teams come in and prove to everyone, like, you know, it's not just about the top 4 European teams that everyone knows the names of. It's about
fresh
these
talent.
Yeah, exactly. They're coming in with like all these new ideas, with all this new energy, and they're making it work for them.
Well, you've seen it across the board as well in the American scene as well. Obviously, the fact that we see Cloud9 up there, who, other than being manned at the spring qualifiers, they would have been there in the first season. It was just a base race that they chose and lost by about 1 second gap.
Yeah.
I was casting that game with Kobe, and it was very, very close, I can tell you. But Cloud9, they're doing it in North America, but right here in Europe, it is much, much closer. And I'm loving what I'm seeing right now from the Lemondogs. They are a team that, as we mentioned at the start, have snuck under the radar. They came in very cocksure of themselves. Seems to be working now.
And they kind of mellowed out after they said that, too. They're like, all right, you know, we're just trying to do our best here. But they've been winning more and more, and their cockiness has still gone down even more. Like, they're just completely humble about it. And
I'd just to check out their stats since Mithy joined, because they seem to be picking up wins.
It's ridiculous, yeah. Like, I mean, we've heard him when we talked to him, you know, in interviews over in Tenerife. We talked to him on the analysis desk. He has a lot to say. And when we talked to him back on the players' conference when we were there in Tenerife, they all said, like, he's brought so much life to the team. He's really the man to go to in terms of how to lead them. He's getting them all to practice a lot more. And considering he's the new addition, he wasn't there from the get-go when Nukeduck made the team, he's still having that impact on the team.
Well, let's see what impact he has had, because the man that just had his Zed life saved was Nukeduck. He is alongside Shox.
Thank you very much. Nukeduck, congratulations. Great game on Zed. Let's start with that level 1 invade by SK. It didn't go very well for you guys. What happened there?
Basically, we just did the same invade as them, but Ryze took a very risky route and they were camping there, so that's why he died. It wasn't necessarily like our level 1 strategy, it was just him taking a risky path.
Tell me about your Zed pick. Zed used to be extremely popular. Now we don't see him that often anymore. Why do you still prefer him?
I still like Zed a lot. I played him a lot, so he's just one of my favorite champions, and I don't think he's that weak, so I pick him.
What was the general strategy going into this game? Because, you know, you guys took a lot of towers really quickly and kills. How come that you guys are like so tuned in on each other right now?
Our plan was just to do a mirror invade with SK, because they usually, when they win, they gain all their advantage from level 1 and early game and just snowball that. So we wanted to just make sure we had equal early game, or equal level 1, and then from there try to like play a little bit passive the early game. But we had Caitlyn, and they managed to kill top 2v2 in a gank, so their tower push was slowed down heavily, and Caitlyn pushed tower bot. So from there, it snowballed until 3 towers and Drake.
Yeah, so you guys are now in first place. You guys have always been a very ambitious team, and you're now in that first place with Alternate, with Fnatic. How big are your chances, you think, that you can stay there until the end of the season?
I think we can stay in top 1, but everything can happen at playoffs. And also we might drop out of top 1 because there are still many games to play.
Yeah, and starting tomorrow, a game against Fnatic, who played some crazy strats here. Is that going to change your preparation going into them tomorrow?
No, not really. It's really hard to prepare for Fnatic at all because they usually have some kind of new picks every game. So.
All right, thank you very much and congratulations once again. Now it's time to check in with D-Man Jason once more to guide us through today's results and standings.
Thank you very much, Shock. So, what a day it has been overall. We had 4 teams going into today that were 2-0 up over their opponents. They are all 3-0 up today.
And that is actually a big thing. Like, considering you look into any potential tiebreakers into the end of the season where it's based on series after that, what you've gone in terms of score, and knowing how many three-way tie currently is for first place, it was 4 previously, that is huge. Like, that really is huge.
Let's check out those fixtures that we have today, of course. The results as they stand started off. EG were looking so strong in that match, but Ninjas in Pajamas, they caught them at Baron and managed to pick up that win, and then followed 2 absolutely bonkers games. Gambit versus Fnatic. What was going on there? Who knows? Karma in the jungle. Soaz playing Blitzcrank support. We had Yellowstar on Shenum, the top lane. We didn't know what was going on, but Fnatic certainly did, and they managed to pick up the win, stretching themselves into first place.
And of course, over in the Matchmakers alternate match, Jerry's showing that, hey, you know, Soaz can play Blitzcrank, so can I. Played it extremely well, so many great pulls out of them, and they took the victory out of that, looking more towards the team that we saw at the beginning of the split. And then, of course, the last game of the day, as you just saw, was SK versus Lemondogs, where Lemondogs, considering they're behind the beginning, they got first split up, they were able to come back from that game and take home a well-deserved win.
And let's see where that puts us in terms of standings as well, because as we mentioned, it's now a 3-way tie at the top. Alternate continue to be the #1 team. They've been there the entire season so far in the summer split. Fnatic and Lemondogs are keeping them in check, though. Fnatic, the spring champions, really seem to be doing well with their changes. They made changes in, what, week 5? I think it was week 6. And they did replace N-Rated in there. And they seem to have suddenly turned their favor around and managed to get themselves in. Lemondogs sneaking under the radar as well. Gambit and NIP, they're still snapping at the heels. Gambit, though, it was not their day, and Fnatic made them look, honestly, average today.
Yeah, I mean, that's Gambit, though. I mean, sometimes they have those days that everyone's surprised, like, wow, how did they lose a game like that? And then the next they'll come back and destroy any team they play against. So, you know, obviously tomorrow might be a little bit different. And of course, Evil Jesus SK share that, well, share the position down there towards the bottom. I believe that is 7th place, or 6th place they're currently tied for. And of course, Matchmaker 7-12, considering they started so well in the split, they've just pretty much gone downhill.
Yeah, it's not been a good time for Meteor Makers. The Polish team, they came burling into this one, I think you could say. Went 4-0 up, but unfortunately for them, they're down the bottom. How are they going to turn their favors? You'll be able to join us, of course, tomorrow. That is it from us here at the caster desk. We're going to go over to Shocks for the final thoughts of the day.
Thanks a lot, D-Man. Absolutely bonkers day here in the European LCS today with turnarounds, crazy strats, picks all around, and that is just the way we like it. And of course, we have another action-packed day for you coming up tomorrow. We'll be starting off the show here in the European LCS at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 9 a.m. Pacific. The games we got going for you is Alternate versus Gambit, Fnatic versus Lemondogs, SK versus EG, and at the end of the day, we have Meet Your Makers versus Ninjas in Pajamas. On behalf of everyone here in the studio, thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Days of
Bye.